Hello, dreamers, and welcome to Haunted Sleep. Just a small heads up, there are a few ads during the first 10 minutes. After that, the experience is completely ad-free. These stories are created with care, and I hope you'll give them a chance. There's something special here that's hard to find elsewhere. If you enjoy the atmosphere, a like or a subscribe means more than you know, but only if you genuinely want to. Before we begin, tell us where you're listening from and what time it is for you. It's always comforting to see how connected we all are across the world. Now settle in, and let's begin our night together. I woke to a single blade of sunlight cutting across a wall I didn't recognize. It slipped through a narrow tear in the curtains and laid a bright stripe on the floorboards like a ruler set down by a careful hand. The wood was old, the kind that shines where footsteps have polished it and turns murky where dust has settled. There was a sweet, dry smell, sawdust and old varnish, and beneath it something faintly metallic that made the back of my tongue taste like a penny. I was lying on the floor. My cheek was against the boards. For a long moment I did not move. I waited for the room to fall back into place around me the way a familiar kitchen does when you blink after a nap on the couch. It didn't. A ceiling fan hung above me motionless with two blades drooping slightly lower than the others. 3 mismatched chairs stood in a row against one wall like students lined up for a photo. There were no pictures. No framed diplomas. No shelf of paperbacks to brag on the owner's good taste. The place looked lived in only by the idea of a person, not a person. The thought that came next was so ordinary it felt wrong. Okay, think. What happened? I pushed myself up to sitting and cradled my head in both hands. Last night, there had been a party. That part arrived first, clear and bright. The party was for me, or at least it felt that way. The invitation had gone out as a celebration of another successful book, which sounds grander on paper than it is in real life, but between my editor and some friends we'd turned it into a small event. There'd been a tray of deviled eggs, the good kind with the paprika you dust with your finger, and a banner someone had drawn by hand because the printer jammed. It was warm and loud and kind. I remembered my cheeks hurting from smiling. I remembered my friend Quinn climbing onto a chair to toast, and my agent Lisa pretending to yank her down. I remembered the waiter who kept appearing at my elbow with a glass already cold and wet, always saying, "Careful, that step," when there was no step to be careful of. I tried to call up the usual rhythm of a hangover, the grainy eyes, the slow boiling of the skull, but that wasn't what sat in my body. My head wasn't pounding. My mouth wasn't cotton. There was something else, a wrongness that felt like a missing word during a reading. That empty pause where you know something should be there. I didn't feel bad. I didn't feel good. I felt like a house with a room that had been quietly sealed up. I started to stand and froze at the sight of a dark stain 10 inches from my knee. It was a rough oval on the floorboards, a place where the wood had soaked up color until it went almost black. I reached for it out of reflex and stopped my hand an inch above because I already knew what it was. The smell in the room had told me. The penny taste had told me. The stain was old enough not to shine, but not old enough to fade. It dragged my attention like a magnet. I scanned my arms, my palms, the front of my dress. No cuts. No sticky patches. No tenderness. I slid my fingers through my hair and felt only the usual bobby pins and the small bump above my right ear where I always bump into cabinet doors. If the blood wasn't mine, then whose was it? The answer stood up inside me so fast I felt dizzy. Someone else is here. I went straight to my pockets for my phone. Nothing in the right. Nothing in the left. I smacked the flat of my palm down my thighs like I could knock a phone loose from hiding, then patted the floor around me just in case. Nothing. I looked to the small table by the wall, then to the shelf near the kitchen doorway. No landline. No tablet. No charger wiggling out of an outlet to give me hope. I went to the front windows and peeled the curtain back an inch with 2 fingers. A long gravel drive stretched away through waist-high grass, then turned and disappeared between trees. No neighbors' roofs. No mailbox cluster. The kind of nowhere that answers the question of whether you can run for help with a polite but firm no. The house felt bigger once I started walking through it. The kitchen held only the essentials: a narrow stove, a chipped sink, a metal trash can with no bag. There was a row of hooks near the door, but nothing hung from them. A single glass sat upside down on the counter to dry, the ring of water beneath it already evaporated away. I opened cabinets out of habit, as if breakfast might gently arrange itself inside one. Plates. 2 bowls. A fork and a spoon set a polite distance apart. Everything clean. Everything quiet. I moved down a hallway lined with closed doors and opened them one at a time. A small bedroom with a mattress on the floor and a pile of neatly folded blankets in the corner. A bathroom with a mirror that had corrosion creeping in at the corners like frost. A closet with nothing but a broom and a coil of extension cord. Another bedroom with a chair that had a jacket folded over its back the way a person leaves a placeholder at their desk. I pressed my fingers into the jacket sleeve. It was cool. There was no smell of cologne. Every room was the same story told again, a life staged for a photograph rather than lived. I didn't say hello. I didn't call out. The idea of announcing myself in that quiet house made my chest pull tight. I listened instead. The only sound was my breath and, every now and then, the soft tick of a baseboard settling in the sun. At the end of the hallway was a door that sat open 2 inches. A draft came through it, cooler than the rest of the house. It carried a damp scent like the breath of a cistern. The strip of darkness behind that door looked deeper than it should have, like a shadow that refused to follow the rules of light. I told myself it was just a utility closet or a laundry room and put my hand on the knob. Before I could push the door farther, an engine rolled up the gravel outside and stopped. It was a truck by the sound of it, the big-shouldered kind you hear long before you see. It coughed once as the driver turned the key off, then clicked as the warm metal settled. My heart did something it shouldn't have been able to do. It kicked against nothing and told me to move. I pulled the door open and felt cold air slide across my knees. The first step beyond the threshold was steep. The second gave a little in the middle as if it had been mended once and not well. I put my hand out for the wall and felt only air. Someone had built the steps narrow and deep, like a ladder pretending to be a staircase. I counted under my breath, 3, 4, 5, until my foot bumped a flat floor. The dark at the bottom was complete. No small window. No thread of daylight. The air was thick enough to taste, a mix of damp concrete, rust, and something else that made the base of my throat ache. I put my hands out in front of me and took one cautious step. My shin hit something hard. I bit back a small sound and went down on one knee. My fingers found a shape that made no sense as an object until they met skin. It took my brain an extra beat to name what my hands had already told me. I had grabbed someone's ankle. It was cool and smooth and slack. The calf above it was cool too. There were fine hairs my fingers flattened. I slid my hand up carefully and touched the hem of a skirt. I kept moving until my knuckles found the hard curve of a knee. I swallowed and leaned forward. A chair leg given away by a nick in the wood. Another. Someone was sitting in the dark. My mouth moved before my sense caught up. "Don't worry," I whispered, running my fingertips along the chair leg to find a joint I could loosen. "We'll get out of here soon." Upstairs, a door opened and shut. The slam was not violent. It was casual. It was the sound of a person arriving home without hurrying. "Honey, I'm home," a voice called in a bright sing-song, the words stretched into a joke that had been told too often. "And I've got a surprise for you." Footsteps crossed the floor above and reached the top of the stairs. A switch clicked, and a light came on at the bottom with a hum. It was a single bulb that hung bare and bright from a cord in the middle of the room. The first thing it illuminated was a work table, metal surface, a scatter of tools laid out neat and careful, the glint off a row of shiny edges. A bat leaned against the table leg, the kind you keep at the back door if you live in a city and pretend it's for a late-night game that never happens. I slid under the table and pressed myself back against the cinderblock wall. The concrete leached the warmth from my spine. The bat stood 2 inches from my fingers. I touched it with the edge of a knuckle and promised myself that when his back was turned I would grab it, rise, and swing hard enough to break a world in half. The man came down the stairs in a tuxedo. Not the rented kind with the wrinkled collar and the glossy shoes worn down at the heel. This one was sharp and clean, the fabric catching the light without screaming for it. I could see him only from mid-thigh down, and even that was enough to tell me he had planned his outfit like you plan a speech. He paused at the bottom step and turned slowly, as if letting the room applaud him. When he began to move again, it was with the careful cheer of a host about to unveil a cake. The girl in the chair sat in profile to me. The light dropped shadows into the hollows of her cheeks, the thin places at her wrists, the notch above her collarbone. Her skin had pulled away from her mouth, revealing teeth that looked too white, the way porcelain looks white in a museum case. There were marks all over her, thin lines and ragged ones, bruises that had gone from purple to yellow and then been replaced by fresh versions. A white line ran up from the corner of her lip into her cheek like a bad thread pulled through cloth. Even from 3 feet away I could see the way her lashes lay too heavy on her cheek. She had been still from the first second I touched her ankle in the dark because there was nothing in her left that could move. "Isn't it beautiful?" he said. He lifted a length of white fabric and let it spill over her knees. "Well, it's not nearly as beautiful as you are, though." He draped the dress in place with a small flourish. It was not a wedding dress from a store. It was a costume version of one, smooth and thin and willing to shine at the wrong angle. He went down on one knee like a man in a commercial and took her hand. He slid a ring onto a finger that did not flex. When he let go, the arm dropped the way a doll's arm drops when you set it down. He laughed in a low, fond way, pleased by the moment. He said he had never stopped believing they would be together. He said they had had their moments, but true love is persistent. His voice had a rhythm I knew. I had heard it through the hum of a crowded room, close to my ear over a tray of glasses. As he stood, he turned toward the table. I shrank back against the wall and extended my hand toward the bat the way a child reaches for the edge of a pool. He ran his fingers along the line of laid-out tools until he reached a slim knife. He didn't pick it up. He picked up a book. It hung against his thigh for a breath, the cover facing me. My name was on it. There is a special kind of cold that starts not on your skin but under it. It feels like a door opening in an empty part of the house. The cover was the most recent one, the one the party had been for, the one the designer had insisted on printing with a soft finish so it would feel like velvet when your hands slid over it. He patted the book with the same casual affection he just used on the dress and turned to the girl. He kissed the slack line of her cheek like a boy who couldn't help himself and started for the stairs. I moved. I wrapped my fingers around the bat and rose fast enough to bump the underside of the work table with my shoulder. The metal gave a dull ring. He didn't turn. I stepped out, swung with all the strength that lived in my back and shoulders, and felt the movement draw a clean line through the air. I imagined the bat cutting down and catching him at the base of the skull where hair meets collar. I imagined the sudden, ugly sound it would make and the way his knees would go. I imagined the way adrenaline would make me tremble afterward. I squeezed my eyes shut before the moment of impact and committed to it. When I opened them, he stood at the foot of the stairs with his back to me, head cocked in the direction of the chair. I had not touched him. The bat leaned against the leg of the table again exactly where it had been before. "Get away from me," I said, but the words came out wish soft and small, as if the room had eaten their edges. "Get the hell away from me." I raised my hands and swung them again and met nothing. He did not turn. He did not shift his weight. He did not scratch his ear or clear his throat or glance toward the corner where a person might hide. He looked at the girl and said, "I'll let you get ready," and climbed the stairs. Only when the light flipped off and the bulb's afterglow drained into the air did I realize I was breathing fast for no reason. I looked down at my shaking hands and saw no bat. I looked back at the table and saw it there, solid and simple. I had never touched it in a way the world could feel. Something about the idea slipped sideways in my head and kept sliding. I reached for the table leg, for the sharp edge of metal, for anything that could tell me where I ended. My fingertip passed into shadow, and I felt the air change temperature, and nothing else. My mind filled the gap with memory because that is what minds do. The waiter from the party had worn a clean white shirt with sleeves rolled to mid-forearm and a narrow black tie. There had been something old-fashioned about the way he held the tray level at his shoulder. He had been at my elbow when I stepped out onto the back porch to find a little air. He had appeared at the foot of the stairs when I started up to get my coat. He had said, "Careful," and I had laughed, and then the world had narrowed to a line of streetlights on a road I did not recognize and the smell of gasoline through the open window of a truck. When you are afraid, your brain pulls you toward motion or stillness. Mine split the difference. I crossed to the chair where the girl sat and stood an arm's length away. Her head was tipped slightly to one side as if listening. Up close the dress looked like what it was, cheap fabric trying its best. It had a plastic pendant sewn where a brooch would be. The ring on her finger was heavy and bright and wrong. I forced myself to look at her face, properly, the way you are supposed to look at a person when you speak with them. I waited for the old reflex of empathy to arrive, that small shift inside that says I'm with you. It came, thin and helpless. It did not bring breath behind it. He came back down in the kind of way you can hear even with the light on. His shoes tapped evenly. The bulb hummed. He carried a small box, the kind you get a corsage in at a florist, and a brush. He set the box on the table and opened it. Inside lay a tumble of white flowers with bruises already gathering at the edges. He lifted them and took a deep, satisfied breath of their sweetness. He brushed a strand of hair away from the girl's cheek with the careful hand of a man smoothing a wedding photo into a frame. He did not see me. He did not feel the way the air moved when I stepped closer. The story in his head had only one audience, and she could not clap for him. "Do you hear that?" he asked the girl softly. "They all said you would never say yes to me, but you did." He told her that he had watched her readings online. He told her he had stood at the back of a bookstore once and watched her sign her name until her wrist ached. He told her he had read every interview she had given and learned what to say to make her laugh. He told her he had practiced the way she wrote certain letters until his hand got it right. He told her she had been unkind to him once when he asked for a photo, and she said she was late, which he forgave because she did not yet understand. He told her she had written him into her pages, and he was only answering his line. The room swayed. I made myself stand still. A part of my brain that had nothing to do with survival made a note that this was how it happens, a small, persistent misreading dressed as devotion, and then the truck in the driveway, and then the blue bruise on the horizon where the sky breaks before dawn. I did not try for the bad again. The rules were clear now, and they did not favor me. I used what time I had to look around the room. There were shelves along one wall with boxes on them labeled in a tight blocky hand. Twine, tape, gloves, tape measure, screws. A calendar hung on a nail with dates circled in red that made no sense unless you had his key to them. There was a small camera on a tripod aimed at the chair, the red light at its side a steady, polite eye. The table held a roll of gauze, a dish with cotton balls, a bottle of rubbing alcohol 2/3 full, and a small plastic tub you could buy in the travel section at any drugstore. It was empty. There was a towel folded in a clean square and a second one discarded in a heap stiff with old brown. He hummed as he worked, something simple and cheerful you could whistle while washing the car. He fastened the dress at the back with straight pins because the zipper had been broken. He smoothed the skirt across the girl's lap. He set the flowers in her hands and curled her fingers around them with slow care. He lifted a small mirror to her face and turned it so she could see. "Perfect," he said to her reflection and his own. "Perfect." He went back upstairs as calmly as he had come. The light snapped off. The dark sat down. I stood with my hands useless at my sides and waited for the sound that would tell me he had left the house. It came the way silence comes back after a machine shuts down, in pieces. First the softer noise of a step and then less, and then the click of a door, and then even the faintest motor sounds left the air. I turned to the work table and willed the drawer to open because I wanted the painted wood to slide and give my ear that small proof that I could still ask and still get. Nothing moved. I went back to the chair. The girl's flowers had already begun to wilt at the edges from the warmth of the bulb and the cool of the room playing tug-of-war with their cells. A petal came loose, spun, and landed on her knee. I don't know why it took me as long as it did to look to the left. Maybe because looking straight ahead felt safer, the way children facing a closet insist there is nothing behind them as long as they don't turn. Maybe because some deep part of me had already taken one fact into itself and was not ready for a second. I pointed my body to the left and followed the movement with my head. There was a second chair. It had been shoved back where the light barely reached. The wood at the top of its back was marked with small scars, the kind teeth make when you carry a chair wrong. I stepped closer. There were ties on the arms, the kind you sew onto kitchen chairs to keep the cushions on. They had been cut and retied with a different knot. There was something on the floor beneath the chair that looked like a handkerchief. I lowered myself until my knees brushed concrete and reached for it even though I knew the fabric was stiff. When I turned it over, I saw the edge of my own handwriting in black ink, the way the stem of my R tilts because I do it fast. I had written my name on that piece of fabric on a different day when I had laughed at the idea that anyone would want me to sign anything made of cloth. The corners of the handkerchief were dark. The shape of the dark told me the story of a forehead meeting wood. The room tilted a degree, the way a ship tilts when weight moves to one side. I stood back up and lifted my eyes without lifting my chin, like a person listening for a thief, until my gaze met the second chair. The figure in it sat at an angle, the way you sit when you are too tired to hold your own head up. The face had a familiar structure even in slackness, the long line from cheekbone to jaw, the mouth with its small unevenness at the top, the little notch in the eyebrow where a childhood bicycle had gone wrong. There is a particular shock that comes when you see something you know too well in a context where it does not belong. My mind tried to place my face in 1,000 ordinary mirrors and could not. It had only this one to offer. The feeling I had been carrying all morning, the one I had tried to scam into being a hangover, became simple. It was the absence of a heartbeat. That was the room that had been sealed up inside me. A heart makes a sound even when you don't notice it. A low ongoing thing you can hear if you put your ear to a pillow in a quiet room. I hadn't heard it because it wasn't there. I hadn't felt my pulse at my throat because there was nothing under my fingers to feel. I hadn't been able to pick up the bat because there was nothing left in me to make the bat heavy. I walked closer to the second chair, my chair, and looked properly the way you look at a body to name it. There was no denial then, no bargain, no plan I could make that would pull me out of that basement alive. I had been missing since the moment the waiter said careful. I had been missing on the back steps of the party where the light over the door flickered. I had been missing in the truck while the trees passed in a blur. I had been missing when he carried me down the narrow stairs and set me in the chair and tied the knots. I stood there with myself and let the fact land. It did not arrive with a scream. It did not knock me to my knees. It settled like dust. It made space inside me for quiet. When you are the kind of person who tells stories for a living, your brain is used to reaching for arc and shape even in panic. A part of me reached for cause, for blame, for some form of lesson. It found instead a small, precise pattern, the first message, the little fame that makes strangers think they know you, the smile that feels like a duty, the hand that stays a moment too long on the small of your back at a photo line, the inbox full of the same sentence written 100 different ways. The danger is not the party. The danger is the person who decides that a person signing a book is a promise they can demand be kept. I thought of the title someone had given that short write-up of my life last month, the one that used my photo with a bright filter. The dangers of fame, as if fame were a jungle with snakes. The actual danger feels smaller and closer than that. It feels like a hand on a glass, and a white shirt with rolled sleeves, and a joke said 3 times as if that makes it true. Upstairs, a door opened again. I looked toward the stairs out of habit, and then back at the girl in the white dress, and then at the other chair where I would always be sitting. There was nothing left for me to do but witness the rest of it, and if that sounds weak, you've never tried to keep your eyes open when you most wanted to close them. The tuxedoed man came down without hurry and with a new thing in his hand, a small camera remote with a single button. He aimed the lens, smoothed his hair with 2 fingers, and stood between the 2 chairs just so. He looked into the glass and smiled. He did not touch me. He did not touch the girl. He stood there as if presenting a pair of prizes and pressed the button. A little red light blinked. A soft click came from the camera. He exhaled through his nose in a satisfied way and moved to check the screen on the back. Perfect, he said again, not to any of us, just to the shape of the scene in his head. He gathered his things with a care that looked almost tender and set them in a row inside a plastic storage bin. He folded the brush into a towel and tucked it in. He lifted the bin and went upstairs, the last of the formal clack of his shoes on concrete swallowed by the stairs. I stayed. I do not know how long. Time did not move properly without breath to measure it. There is a joke writers make about killing your darlings, about cutting the parts of your draft you love for the sake of the whole. Standing there with my own body in a chair and another girl dressed like a bride, the joke did not travel. I thought of Quinn and Lisa and all the toasts people had made last night. I thought of the waiter saying careful, and how he had not been wrong. I thought of the stranger who will find this house one day, and the way the sunlight will lie across the floor when they open the door. I cannot pick up bats. I cannot lift a phone from a table and dial with shaking fingers. I cannot slam a door and wedge a chair under the knob. But there is one thing I can do from exactly where I am, and it is a small thing, and you might say it is nothing, but I don't think it is. I can tell you. I can tell you without adornment, and without trying to make it prettier than it is. I can write it down the way I would write down a recipe someone gave me at a funeral, plainly, from memory, with no fancy terms, and with the small notes in the margins that keep the sauce from breaking. If you are a person who reads words written by strangers for money or for comfort or for something to do on a train, know this: we are just people. We stand in grocery store lines. We hold our keys between our fingers when the parking lot is dark. We ask for the check and say thank you. We are not lights you can keep in your pocket. We are not wishes that become yours when you clap. If you see us and you like our work, tell us and let us go. If you pour your own hunger into the shape of our faces and call it love, go home instead. The room at the bottom of the stairs is quiet. The air is cold. The bulb hums when it's on and ticks when it goes dark. Somewhere above me, a truck starts and stops. The house sits straight in its small clearing like a box set down by a neat hand. The sun moves. The stripe on the floor shifts. At some point, the petals on the white flowers will loosen and let go, one by one, with the soft sound dry leaves make. After that, anything that happens will be someone else's doing. For now, I stand where I am, and I look, and I say what I can say. I woke up in a house that was not mine with sunlight on the floor and the taste of metal in my mouth. I looked for a phone and found none. I listened for neighbors and heard none. A truck came. A man in a tuxedo walked downstairs and dressed a dead girl in a white dress and slid a ring onto her finger and spoke to her like a person does when they are alone with an idea of love. He picked up my book and smiled at it the way a person smiles at their own reflection. He turned his back and I swung my arms at the air and hit nothing. After he left, I looked to the side and saw myself sitting where he had put me, my forehead marked by the edge of wood. I don't know if anyone will ever read this in the way I used to understand reading. I don't know if words can travel from a room like this to whatever place you are now. But if they can, then let them carry a simple thing. Pay attention to the small feelings that tell you something is off. Turn down the extra drink from the person who stands too close. Let your friends walk you to your car even when you feel silly. Look up from the page when someone says your name, and if they say it like you owe them something, remember you don't. There are dangers to fame, yes, but most dangers wear ordinary shoes and say ordinary things and ring the doorbell with a hand that looks clean. The house breathes. Dust moves in the stripe of sun. Somewhere outside, a bird calls and then calls again. The air strokes the surface of the cold water in the drain, so gently it barely ripples. If I could sleep, I would sleep. If I could pray, I would pray for the next girl to notice the step that isn't there before she lifts her foot. If I could knock something over, I would knock and knock until someone heard. What I can do is stay with this and say it plain, and that is what I have done. Officer Sparrow walked down Jenkins Street with a practiced pace that said she belonged there and also didn't care. That was the idea tonight. Look like any woman cutting through an old part of town after a long shift, not a cop with 3 years on the job and a badge under her jacket. She wore jeans, a thin black leather jacket, and boots that were quiet on the concrete. Her hair was pulled back in a low knot. A little makeup softened the edges of her face. It wasn't a costume so much as a choice, simple, forgettable. Someone you'd pass and then forget 5 steps later. Her service pistol rode high on her right hip, under the jacket. The badge was pinned inside, easy to flip out if she needed it. In her left ear, one earbud rested, a cheap one that looked like it was plugged into a phone buried somewhere in her pocket. Only it wasn't music in that ear. It was Henderson in the unmarked cruiser, tucked into the mouth of a side alley a half-block behind her. His voice came and went under street noise. "All good so far." Or, "Car on Grant just turned toward Pine." Or a dumb joke he knew she couldn't answer because the mic sewn into her lapel picked up everything. She thought about a cigarette in the same way you think about a person you used to know, as a shape more than a craving. That old sweetness at the back of her throat. The calm that was never really calm. She had quit when she joined the academy, then unquit twice, then finally quit for real the day she chased a kid through 3 lots and felt the pain pull at her lungs like a zipper. Tonight would be a bad time to test herself. She kept her hands out of her pockets. People had been calling this stretch for weeks. At first it sounded like what usually brought out polite laughter at roll call, someone in a big coat jumping from the shadows, a stupid show, a pervert who needed attention more than anything. But then more calls came, not just annoyed, but shaken. 2 men called, which was not nothing. 10 women did, one through a sister because she couldn't talk without crying. Then came the part that moved the case out of, "We'll swing by," and into, "Put someone on it." 3 disappearances in nearby blocks. Not the kind of disappearances where a boyfriend says she ran off with someone else and she's in Miami by Tuesday. The kind where a cat keeps sitting by the door and whining, and a landlord finds a rent envelope unopened, and a teacher marks an absence 3 days in a row and calls a number that doesn't pick up. None of that meant the same person was delivering the same fear to different people. But it was enough to make the captain look down the roster at evening roll and say, "Sparrow, take Jenkins. You fit the pattern." She didn't take offense. She wasn't 22 or 52. She looked like someone who would cut through side streets rather than wait for a bus. She was good at not drawing attention. An hour earlier she had stood at an upstairs window at the precinct and breathed as she had been taught, 4 in, hold, 6 out, until the small buzz in her ribs settled. Then she buttoned the jacket and told herself, with quiet pride, that she would handle it. Jenkins Street at that hour looked like the back of a theater after a show had ended 10 years ago. Old brick buildings stood shoulder to shoulder with high windows bricked up or shuttered. Someone had painted trim the color of wet clay and then stopped halfway. Glass glowed in street lamps in a way that meant the bulbs were old. Metal roll-up doors covered 2 storefronts. The paint on them peeled the way old sunburn peels, curling and showing the gray underneath. Graffiti ran down the line like a different kind of ivy, letters with tails too long for their words, sloppy tags sprayed over older tags, and here and there something that took longer than 5 seconds and a bad idea. A woman's face looking off to the right with her hair in flowers. A bright octopus stretched across 3 panels, the suckers done with dots so they seemed to lift. You still didn't bring a child down here after dark. But if you lived nearby and cut through, you developed favorites. "Anything?" Henderson asked in her ear, soft enough that anyone close would have thought it was the end of a song. "Keep your seat warm," she whispered. Then she remembered to keep even that quiet, and let her mouth close again. He didn't take offense when she didn't answer. He didn't take offense when she didn't laugh. He filled silence the way he always did. "You owe me a coffee if I have to sit here and listen to my stomach eat itself," he said, with one of those big slices of whatever cake they pretend is healthy. A minute later, "You hear that? Jenkins just got a cat. Sounds like it hates me." He chuckled at his own joke. It was not a bad thing that he did. She walked to the end of the block and did what they had planned, turned casually, looked at nothing in particular, adjusted the earbud like it didn't fit quite right, and came back up the opposite side. The second time she did it, her shoulders dropped a fraction. The third time, the night pressed closer around the edges of her vision, and her body said, "This is boring," in the way a child might. She let her eyes rest on one wall. Someone had sprayed a wild mess across it, every color dulled by sun and time, white outlines on lines until it turned into a knot. Underneath the mess was a smaller thing, almost neat, a blue wave like the kind a kid draws on notebook paper when they're supposed to be paying attention. She let herself imagine having to arrest some kid who could make a fish look like it was moving with 2 colors in 2 minutes. She wouldn't enjoy it. Footsteps. Not behind her, but somewhere in the shape of the street, soft and flat. She didn't flinch. She didn't turn. She let herself breathe once, slow and quiet, then turned her head the way a person does when they think someone might be coming and don't really care. A man stepped into the circle of a street lamp and stopped. He was medium height. His coat made him look heavy in the middle. The coat was a muddy brown, too long, the kind a person finds on a rack in a thrift store and puts on because it feels like a shield. The belt dragged the ground behind him, dark with whatever it had been dragged through for too many nights. He had no shoes. His feet were gray with dust and scratched white in places where gravel had pressed into them. She saw tiny embedded stones along the heel where they were almost smooth from use. He matched the vague Collins in the ways that mattered. White. Mid-40s, maybe older if he had been living rough. Hair thin enough that the pale scalp showed under the brim of his lamp-made light. 2 eyes that were narrow in a way that could be either mean or tired. His mouth smiled a smile that didn't match anything else. Not a bad smile. Not good. Not drunk or sheepish or threatening. Just in place, like it had been put there once and stayed. It made the skin around it look slack. The whole bottom half of his face looked like a mask someone had warmed and pushed over a different face underneath. Her badge slid into her palm the way her hands had practiced. She didn't lift it. His eyes didn't land on her face. They ticked past her shoulder like he was fixing on something 2 inches to the right and 6 feet behind her. She should have kept walking. That was the plan. Let him act. Wait to see if he followed. Draw him away from any dark pocket where someone else might be waiting. She didn't. Something in the stillness of his face made her want to anchor to the concrete. She hated the word later, but later she would call that stubborn pause her mistake. He opened the coat. It should have felt stupid. It should have felt like she wanted to roll her eyes and say, "Really?" and then flash the badge and give the speech every officer gives when they catch someone with their pants down in a park. It didn't. First there was no laugh in her body. Then there was no breath. Then there was a sensation that had nothing to do with shame or anger or even fear, at least not the usual kind, the kind a woman learns early and hard, the kind that makes you step to the other side of the sidewalk without thinking. This wasn't that. This was wrong at a level she had no drawer for in her head. There was no body in the space where a body should have been. There were hands. Not 2. Not 4. Not even a number that made sense to count. Hands lay over hands, slid past hands, clung to limbs that were too thin or too long to be arms and too smooth to be anything but skin. Some hands were small, child small, with soft-looking pads at the tips. Some were big, the knuckles pronounced, the nails thick and square. Some had fingers that bent too much. Some had thumbs where they shouldn't. They crowded together like a nest of snakes, except they weren't looking for warmth. They were holding themselves up in a way that kept the coat spread. As they moved, small gaps opened and closed between them, and in those gaps she saw eyes. Not 2. Not even the same size or color or shape. A flash of brown, a ring of green, an iris pale as old glass. They blinked in their own times. When the hands moved, the eyes moved with them, slipping behind new hands, peering out again from a different angle, as if the whole mess was breathing. Hands uncurled toward her. Slow at first. Then with more reach, like a plant feeling for sun. Some went rigid at the last joint and trembled the way a resting muscle trembles when stretched too long. Some brushed other hands and tightened their grip there, interlocking and making a bridge for new hands to walk outward on. She saw skin around knees, or what might have been knees. It was gray and hairless, and the wrong texture against the wrong shape. It was nothing like flesh and exactly like it at the same time, and she could not tell which was more upsetting. Her brain tried to line up the shapes with the reasons people do ugly things. It failed. The eyes that looked at her did not hold the heat of a person looking at a body with hunger. There was a kind of hunger, yes, but not one she knew how to answer or reject. The hands that reached did not grab at their own genitals because there were none. The hands that reached did not grab at themselves at all, not in a way that meant pleasure. They reached like they were offering something. They beckoned like a host at a doorway, patient and thrilled. Her badge felt heavy and then slid out of her hand and fell, quiet and flat, onto the street. She didn't bend for it. She didn't draw the pistol. In some part of her head where she could still make plans, she understood that her hand should go to the grip, that her thumb should sweep the jacket back, that her arm should extend, that her voice should say words she had said in training. None of that happened. A different part of her head leaned forward as if the hands were telling a soft story, and she wanted to catch the end. One hand with very long fingers reached the hem of her jacket, and ran along it from her hip to her wrist. The pads of those fingers pressed through the thin leather, and found the seam where a sleeve met a body and traced it up. Another hand pinched the fabric of her tights at her knee through the denim the way a grandmother might test the give of a quilt. Another set of fingers brushed the line of her jaw, not rough, not gentle, like the motion a person makes to learn the shape of a thing they have only seen. A thin set of fingers took a strand of her hair and lifted it, and let it fall, as if to see how it would move in air. A laugh came through her earbud, soft, mid-sentence, not meant for her, a tiny sound from a person sitting in an idling car. Her mouth smiled a little at the wrong time because of that sound. It was a stupid beautiful reflex, proof some piece of the world still ran on stupid beautiful rules. The first shot sounded like it came from behind her, and also from inside her head. The flash washed the alley walls for a blink. The shape in front of her jerked backward, not far, like a boat bumping a piling. A dozen hands in the middle of the tangle slapped flat over something and pressed hard. Others climbed across them and pressed too. A small hard dot, an eye, came loose in the mess and rolled toward the light and was caught by a hand and snatched back into the dark. A new eye blinked open not far from where the last had been. Where blood should have made red, there was shadow that swallowed what you looked at. She turned, not all the way, just far enough to put one eye on the movement at her side. Henriksen came up out of the alley in a way that told her he would have fallen if the gun hadn't been there to hold him up. The shotgun made his arm look short. He wore civilian clothes and a face with no color in it. He pumped and fired again. He didn't shout a warning. He didn't say her name. He didn't say anything. The second shot made the hands ripple. You could see the shock travel through them. They clamped and pulled and pressed until the holes the pellets had made were buried under new hands. The third shot he almost didn't make. His shoulder flinched as if he'd seen something he couldn't take back, and it interrupted the chain of signals that let a body do what it did. He made it anyway. The hands shivered and packed again, and moved the damage farther into the coat. The face above all this, the wide, simple smile, the narrow eyes that weren't looking at anything true, did not change. It made the hands look louder. The coat closed. No flourish. No buttoning. Just done. 1 second too many hands, the next second none. The shape under the coat looked heavy again. The belt dragged. The bare feet planted on grit, and lifted, and planted again. Get on the ground! Henriksen shouted out of some part of his training that still worked. The man moved anyway, not faster than a runner, not slower than a walker, slipping sideways into a cut between two buildings where trash cans stood, and was gone in the way some people can be gone, as if the air had swallowed them because it liked them better than the street did. Adrenaline is a mean thing. It holds you up and then steps away. It let Henderson stand and then it let him fall. His knees hit hard and bounced. The shotgun stayed in his hands because his hands were the only part of him that still remembered to hold something. He stared at the space where the man had been as if the space might cough him back up. Tears stood in his eyes without falling. His mouth moved in a small jerk and stopped. His chest rose and fell as if air had been filled with grains too big to breathe. Sparrow didn't kneel. Her body didn't want to lower itself in that alley. She put one hand down and felt for the sidewalk to keep herself steady. Then she stepped to him and reached for his wrist and closed her fingers. It was a small thing and also large. The heat in his skin told her something she needed to know and hated to need to know. He blinked and looked not at her but at the space beside her. His lips moved and she didn't hear words. She realized her own mouth was open too and closed it. After a while the high pitch left her ear, and she realized the earbud had been silent for longer than it should. Everything had been silent except the 3 shots and his one shout, and the sound glass makes under bare feet when press becomes grind. They stayed a minute because none of the other choices made sense. She could feel the edges of the image in her head like a burn under a shirt. She could feel it even when she didn't look at it. What the thing had done to her felt like a hand reaching into a pocket and taking something small and practical she had been carrying for years. You could go on without a pen. You could borrow someone else's. But you would never stop tapping your empty pocket. She picked up her badge. It felt like one more piece of metal in a world that suddenly had too much metal in it. She put it back in its place and slid her jacket straight. She helped Henderson up. His weight felt different, as if the center of him had moved 2 inches and his body hadn't been told. He leaned into the car door when they reached it, and breathed with his eyes closed, not because it helped but because it was something to do. She put a hand on his arm again. He nodded and let that be the thank you it was. In the cruiser, the interior light didn't come on when she opened the door. It was broken. She was grateful for that. Street light came through the glass and lay on their knees like a thin square blanket. The car smelled like old coffee and the plastic of radios. For a while either of them moved. Then duty nudged. Henderson picked up the mic with his right hand like it weighed more than it did. "This is car 23B, he said. His voice sounded like his voice when he had a cold. "Officer Henderson." "Go ahead, 23B. Dispatch said, smooth and bored in the way that keeps panic from spreading down a wire. He glanced sideways at Sparrow. She was staring through the windshield like the road had become a movie. He made himself look down at the radio so he wouldn't look back down the block. "We have not made contact with any suspect. Streets quiet. No evidence at this time. Advise?" He kept his voice steady and neutral the way they taught you when you had to say something bad into a room full of listening. "You can clear the detail and return," the voice said. "Complete notes and file in the morning. Good night, 23B. The reply hit him like a drink of water he hadn't allowed himself to want. He set the mic down with a care he would not have used if he had felt normal. Relief rolled through the car like cold air you hadn't noticed the room needed. Sparrow found her voice. It came out thin and steady. "How are you going to explain the missing rounds?" she asked. She was not needling him. She was asking a practical question because practical questions were a rope thrown across a hole. He let out a small, ragged laugh that was real even if it was tired. "I'll think of something. Slip the armory guy $20 and a sorry story. Claim I dropped a shell down a storm grate like an idiot." He rubbed the heel of his palm across his eye and winced as if even that brought up a picture he did not want. "We'll say the street was dead. We'll go home. Then we'll both forget to sleep." "Coffee," she said, and when he looked at her like he hadn't heard any word that calm in a while, she added, "There's a place on Bay that pretends cheesecake is breakfast. My treat." They pulled out slow. Her hands stayed at 10 and 2 because the idea of having to correct a small drift made her stomach turn. They didn't speak for a block. There are times when silence is dead weight. There are times when it's a blanket you pull around both of you and it warms enough to stand it. People look in rearview mirrors for all kinds of reasons. Some look only when they're changing lanes. Some glance every 10 seconds from old habit. That night they looked because something told them to look and something else told them not to. In the mirror a street lamp cut a sharp circle out of the dark. In that circle was a shape that might have been a coat the wrong color for a warm night. Or it might have been a memory that had decided to practice showing itself. They did not check a second time to decide which. They let their eyes settle on the road. They let their eyes count the crushed cups in the gutter and the plastic bag caught under a tire, and the oil-slick shining rainbow in a puddle that would be gone by morning. The world is a lot of small things. You can stay in it if you count them slowly. A woman walked toward them on the sidewalk on the right. She wore cheap headphones around her neck, not in her ears, and a blue satchel across her chest. She moved with the tired care of someone who had closed the store by turning the sign and counting the drawer twice. She kept her head down and watched her feet so she wouldn't catch a toe on a broken patch. The cruiser rolled by. Neither officer looked at her longer than you look at any stranger late at night in a part of town where everyone looks at each other for different reasons. They drove on. Sparrow thought of the hands without wanting to think of them, and they came like a song you hate, and therefore know all the words to. She pressed her tongue to the roof of her mouth and thought of the academy range, the way you kept both eyes open, the way the paper target had a center, the way you pulled, not jerked. She thought of the way she could not move when she had needed to most. Shame came up quick and then settled down, not because it had softened but because it had nowhere useful to go. Whatever that thing had been, it had walked into her head and found a switch it shouldn't have had permission to touch. She had not planned for that in any class. No one had. It got in, she said without meaning to say it out loud. What? Henriksen asked. She shook her head. Nothing. She put her hand back on the wheel like she had taken it off, though she hadn't. He stared at his hands like they had written something and he was trying to read it. He rubbed at his right shoulder where the recoil would bloom into a bruise tomorrow. I don't know what I shot, he said. He didn't expect her to answer. He didn't want anyone to tell him a word for it. I know what it wasn't, she said. It wasn't what we were sent to find. She meant a man with a sad body and a worse habit. She meant a joke that wasn't funny. She meant something you could fix by putting someone in a cell and then pushing the door shut with a slam that rattled the bars in your bones, and then you could go get a sandwich and feel like you had pinned a small corner of the world back to the corkboard. They made the left on Bay. The coffee shop was 2 blocks ahead, bright inside in a way that let people still believe the clock said weeknight. She pulled in and parked. Either of them moved. They sat with the engine ticking and the heater throwing out a dry air that didn't reach their fingers. After a while, she said, You coming? He said, Give me a second. She sat with him and let the second be a minute and then more. Then they went in together. The bell over the door made a friendly sound it had made 7,000 times that week. The woman behind the counter wore a sweater with a coffee cup embroidered on it. She said, What can I get you folks? With a voice that said she'd say it 30 more times before dawn and mean it each time. Sparrow said, 2 coffees, and then, because she had promised it to herself, and cheesecake. The big one. The woman smiled like that was the right order for people who needed something silly to put in front of them. They took a booth far from the window. They put their backs to the wall. They drank 2 hot coffee and burned their tongues and felt grateful for the sting because it was real and immediate and didn't ask for interpretation. They ate cold sweet cake and didn't taste most of it. Neither said, What do you think it was? Neither said, What if it follows us? Neither said, It will be under a different street lamp tomorrow. They didn't have to. The question sat at the table with them and behaved for once, like children who understand the rules for a night. When they were done, she paid. When they stepped back out into air that had a sharper edge than before, they each looked up and down the street one extra time. Then they got back in the car and drove toward home. On Jenkins Street, a lamp made a pale circle on the cracked concrete. In that circle was the empty line where a belt had dragged and left a dark smudge, and the glitter of 3 small pieces of glass a heel had pressed. The air moved. A bag rustled against the fence and startled a cat that wasn't there. A young woman with a blue satchel kept walking, her shadow stretching long and thin behind her, and the city did what cities do at that hour. It drew its breath and held it, and waited to see who would release it next. Every morning felt like the same morning. He pulled on faded jeans, a white t-shirt, and a ball cap, grabbed his bag, slid his aviator sunglasses onto his face, and jogged to the bus. The bus wasn't just a ride for him. It was the place he hunted. He sat by the window with music in his ears and watched the neighborhoods slide past, house after house, street after street, looking for the one that felt right. In his head, the 2 voices started up like they always did. Tiny Clown sounded playful and mean. Rabbit sounded calm and watchful. They argued about what to pick, about risk, about luck. He just kept scanning through the glass until the bus rolled past a simple white house with a wide bay window. Inside, an elderly woman used a walker to shuffle from the kitchen toward a small table. He felt the click inside himself when a choice landed. Easy, he thought. Quiet. Clean. He got off at the next stop and walked back to look again. He circled the block, watched the driveways, counted lights, checked the sight lines from the street. No visitors. No dog in the yard. Heavy curtains. He filed it all away and rode the bus home, floating in that bright, light feeling that always came over him when a night like this was coming. He changed into black cargo pants and a black hoodie. He pulled a knit cap low. He spent the long hour before sunset winding himself up in the usual ways, letting screens and smoke push his heart rate into that place where he felt untouchable. After 9, he left his trailer and moved through the tree shade along the road. He liked the hunt almost as much as the taking. The house sat dark behind the bay window. The shades were drawn tight, but there was a thin seam where the 2 panels met, and he could see the living room and dining room were black. Good. He circled the house once, then again, patient and quiet, looking for a glow from a TV or a lamp. Everything was off. On the second pass, he found it, a kitchen window propped an inch open with the screen latched but loose. He eased the screen out with his fingers and slid through, landing in the sink with a soft scrape of rubber soles. He dropped onto the linoleum and stood very still, listening. The nightlight in the hall spread a weak gold puddle across the floor. From one of the back rooms came the steady hiss of a machine helping someone breathe. There, Tiny Clown whispered inside his head, delighted. That's our way in. He moved down the short hall and cracked the bedroom door. The old woman lay on her side with a sleep mask crooked over her eyes. The strap of her breathing mask ran around her head. He tugged a bandana up to cover his own face and took 2 long steps to the dresser, quickly checking the surface with a penlight. A small dish held a pair of earrings and a thin pearl necklace. He slipped them into his hoodie pocket and swept the light around the room. Nothing else shone. He turned back, grabbed the mask tube, and yanked it away from her face. She jerked awake and tried to scream. His hand moved before he thought. He snapped the back of his knuckles across her jaw and hissed at her to be quiet. She made another sound, high and raw, and he hit her again, then again, until the sound stopped and the room went still. He didn't want it this way. He needed her awake enough to answer. He looked around fast for something to use and found the bedside lamp. He cut the cord with his pocket knife and tied her wrists. He slid a pillowcase over her head. Then he sat in the corner chair, turned the TV on low, and waited for her to come up out of the dark. It took a long 40 minutes. When she began to twist on the bed, he stood and leaned over her. He told her to listen and to answer and not to lie. She nodded under the pillowcase. He asked about jewels. She said she had none. Her daughter kept those. He asked about money. She said her purse was hidden in the living room beside the couch and the wall. He checked and found nothing and came back hot. She had a dead phone in her hand. The cord he had already cut hung from the base like a tail. He gagged her and pressed her face into the mattress until the shaking slowed, then warned her one more time. She pointed at the second drawer of the dresser. He threw socks and clothes onto the floor, then found an envelope tucked at the back. A quiet stack of bills went into his hoodie. He asked if there was anything else. She shook her head. He believed her. He told her he would leave her tied for a while and that she should stay put and keep quiet. If she told anyone, he would know, and he would come back. If he came back, it would be worse. He pulled another pillowcase down over her head, stood a minute and listened to the soft TV voices and the thin sound of her breathing, then slipped out through the kitchen and into the night. Back home, he laid the jewelry out on the table and counted the cash. Enough to move. He pulled a beer from the fridge, heated the foil, inhaled until the edges blurred, and let the night take him. He woke near noon, sweating in the hard summer heat of the trailer. He found 2 cold nuggets in the box on the counter and chewed them, washed them down with the last warm swallow in the bottle, and turned on the TV to see if anything from last night made the noon news. Nothing. Maybe later. He stuffed most of the cash into the couch cushions, dropped the earrings into his jeans pocket, took one more hit to steady himself, and stepped into the thick air outside. By the time the bus turned onto the block where the White House sat, his shirt stuck to his back. He looked out from behind the window and saw what he expected to see, blue lights. So she had called anyway. Promises didn't mean much to some people. He got off in front of a pawn shop where the fat man behind the glass knew his face. They did the usual dance. A story about a dead mother's necklace. A low offer. A counter. A few extra bills for being loyal. He said thanks and walked into the alley that led to the rougher blocks where people traded cash and goods under nicknames and quick looks. The soup kitchen had a folding table out front. A man with a calm voice and a clean shirt stood on a step and talked about forgiveness and love as if you could pick them up like groceries. He held up a card with an address and told anyone listening to come to a revival at 8 under a big tent on a field. Come hungry and leave fed, he said. Come broken and leave washed. A small crowd drew closer. He watched, amused. He'd seen this before. Maybe he would stop by before he went to work. It couldn't hurt to hear a few words before he did what he had already decided to do. He bought what he needed and rode a different bus through a neighborhood with tidy yards and 2-car driveways. Tiny Clown hummed and then pointed in his head when the right house appeared. Not rich enough to be difficult, not poor enough to be empty. The woman who lived there rode his route sometimes and wore heavy, flashy jewelry and took 2 seats by herself. He decided on her. He went home with his bottle and his bag, did what he always did to bring himself up to the right place, and packed better this time. The penlight, a hunting knife, a bundle of zip ties, and the short pistol in case words failed. He took a dark blue Buick that would blend in and steered it past the tent revival first. The canvas glowed white in the last of the day. People sat on folding chairs facing a small stage. He slipped into the back and listened to the preacher read a line about staying off the path of the wicked. It felt like it had been chosen for him. He watched people rush the stage and get touched on the forehead and start to cry. After, he met the preacher near the edge of the field and told him he liked the show on the street earlier. He asked what the difference was between the two of them. The preacher smiled and said there wasn't one, that God saw them all the same. He turned to go. The preacher said his name. He asked how the man knew it. The preacher said he knew many things. More than Happy might like. Happy walked away with a knot in his stomach and drove across town. By 10, the bedroom light in the house went dark. He sat in the trees and waited. A dog barked once next door and the woman peeked out, then let the curtain fall and the house went still. He found a basement door, shaped his lockpick, and slid the bolt without effort. The kitchen stank of old food. Flies buzzed over piles of dishes. A long knife lay across the stove. He took it and went down the hall. She slept on her side. He slipped into the room and reached for the dresser. He bumped a shoe and she jolted awake and cried out. He pressed the blade to her throat and told her not to scream. He stuffed a gag into her mouth and rolled her onto her stomach and doubled 2 zip ties to fit around her wrists. He told himself there was no reason to mask his face now. She had already seen it. He asked about money. She mumbled. He pulled the gag so she could speak. A safe in the closet, she said. A key in the jewelry box. He found it. The safe held 2 small stacks. It wasn't enough, and he felt the sharp twitch that always came with that. He asked again. She said that was all, that she used a card for everything else. Rabbit told him to slow down. The other voice told him to finish it. He pressed the pistol to her head through a pillow and pulled the trigger. The sound was muffled and quick. He took what there was and left. Sleep didn't sit right after that. When he woke, images from his dreams clung to him. The woman's face, the preacher's voice reading from the Bible, the sound of a small gunshot swallowed by fabric. He sold the jewelry at a different pawn shop and walked back to the corner where the preacher handed out Bibles. The preacher greeted him by name and handed a book to a man who looked like a broken tree. Later, at a bar, the preacher bought him a drink and asked where the car from last night had gone. He asked how Happy made money. Was it legal? The questions got close, then closer. Happy dodged, then admitted he stole for the rush. The preacher said a few things that boiled his blood, then said one more thing that froze it. When Happy was 4 and had his tonsils taken out, he died on the table. Happy stared at him. The preacher smiled again like a doctor who had just shown him an X-ray. He said what was said there stayed there. That night, a tall figure in a dark hood moved down the alleys while Happy stayed home and sank into his own smoke and drink. 2 men pitched coins and laughed until the shadow stopped in front of them. The figure said God had sent him. They laughed harder and told him to get lost. A blade flashed once, then once again. When the figure walked back into the light, 2 bodies lay against the wall, faces tipped toward the night sky. The itch returned. He wanted something closer and simple. Across the street from his trailer, a woman he had watched for months jogged most evenings and worked late nights at a chain restaurant. He knew when she came home and when she turned off her light. He crossed the empty road, slid the unlocked glass door aside, and walked to her bed. He expected a spike of thrill when he touched the edge of her thigh and traced the ink there with his fingers. The feeling didn't come. He pressed his hand over her mouth and told her not to scream. She moved and sound pushed up into his palm. He turned her over to tie her wrists, and she kicked and twisted, and the butt of the pistol came down hard before he thought. He checked for breath and found none. He stared at her for a long time. He told himself there was nothing left to do but finish what he had promised himself to do. He violated her, and then he went through her drawers and closet. A shoebox on a shelf held the week's tip money. He took it, covered her with a sheet out of some twisted idea of respect, and went back across the street. Sunday, he opened the front door to a headline about a young woman found dead alone in her bed. He cut the story out and slid it under a magnet with the others. Rabbit told him she would have lived if she had listened. Tiny Clown told him to cheer up. He had made the news. Later that morning, a news van set up in front of the soup kitchen. The anchor smiled into the camera about the tent revival and the missing people around Mercer Street. When the camera went dark, she told her cameraman that the people that creeped her out climbed into the van and left. The preacher met Happy's eye and didn't react, but later his voice went flat as he asked who teaches people like that to look down on others. Maybe someone should teach her a lesson, he said, almost gently. Happy studied him. The preacher laughed it off. They walked together that afternoon. The preacher showed him a boarded-up doorway and pulled 2 loose planks aside to reveal a man hidden beneath. He said he was delivering souls to God and ending pain. Happy's first instinct was to end the man who had just said that, but the preacher raised a hand. He said he would be gone by Thursday, and the town would belong to itself again. If Happy stayed quiet, so would he. Happy agreed and said he had an idea about the anchor. The preacher didn't argue. That night, a quick search turned up the anchor's address. He took a sedan and parked 2 blocks away and climbed onto the flat roof over the back porch and slipped through a second-story window. He found a scarf on a chair and pressed tape over her mouth and tied her wrists, and told her it would go fast if she didn't fight. The 2 voices told him to slow down. He pressed the knife tip to her left cheek and drew a shallow line, then matched it on the right. A baby cried from the next room, thin and sharp. He ripped the tape from the woman's mouth and asked how old. 6 months, she gasped, and begged to be let up. He couldn't think past the crying. He paced and scratched at his scalp with the barrel of the pistol, and then made a terrible choice. He put the gun to the back of her head and pulled the trigger. The crying rose and filled the house like an alarm. He fled without touching anything else, pushed by the sound down the stairs and out the door and into the car and away. That same night, the preacher put on his cloak and walked into the alleys. He paused where a young woman knelt in the shadows with a man, offered her Jesus, and when she laughed, pressed a sweet-smelling rag over her face until she sagged. He laid her in an empty building and walked back to his cot under the tent, pleased with what he told himself he had done. The next morning, the paper printed the anchor's name and the bare facts. He cut the column and added it to his pile. He went to the bar early and talked to Earl about leaving town soon. On the bus he saw a woman he recognized right away, a hard woman in a motorized chair who wore too much jewelry and scowled at anyone who looked too long. She lived far outside town where the road ran dark and there were no close neighbors. He decided she would be that night. He hid in the trees behind her house until midnight and walked in through the unlocked back door. The TV glowed under the bedroom door. He pressed his shoulder into the lock until it gave and swung the door open with a scrape. She was awake and holding a shotgun. The blast tore the plaster beside his head. He fired twice without thinking. Both shots hit her neck. The room filled with a wet gurgle as she tried to breathe. He turned on the light and searched. Her purse held $2,000 in cash. A drawer stashed gold and silver. He took everything and stepped into the night. A few cats slipped past his legs. He didn't look back. He celebrated hard and slept late. The next front page carried the anchor's story in bold type. He clipped it, fenced the jewelry for quick cash, and found the preacher again. The preacher quoted a line about inviting the poor and the broken to your table, and being repaid in the next life. Happy said yes when the preacher asked if the old deal still stood. They would leave the next morning. He packed 2 suitcases and a knapsack. Clothes, tools, what little he cared about. Rabbit told him to stop and think. Tiny Clown told him to relax. He helped hand out breakfast, then slipped away to buy enough powder to keep his hands from shaking on the road. By noon, the tent was down and tied to a trailer, and the truck pointed west. 2 hours later, they turned off into a small town called Greenville, with 1 chain restaurant and a stockyard with open space. It would do. A clerk traded a permit for $100. They drove the rough streets and handed out flyers and promised food, a cot, and a wash of holy water. Happy watched who didn't come forward. He had a good eye for dealers. The preacher promised the men dinner and pay if they helped raise the tent. They took 2 clean rooms at the Holiday Inn, planned breakfast from the restaurant across the street, and called it a night. He didn't sleep much. He took a car from the restaurant lot and circled slow until he saw the house he wanted. A pretty old place tucked behind tall hedges. A lock gave way to a thin pick. He stepped into a tidy laundry, then into a kitchen full of yogurt cups and greens. He checked the mantel in the living room and found photos of a young woman and her parents. He walked the hall. All the bedrooms were empty. He took jewelry and left with a hollow feeling that even the drink couldn't fill. At dawn, the preacher backed the truck to the field and handed out boxed meals. A dozen men hauled canvas, set poles, and hammered stakes. Happy tightened ropes and asked how soon they would go door to door. Tomorrow, the preacher said. Happy sold last night's trinkets to the first pawnshop he saw, found a new dealer, and learned the bar's name, Spanky's. He drank and watched the street through the window, and came back in time to hear the sermon. The preacher read a line about rulers bearing the sword for a reason. He splashed holy water on faces and sent people out lighter than they came. Happy stood in the shadows and counted front doors in his head. When the lights under the tent dimmed, the preacher slipped out in his cloak again, breathing through a rag soaked in something old and sharp. Happy waited too, but not for prayer. He stole another car and drove to a clean cul-de-sac and broke a small pane in a back door. He moved slow up the stairs and found the couple asleep. He yanked the man up first, pressed a knife to his throat, and told the woman to keep quiet. He cuffed the man and gagged the woman and asked for money. She gave him what she could reach. He said it wasn't enough. She said there was a safe behind a painting downstairs. He took them down and told her to open it. When the cash hit the coffee table, he cut the husband's throat. The woman gasped, and he wrapped tape tight around her wrists and mouth and pushed her forward over the couch so her face turned toward her dead husband. He did what he had come to do, and then he put a small bullet through the back of her head and left as quietly as he had come. The preacher woke early and drove downtown to pick up breakfast trays. Happy slept late in his tent. By 8, the men under the canvas were eating. After, the preacher packed Bibles and flyers into his little suitcase and shook Happy awake. They worked the downtown first and then drove to a new development and started knocking. Happy learned the pitch in 3 houses and got smooth by the 5th. There's a revival down at the stockyard, he said, and every book helps feed and shelter the homeless. People opened doors for that. Once inside, he let the preacher talk while his eyes did his real work, measuring halls, counting steps, noting locks. By noon they had enough maps in their heads to make the night useful. The preacher said he was going to nap before the evening service. Happy said he would get lunch. He walked alone, fenced a few pieces for cash, ate a sandwich at the bar, and kept checking the door for the dealer he had met the day before. By evening, he still hadn't seen the man, so he watched which doors people used when they bought and waited near one of them. A lean guy stepped out and asked what he needed. He said the number. The guy told him to come up. Rabbit told him to be careful. He followed anyway. The stairwell smelled like old carpet and smoke. Inside, a woman he didn't know lay on a sunken couch with a needle in her arm and stared at the ceiling. Don't mind her, the dealer said. Betsy, he added with a mean laugh, and called her a nickname he thought was funny. He led Happy into a back bedroom where a dirty mattress sat on the floor beside a full ashtray. He pulled a book bag from a closet and set a scale on a crate and weighed pale rocks into a bag. They traded bag for bills and Happy asked if he could smoke there. The dealer shrugged. He sank until sound got soft, and the room tilted and he drifted down into sleep. When he came up, Betsy was pushing him gently and telling him to get some air. He shuffled down the stairs with her and into the alley. He shared and she started to kneel. He was too high to hear Rabbit telling him to stop. The alley filled with a long, thin shadow. He heard the clean, steady click of hard heels on concrete. A voice he knew spoke softly from the dark. May God see you through to heaven, it said. A sweet, chemical smell covered his nose and mouth. The world narrowed and rolled, and then it went out. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. You have one chance. Only one. It's just for you, little one. You don't have to suffer through what's about to come. You can step out of the line of pain that's marching toward the world. All you have to do is listen, and do exactly as I say. It begins the way it always does. First a faint hum in the sky, a buzz that tickles the back of your throat. The hum swells into a deep, shaking tone that crawls into your bones. Then, at full strength, the blast comes, one of the 7 trumpets. Each time a trumpet has sounded, it has started another 3-year stretch of misery. Every cycle was worse than the last. 4 trumpets have already rung out. Now the 5th begins. Before its echo dies, you will be given your door. Take it. When that familiar tickle returns, something will show itself above you. As it falls closer, the tone grows louder and heavier, like a mountain grinding the air. You know what happens after that. But this time, what follows will not be like the last 4 times. Those earlier blasts brought disasters you could name. Earthquakes that tore the ground. Fire from the sky. Plagues. Storms. Horror, yes, but still inside the circle of things you understood. You knew plates make the earth shake. You knew rocks fall from space. You stopped believing that curses call wind, or that a god's anger pushes a hurricane, or that a hex sends a disease. You pushed the old stories away and held on to what you could measure. What approaches now isn't wind or rock or germ. It is an abomination. It is wormwood, the banished one, the destroyer. The Hebrews called him Abaddon. The Greeks called him Apollyon. He holds the key to the bottomless pit, and behind that locked mouth his army has waited since before the first light spread across the void at the words, "Let there be light." Do you remember the first time I spoke to you? It was after the second trumpet. I showed you a place then, 3 pools with an old name, Nakuna Sachita. If you found that place, go there now. There is a rock shelf in the shape of a T. At the ends of the top bar lie 2 pools. At the base, where the stem points down, lies the third. When the moon first raises its red face on the horizon, the water in the 3 pools looks like blood. As the moon climbs, long shadows cross the rock. If you stand at the center of the T, the shadows draw the shape of a body stretched on stone, arms wide, legs together. The rock shows the likeness of a sacrament. Be still. Step into the very center, with 1 foot in each hand, pool, and your heels just above the foot. The pools have names. The pierced left hand, the pierced right hand, the pierced foot. You must be ready to receive the last of them, the pierced abdomen. You will not see the spear. No blade cuts your skin. But you will feel it drive through you. It is not a wound you can touch. The bleeding fills you from the inside. Your body becomes the 4th pool. When you fall into one of the waters. Do not hit dry rock. If you miss and collapse on the stone, you will lose the anointing, and with it, your only door. As punishment for failing, your body will knit itself without a scar, but you will carry a mark like Cain's. Angels will hunt you. Demons will hunt you. You will live the rest of your days chased by both. If you make it, if the pain takes you into the water, you will wake up somewhere else. It will be dark and cold. Candles will make a small light along the walls. You will stand in a stone place lined with wooden pews. At the far end, a high altar waits. You will be on a raised tile at the exact center, where 4 ways meet. Behind you will be 3 tall panes of black glass like mirrors. You will be soaking wet and shaking. There is no time. Time does not move here like it moves where you came from. Look toward the altar. In the dimness, at the far steps, you'll see a figure kneeling. It wears a hood. Its body is long and thin. It is praying. Go forward slowly. If the figure is not in prayer, stop. Do not take another step. If it is not praying, turn and run. It will tear you, and your door will close forever. But if it is whispering and rocking, if it is sunk in its ritual, you may approach. Stop 2 arm lengths away. Kneel. Lower your head. Do not meet its eyes. Wait. Do not speak. It knows you are there. Let it finish. Let it decide if you are allowed to ask. If it judges you unworthy, you will not hear more than a breath before your pain ends. There will be no more to tell. If it allows you, it will ask a single question. Why have you come before me? Answer at once. I seek passage over the bridge. It will pause for a long moment before it speaks again. It will tell you that you lack the knowledge to do such a thing. This is the point where you cannot turn back. Be brave. Say the words you must say. I seek forbidden knowledge. Tell me the image of God. When you speak the forbidden wish, the figure will raise its head. Close your eyes. Lock them. The hood will shift and creak like dry branches bending. You will hear the slow rasp of its breathing. Its hands will slide through the air over your body, mapping your shape without touching you. It will lean close. It will hover. Then a dry, cracked hand will cup your cheek, and another will slide behind your head and spread from your neck to your crown. Even with your eyes shut, even without seeing a mouth, you will feel the grin. You will feel the pleasure it takes in what it holds. It will lift you by the wrists, as if you weighed nothing. The grip hurts and thrills at once. You will hang in front of it. Its breath is a powder that stings your skin. Saliva, heavy and slow, will drop down, spatter, string, break. A tongue like a scabbed slug will slide out from beneath the hood. It will drag across your face. hunting the places where your eyelids meet. It wants in. It wants to enter through your eyes. Keep them closed. The rough tongue will press and push until your head throbs with pressure. It will scrape along the folds at the corners of your lids. It will pry at the seams with thin, scabby ridges that feel like 100 small fingers kneading the skin. Something will pop. A pocket of rot will break and run hot down your cheeks like tar. It burns a little. The tongue pulses against your lids, insistent, hungry, obscene. Then the tongue will pull back. There will be stillness. Keep your eyes closed. Don't speak. Wait. You will hear a low sound then, not exactly a song, not exactly a voice. More like a hum that carries words just under the tone. Listen. If you are quiet enough, the language will split open into meaning. It will tell you an old thing in plain words. That when people, sons of Adam, filled the world, the angels, the children of heaven, watched them. Some of those bright ones stared too long. They fell in love with what had been made. They spoke to each other and said, "Let us choose from among them. Let us take for ourselves." It will tell you they were driven by a kind of hunger and thirst they had never felt. They swore to break their place, all of them together, and they came down to the peak called Artis, on Mount Armin. They ate what men grew. They took what men built. They gave too much. They taught sorcery and chants. They taught metal and medicine. They showed how to draw numbers into shapes, how to lay stones in arches, how to tear power from the heart of a rock and from the smallest sip of the sea. They unshackled the human mind. They told men they could be free of the Father. And people loved them for it. People wrapped their arms around them in return. They held each other. They rolled joy and filth together so tightly that no one could tell them apart. All of this came with a cost. The Creator looked down and saw wounded work. He reached into the weave of reality. He twisted it. He reset lines that had been straight and rethreaded loops that had been simple. Fate changed. A new end lay ahead, fire and brimstone, bodies that burned forever, minds that never slept, a lake with no bottom. The fallen and the ones who followed them were judged and sentenced. But the fallen had learned a secret while they were here. They had learned man. They had found salvation in the thing they had touched. They shaped people and grew them into their own image. When those children were ready, they made them giants. Nephilim. You will feel the hood lean closer until you can sense the shadow right at your ear. The whisper will come as soft as breath. I will give you what you asked? This is a seed and it grows lies. It is the same lie that rose at the very start and split good from evil. With this seed, you can bend the rules the Creator set into the universe. Even He is bound by what He made. With this seed, you can hide in the open and slip past an all-seeing eye and a mind that knows every path. But if I put this in your hand, you will be tied to me. Forever. Then it will give you the answer in words so old they sound strange. Thou art not of the image. When the whisper goes silent, you will be alone. Open your eyes slowly. The altar in front of you will have split down the middle. A dark opening waits inside. The swelling in your side, where the invisible spear entered you, will be the size of an apple now. You do not have much time. Go into the altar. Pass the gap. A wide space drops into a ravine. The bottom is a bed of thick black thorns that move as if wind pushes them, even though there is no breath of air. The points shine wet. Do not test them. They carry poison. Across the middle of the thorns, a narrow path rises like a spine. It is just wide enough for your feet. Walk it carefully. The path ends at steps. The steps climb to a high platform shaped like a temple floor. At the top sit 4 thrones. On each throne rests a living creature. Their bodies are covered front and back with eyes. 6 wings grow from each of them, and even under the feathers there are eyes. The first is like a lion. The second is like an ox. The third is like a man. The fourth is like a great eagle. In front of each throne, a figure kneels on the stone with its face lifted and arms stretched out wide and up. Chains with barbs dig into its wrists and shoulders and pull the arms back into a pose of worship. The skin is bleached white, scar over scar from head to bare foot. A dirty red cloth hangs from the waist. A curved blade is gripped in each hand. Branded on the back is a mark that looks like a cross with hooks at the ends. They are called the Bayish. It is better for you that you only see their backs. Move past them quietly. Long ago, they were men. For kings. Each ruled a country soaked with blood. Their people fed their hunger for land, power, and glory. They were spoiled, giant children, clawing their Mother Earth as they drained her black milk. In the end, the four were snatched away and fixed here like figures of stone. Now they must bow. They must worship what they once demanded others worship. For every son they sent to die, their skin blisters again. For every daughter crushed under their greed, their eyes sting under a rain of invisible stings, again and again. They will stay still unless they are awakened. If they wake, they will not show mercy. All at once, the creatures on the thrones lift a key. Each key has a shape at its head, and each creature speaks a single word. Choose. Choose now. Choose once. Choose quickly. The lion holds out a key and says, acquiesce. The ox holds out a key and says, Leviathan. The man holds out a key and says, Clithridiate. The eagle holds out a key and says, Sithurisma. While the last word is still echoing, you will hear a dry crackle behind you. It is the whisper of dead skin moving. Chains will clank to the floor. The Bayish are waking. Pick. You will know which word pulls you. There is no time to doubt. Take the key. Run. The sound behind you will sharpen into hiss and gurgle. Blades will cut the air, and then the back of your shirt. Blood will fill your mouth and your nose as your wound opens wider. Run. Faster. Don't stop until you reach the church where you first woke. When you see the dark glass, go straight for it. Do not slow. Hit the mirror with your whole weight and head. Do not look back. No matter what you hear, do not turn to see. You will wake on the rock shelf again. The 3 pools are gone. The ground inside their circles is dry and cracked. The moon is straight overhead and red, covering the whole plain in a faint copper light. Far away, on the flat earth, a bright spear of light will point up into the sky. It will only burn while the moon is still red. As the color drains from the moon, the light will fade. I am sorry for the pain, little one. It hurts to ask more of you. Your body shakes. You have nothing left to give. But you must give more. You must reach that light before the last of the red covers it. This is what I'm here for. Hear my voice, not the pain. Get up. Walk. Now. He is here. Even from miles off, his coming knocks you to your knees. Abaddon steps close. The air itself leans. Get up. There is no time. He is thinking only of you. The shining beam rises from an arch standing alone on the open earth. Inside the arch is a huge door, a door with no wall around it, standing by itself in emptiness. You have the key. Get to the door before the red leaves the moon and the light goes out. Your breath rattles in your chest. Your side is heavy and hot. Your mouth is full of blood. Keep moving. Put the key in. Pull. It won't turn all the way. That's fine. You only need it to move enough to pull the door open a crack. Your hands slide on the handle. Wipe them, try again. Pull, pull, pull. There. Squeeze through. Turn and drag it shut. Lock it. The light outside dies as the moon turns pale. It is done. If you press your ear to the thick wood, you will hear a far sound like a billion small wings beating or a swarm tearing itself apart. You will hear scraping. You will hear fists and bodies hit the door. Then you will hear screaming, and then nothing. Behind you, a long tunnel fades into bright light. Walk toward the light and take what you earned. When you step out, your eyes will blur with white. Warm air will brush your face, gentle for the first time in years. Water will whisper beside you. The valley in front of you will be clean and green, hills rolling with a patchwork of flowers and colors so pure they almost ring like bells to look at. A clear pool shines under the sun. You will kneel and scoop water into your hands and drink. Your cracked lips will soften. The water will taste sweet, and your throat will feel a small shock with each swallow, like a tiny spark without pain. A smell will drift from a grove of trees on the far edge of the pool. It will be new and perfect, and pull you like a hand on your chest. In those trees stands one unlike any other. Its leaves will not curl or fade. Its skin will never crack. Its fruit is red and beautiful. As you walk toward the trees, you will see them. A man and a woman naked, walking hand in hand between the trunks. You will step behind a bush without knowing why. You will watch them pass in the clear light without shame. You will look back at the tree you came for. In the center of the grove, beside it, another tree rises, just as strong and tall, but it carries a weight in the air around it, as if even the breeze keeps a careful distance. You will know, even without saying the names, what this place is. Something in your pocket will hum against your skin. You will take out the key you chose. In the half-light of the grove, you will see its head clearly. At first you thought it was a sideways 8, a simple sign for forever. It isn't. It's a serpent eating its own tail, looped into the shape of infinity. The jewel that marks the serpent's eye will spark as you turn it in your hand. The fruit in your other hand will shine in the green shade. The meaning will open inside you. All of it at once. You will know why you were led. You will know why you were born. You will know why you were hurt, and why you were saved. The Creator intends to end His work. He said as much from the start. He promised to bind His enemies, and cast them into the lake of fire forever. The trumpets are a clock counting down to the end He set. Those who were branded His enemies have fought the end with everything they are. How do you resist one who sees every branch of every path, and knows every outcome before it begins? You don't strike him. You use His own laws. When He made the world, He wrote rules into it. To make a world that holds together, He had to bind Himself to those rules. He cannot break them without unmaking what He made. The fallen learn that the only way to stop the end is to break the chain of events that runs toward it. They found 2 points far apart, and tied them together to make a bridge. They push you across it. When you choose at the end, the chain doesn't keep going. It stops. It resets. It begins again. It never reaches Judgment Day. It loops. Again and again and again. That is the only shape stronger than fate, a circle that eats itself. People use the name for that circle, Lucifer. But here you see it more clearly. It isn't a person in the way you are. It's a pattern. It's time with its teeth in its tail. It is the only thing that can say no to a divine plan coming straight down the middle of a line. It is infinity, forever standing in the path. You won't need to turn around to feel the presence behind you. It will be there close, but it won't hurt you now. It will set something heavy and cold in your hand. You look down at the serpent key, and then at the fruit. The awareness is complete. You understand the last step. You will wonder, for half a breath, how many times you have stood here. How many loops. How many trumpets. How many pools. How many mirrors shattered with your body. How many times you ran under a red moon and pulled the door open with bloody hands. How many times you stood in this shade, looking at these two. Man was made in the image of God. You are not of the image. You are the serpent. You are Nephilim. A whisper as soft as a mother's hand in your hair comes right to your ear. 5 words, no more. Make them eat, little one. I started working at the county morgue the same September most of my friends packed their cars and drove off to college. Classrooms made my leg bounce and my eyes drift to the window. I also didn't want my mother paying for me anymore. We had been on food stamps when I was younger, and that stays with you. She had a steady job by then as the assistant to Mayor Keller, but we were still careful with money. No big vacations. The cheapest phone plan. Coupons in a drawer. When she brought home a printed job listing from her office and slid it across the table, she smiled and said, "Remember the worms?" I did. After heavy rains, I used to crouch on the sidewalk and poke at dead earthworms with a twig, surprised by how their insides weren't just jelly. It wasn't exactly the kind of memory that screams, "Future morgue worker," but it made both of us laugh. I filled out the application because it felt like something I could do with my hands and my head at the same time. When 2 weeks passed with no reply, I figured that was that. Then our old house phone rang. They wanted me Monday. I thought maybe I'd written a good cover letter. I didn't understand then why no one had interviewed me. That afternoon turned slow and gray. Rain clouds settled over our street, and the light went the color of dishwater. I meant to turn on a show, but instead I watched the sky until I dozed on the couch. When I woke up, the news was on. A helicopter camera drifted over the wide bend of the Bluesh River, and the words across the bottom said Knob-Nose No-Hill presumed dead. My mom sat on the arm of the couch with a ladle in one hand and a dish towel in the other. A blob of baked beans slid off the ladle and landed on her knee, but she didn't look down. "Check the caverns," I said at the television without thinking. She let out a quick breath through her nose. That meant I'd made her smile. Knob-Nose Noel had been presumed dead before. He ran a quiet little empire out in the hills. Every few years people got excited and said he'd finally been caught, and then he would show up again with the same calm face and the same careful way of doing business. He was not a man who rushed. He was the sort of person who could sit at a kitchen table with a folded napkin under his glass and talk about the weather while everyone else in town wondered where the money came from and where it went. The mayor gave speeches about doing things the right way. Police cars drove the roads near the mountain pass for a while. Then life slid back into its old rhythm. I was bursting to tell my mom I had a job, but I wanted to say it when she looked me in the eye. When I finally said it over plates of cheap pasta, she clapped and said we should go to the Red Box like we did when I was little. We watched some movie and made fun of the acting. In the morning she changed. She stayed at the table with both hands around her coffee mug and didn't meet my eyes. "You sure you want to do this?" she asked. The way she said it made me think I could still back out. I could hear a softer version of my own voice saying, "No," and heading back to my room. Instead, I said, "Yeah," even though my throat was tight. She drove me to the county building in silence, and let me out at the side entrance, the one near the steel ramp. The morgue was not like TV. It was clean but not harsh. The overhead lights were warm. The walls were beige. There was the sting of chemicals in the air and the quiet hum of vents. Steel drawers lined one wall. A big sink sat to the left. A broad-shouldered man in a blue gown was there, washing a human torso. He turned it under the faucet like someone rinsing a large bowl, careful and used to the weight. At first I couldn't make it fit in my mind. The skin looked like wax. Then my eyes caught the clean slices at the neck and shoulders and the rougher line across the lower belly where bones showed like a white hinge. "That one on the sternum," the man said, and I realized he was talking to a woman in a lab coat who stood near a stainless table. "You can't mistake it. Test the ink anyway," she said. "I want the composition on file. If anyone tries to stir trouble at the inquest, I'm not giving them free ground to stand on." They both turned toward me at the same time, as if the air shifted. The man dried his hands and smiled like I was exactly the person he expected. He introduced himself as Dr. Loudon, the forensic pathologist. The woman was the coroner, Dr. Merle. Her hair was pulled back with a wide band, and she had the kind of steady glance that made you keep your shoulders straight. Before either of them could say more, the door opened fast and slammed the stop on the wall. A red-haired woman slipped past the receptionist's outstretched hand. Her eyes ran over the metal drawers and then found the table. "I have to see him," she said, already moving. "Please, Mrs. Noel," the coroner said, catching her arm. "We're not ready." I had never seen a person held together by both grief and anger at the same time the way she was. She smelled like coffee that had gone cold. A stain ran down the front of her blouse where it must have spilled on her way in. Her hair dye had grown out to a strip of gray at the scalp. She stepped toward the table anyway. They let her. She didn't cry when she saw the tattoo on the torso. Her mouth pressed flat. She stared at that mark for a long time and then asked where the head was. The coroner said searchers had found something in the caverns. The woman's eyes went far away and then came back. "I knew it," she said softly. "Tanner didn't believe me. Now he's gone too." They took her out a side door. The room fell into a careful quiet, like after a loud jar drops and doesn't break. I stood there with the smell of disinfectant in my nose and a little shake in my hands. Dr. Loudon touched his jaw, a habit I would learn, and said, "Sure?" He showed me the tools and the drawers and the way to log samples. He walked me past the rules on the wall, and then gave me a stack of forms. By that night everyone knew the mobster was dead. No one was talking about the neat cuts or the missing parts. That part stayed inside our beige room with the hum of the vents. The story grew somewhere else instead. People started saying the name of the mayor's challenger like it tasted new. Timothy Doyle. He had the kind of face that made my mom's friends call him handsome, but he reminded me of boys in old movies who pushed people into lockers. He had left town to become a surgeon and then returned wearing sharp suits and a thin smile. He had a clean slate message that made the word, old, sound like a sickness. Yard signs went up. Ads ran during the news. My mom frowned and turned the volume down. When the paper printed a poll that put Doyle ahead, she left a cheap motel memo pad on the table with numbers scratched on it. In a box labeled income, she had written a small figure next to the word unemployment. Beneath it was my new salary, crossed out. I went outside and threw a rock at one of the signs and felt a little better. Pieces of Tanner arrived at the morgue a few days later. We took delivery of the lower half first. It was heavy and waterlogged from lying too long in the creek. His left arm came that afternoon. The torso followed right as my shift ended. We waited for his mother to come when we had the head. She showed up the next day with her hair done and her nails fresh. She carried a long garment bag like a promise. She smoothed her son's hair as if he could feel it, then touched the zipper on the bag. "When it's my turn," she said, "I want to be buried in this." "Ma'am," Dr. Loudon began, and then stopped because she already knew the question. "If you think someone is..." "I know both things," she said. "I know who and I know I'm next." She looked at him in a way that was both warm and hard. "And I know who to trust. Don't ruin that." After she left, I asked if she shouldn't be hiding. "I don't think she's the hiding kind," he said. We went back to work. He showed me how to hold the small saws and where to lay the notes, so the ink didn't smear. He kept his voice easy but his eyes on the edges of things. When he lifted one of the cut arms and turned it, he frowned and leaned close. "That's odd," he said. He pointed at the top of the bone. Set into the end of it was a dull metal disc, round and the size of a large button. The flesh around it was puffy. He rolled the arm, then ran a gloved finger along a faint line of dots in the skin just above where the limb had been cut. "See that?" he asked. "Stitches?" I said. "Exactly. Whoever cut this woman later used the same line. Whoever did the cutting knew how to use a clean tool and a steady hand." He touched his jaw again. "I've had a feeling from the beginning." The words came out of me before I decided to say them. "Timothy Doyle is a surgeon." The sentence hung there and made me feel foolish. He didn't react, not really. His lenses caught the light so I couldn't see his eyes. "He is," he said in a mild voice, and then he handed me a clipboard. "Let's document what we can document." In the middle of labeling a slide, his phone buzzed against his coat. He pressed it to his ear and stepped out with a quiet, "Excuse me." I didn't hear it ring. I stood alone in that beige room with the drawers and the sink and the soft thrum of air. My eyes slid to the table where we had set one of the woman's arms aside. Curiosity has a way of taking your elbow and steering you without asking permission. I moved closer and saw the same disc on the torso side where the arm should join. The base of the neck had another. Inside the open torso and along the pelvis were thin strips of metal, not quite discs, but placed where the body would meet itself. It all fit together in my head in an instant. I took out my flip phone to snap a picture. The screen blinked and broke into colorful blocks. The battery got hot under my fingers. The phone buzzed without a call, and I dropped it into my bag because it scared me. All I could think was that my mom would be furious that I'd ruined a phone we could barely afford. The thought came and went like a wave against a dock. Something else rose up that was bigger. I lined up the left arm and pressed the disc toward the one on the torso. The magnets snapped together with a firm click that surprised me. The sound went up my arms and into my teeth. I did the same with the right. The hand slid very gently against my wrist after I let go, the way a sleeping person shifts without waking. I told myself it was a reflex. I told myself all kinds of things as I pushed the legs into place and set the thin strips together like the edges of a clasp. When I scooped the softened organs back into the body and closed what I could, the feet twitched under the sheet. When I set the head onto the disc at the base of the neck, her eyelids fluttered and her mouth pulled into small, strange shapes. If I had wanted to faint in my life, it would have been that second. Instead, I backed up until my hip hit the counter, and then I moved forward again because standing still felt worse. The garment bag was on a chair by the wall. I opened it and slid out the dress she had mentioned. It wasn't what I expected. The black fabric was heavy, yes, but the inside was fitted with a built-in harness like something from a stage show. Straps ran through the bodice and down the waist, sturdy and warm, and for a second I thought that was my hands from nerves. I worked the dress over her limbs, talking under my breath the way you do when you're trying to fasten tiny buttons. When the harness settled and I smoothed the skirt, the twitching slowed. Her face looked like someone had finally taken a stone off her chest. "Shoes," I said out loud. "You didn't bring shoes." It made me laugh a little in a shaky way because I was standing in a room no one would believe, worried about bare feet. I went to the sink and splashed water on my face. When I turned around, the table was empty. I didn't scream then. I only did that when I felt the air move at my shoulder. She stood there, an arm's length away. She rotated to face me in a slow turn that wasn't graceful but wasn't clumsy either. Her eyes were wet and not steady in their sockets, but they stayed on me. She didn't open her mouth. She took 2 small steps, then another, then found the door by instinct more than sight. I could have hit an alarm. I could have stood in front of her. I thought of my mother at the kitchen table with the small calculator and the motel pad of paper, the number scratched out under the word income. I thought of campaign signs and clean slate speeches. I thought of a woman who walked in with a garment bag and told us exactly how she planned to leave. The receptionist found me an hour later. She said Dr. Loudon had a family emergency. She said I could go home. I nodded and walked out into the late afternoon, where the sun had come back and the sidewalks were drying into pale lines. At home, the televisions in every living room in town showed the same scene: Timothy Doyle under bright lights, hair crisp, voice unsteady. He was ending his campaign, he said. He had things to learn. He would not be the mayor. I thought about the door to his office opening to show a woman in a black dress and no shoes, her eyes fixed on him like a message he couldn't ignore. I felt a little sorry for him. Then my mother came through the door humming, and we drove to the grocery store to rent a movie and buy a carton of orange juice. She didn't have to recalculate the paper on the table. We were safe for now. I thought it would stop there because stories like neat ends. It didn't. Pieces of Timothy Doyle began to arrive at the morgue the way the Noels had, wrapped, labeled, heavy. The cuts were not as smooth. The lines did not match the previous ones. Someone had used a different tool and a rougher hand. Most of his small teeth were missing. The coroner stood very still and said copycat, like a bad taste she wanted out of her mouth. The pathologist touched his jaw and said, inconclusive, to the empty air while he peered at the edges. The coroner left the room as if the floor had tilted. I wrote down what he told me to write. We buried the woman who had come back to finish what she had promised with the dress she had chosen. We sent her into the ground hole. The days after slipped back into their old rhythm in public. The mayor kept his seat. Yard signs thinned. The news moved on to a parade that happened every year whether anyone watched it or not. Inside the morgue, the room had the same hum, the same shelves, the same neat drawers with brushed metal fronts. I wiped counters and cleaned instruments and checked temperatures. I kept thinking about magnets and stitches and how certain people prepare for the worst in a way that looks like hope. I thought of a woman who decided the rules of bodies and doors did not apply to her if she could help it. I also thought about that warm harness sewn into the dress and how careful the pieces in her body had been placed. None of that happens by accident. Someone in town had ordered those components. Someone had wired and soldered and checked the fit. I did not ask questions about where those skills lived. I noticed which names people did not say out loud. I noticed who kept touching his jaw when anyone else asked a question with the word why at the front of it. It is not my job to run down the hall and point at people. It is my job to log a sample and close the drawer exactly as I found it. When a person turns up in parts, you learn a strange form of respect. You learn to hold a wrist the way you would hold a bird so you don't crush it, and it doesn't fly. You learn to talk to families in a low voice and stand where the light doesn't glare into their eyes. You learn to say, "We'll do right by them," and mean it, even when right looks nothing like the picture you had in your head. You learn, too, that people in a town pretend not to know what they know because pretending makes daily life easier. It lets you buy milk and wave to your neighbor and talk about the weather without your mouth going dry. One morning, I pulled a drawer open to check a tag and found myself looking at the black dress folded in a clear garment bag. For a second I thought someone had made a mistake, but the label said personal effects and the paperwork said the same. Families send clothes they want their people buried in. Sometimes we keep those clothes in a drawer for a day or two before the funeral home comes for them. I laid my hand on the bag the way you might lay a hand on a fence post you pass every day. The dress felt heavy even through the plastic. I thought of harness straps warming under my palms and felt a twinge of something I didn't have a name for that wasn't fear. The county quieted. The sound of the river on the news became a weather story again. Searchers kept their boots in dry closets. Reporters looked for angles. The metal drawers shut and opened. Bodies came in, whole and broken, old and young. The beige walls stayed beige. The vent hummed. The only thing that changed for good was the small shape of my life. I woke early and ironed my blouse in the bathroom with the shower steam. I packed a sandwich and an apple in a brown bag. I learned to put my hair into a bun that didn't fall when I bent over a table. I took notes that were neat enough for a judge to read. I began to sleep at night without waking up to check the lock twice. Every so often I caught a glimpse of the mayor on television at a ribbon cutting. My mother stood with a clipboard just outside the camera's frame. The set of her mouth was looser. When I asked her how her day was, she said, "Busy," and smiled in a way that did not hold a warning. I stopped throwing rocks at signs because the signs were gone. I stopped flinching when a phone buzzed, though I kept my new cheap phone far from magnets on principle. I put the old broken one in a drawer and forgot it until it fell forward one afternoon, the battery swollen into a strange little pillow. I dropped it in the trash and washed my hands, not because I had touched anything dangerous, but because I do that now without thinking. The thing about small towns is that they remember. Not always with words. Sometimes with a shared glance when a song comes on the radio that everyone knows but pretends is just background noise. Sometimes with a new habit, like the way the receptionist now keeps a pair of slippers in the cabinet for families who come late. Sometimes in the way people tell stories that don't name names. I don't know what people will say one day about what happened that fall. Maybe they'll say a candidate got scared out of his run by his conscience. Maybe they'll say the Knowles met the end that was always waiting for them. Maybe they'll say a doctor did a bad thing, and then someone did a worse one in return. Maybe they'll say nothing. A lot of maybe lives under the neat labels we stick to the corners of things. There are a few facts I keep that do not change when the story does. A woman came in through the side door and told us how she wanted to leave. She had planned for a long time. The plan had parts, metal set into bone, stitch lines that matched the cut of a careful blade, a dress with a hidden heart. She had a son and a husband and a town full of people who looked at their shoes when certain names were said. She did not ask for permission. She did not ask anyone to call what she did good. She only asked to finish what she believed was left undone. Another fact. A man who said he knew how to fix things stood under bright lights and told the county he was not ready. A third. Pieces of that same man arrived at my place of work and the edges of those pieces did not match the others. There is a children's line about horses and men and putting things back together. I thought of it when I stood over the last tray with the last label. It sounded different in my head than it did when I was small. It sounded like the plain truth, and not a rhyme at all. Time passed. Leaves turned. The town settled into the softer part of the year where people make soup and wear their good sweaters. I kept coming to work. I kept washing my hands. I kept touching the edge of my jaw when I thought too much, the way I'd seen someone do, and then I stopped because I didn't like the way the habit felt. I learned the name of the person at the front desk who takes deliveries and the name of the person at the funeral home who whistles when he carries a suit bag. I learned the names of the cleaners and the security guard who listens to baseball on a small radio at night. I learned where the spare key to the drawer room hangs and when not to use it. There are days I think about the 1 hour I spent staring at a door and not moving. I remember the way the light down the hall looked too white, the way the buzzer on the far wall sounded louder than it ever had before. I remember wondering if my legs would work if I told them to. I remember the feeling that something in the room was bigger than me and older than me and not impressed with me, and at the same time, that it needed my hands to do a small, exact thing. Sometimes the memory makes me feel braver than I am. Sometimes it makes me feel like a tool someone picked up and put down, and then I decide that maybe being a tool is all humans are when we are lucky. We fit where we fit. We hold what we can. We pass something along. Once, very late, I thought I heard a soft scrape against the floor in the hallway like bare feet. It could have been the janitor's mop. It could have been my imagination catching up to me. It could have been nothing. I did not go out to check. I stayed in the beige room with the hum of the vents, and lined up 3 cassette-sized boxes on a tray because that was what needed doing. The next morning the sun came up over Blue Ash the way it always does, and people put on their jackets and went to work, and a woman at a gas station bought coffee and a muffin for her child and reminded him to hold her hand in the parking lot. Not every story has a clean lesson. People want them to. They want to point and say, "There. That's where it turned." They want to make charts of what led to what. They want a paragraph at the end that tells them the meaning. I don't have that to give. I have the memory of a warm harness under my palms and the sound of magnets finding each other, and the way my heart beat in my throat when a woman in a black dress opened a door without waiting to be invited. I have the quiet that fell over a town when a man on television said he was done, and I have the way my mother's shoulders loosened and how she hummed as she rinsed our plates. I have the line that my mind says now when I close a drawer, "We did what we could, and then we closed the door." All the king's horses, all the king's men. For some people there is no putting them back together again. And for one woman, once, there was, just long enough for her to finish the thing she started, and to walk out into the bright hall light on bare, quiet feet. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. The handheld game in her palms went black without warning. 1 second a boss fight flashed across the tiny screen. The next, only her own face looked back. The batteries had died again. She let out a long breath and snapped the cartridge out by habit, then slid the whole thing into her backpack and zipped it shut. Most afternoons this car was a bright, noisy river. Men loosened ties and stared at the floor. Girls like her in the same sailor collar uniform traded snacks and gossip. A baby usually cried from 3 seats down. Somebody laughed too loud. The overhead bar hummed. Today there was only the dull roll of wheels and her own breathing. She looked left, then right. Empty rows, empty windows. Even the old poster above the door, some faded warning about not rushing the doors, seemed to watch her in a quiet way. She pressed a finger to the glass, expecting to feel the thrum of other riders through the seat. Nothing. The air felt still, as if the whole train had taken in a breath and forgotten to let it go. She turned to the window to give herself something to do besides listen to her heartbeat. Evening should have been gold, soft and warm. Instead the world outside was already night, deep and thick like ink. Street lamps should have flicked on in neat lines by now. Trees and embankments slid past like the edge of a dream. Her stomach tightened. Had she fallen asleep? How long had it been since she boarded? Her mother would be setting rice, stirring miso, glancing at the clock, texting once, twice, 3 times. Her phone battery, of course, had died with the Game Boy. The train slowed, but not with the lift and sigh of the station near home. There was a different weight to it, a drawn-out, gentle drag, as if the driver had glided them onto a bed of leaves. The lights in the car dimmed. The motor quieted. She sat up and gripped the edge of the seat. They stopped in a darkness thick enough to taste. No platform, no map board, no chimes. Through the glass she made out tree trunks close together, and brush pressed up against an embankment. A narrow path cut the green, squeezed between 2 big rocks. There was a bit of earth tamped down there, the sort of footpath people might take if they always took it. Beyond, through a break in the trees, something shaped like roofs made a low line against the sky. The doors opened with a soft breath. No announcement. No warning bell. Just the doors opening like a mouth and waiting. She sat very still, as if movement alone might invite something in. It didn't make sense to stay. It didn't make sense to go. She swallowed, stood, and slid the backpack onto one shoulder. Her legs were shaky and light, the way they felt after track day in P. She stepped onto the threshold and looked down. Gravel. A strip of grass. The smell of damp leaves and old wood. If there was a station name, it was not here. She looked at the rocks framing the path, each one taller than she was. Something had been carved into them long ago. The left stone said, "Welcome to," and then a wash of moss swallowed the rest. The right stone held lines of a poem she did not know. Words had been eaten at the edges by weather and green, but what showed red like a riddle, a promise, or a warning she was too young to understand. She mouthed it and felt the syllables dry on her tongue. It felt rude to say them out loud. "Just ask for help," she told herself. "Just ask and go home." The path was packed earth and small stones that rolled under her shoes. It opened onto a village that seemed older than anything near her neighborhood. Low eaves, simple roofs, paper screens set into wooden frames. Lanterns hung from lines and swayed a little, not from wind but from the way evening does. Orange lights sat in their bellies, warm and kind, as if someone had lit them carefully and gone inside to stir soup. Crickets called. A far dog. No, this place had no sound of dogs. She realized the thing that pressed on her chest wasn't the dark. It was the empty street. At this time of day you expect footsteps. You expect a clatter from a kitchen, or the scold of a mother pulling a child in from the lane. Here the lane lay bare. No sandals sat neatly at any step. The air carried a smell under the cool that made her nose wrinkle. The place had the scent of an old closet that's been shut too long, of something iron and sweet at once. She told herself it was oil and damp wood. She told herself a lot of things. She went to the first house and slid her knuckles against the paper screen. "Hello?" she called, trying to keep her voice steady. "Excuse me. Is anyone here? I'm lost." Silence can be kind. This was not. It had edges. She waited a count of 10 the way her teacher taught for questions, then knocked again. In the pause between her last knock and the next, the smell rose in a wave, stronger now, and slid into her mouth with her breath. Her shoulders lifted. She took half a step back. She went to the next house. Her knocks sounded too loud, her words not quite fitting the doorway. She moved along the row, then crossed the lane, then went back. Every time she said, "Excuse me," the sound seemed to fall an inch from the screen and lie there like a coin that won't go into a slot. At the 5th door she noticed a thin black line at the edge of the frame. The screen was not quite closed. A sliver of dark showed where it should not. The smell, there it was again. Her fingers found the wooden rail and slid the panel aside a hand's width. The darkness on the other side wasn't the simple dark of evening. It was heavy and close. Her eyes widened and took a breath, hunting for shapes. She saw low tables turned over and a bowl tipped on its side. Something had been dragged across the floor and left a dull trail in the grain. The black on the timber was not paint. It was too thick, too dull, too warm. She reached without meaning to, the way you reach to see if a candle is still warm the night after. Her fingertip came away sticky and shiny. The smell lifted hard, full and wrong. She wiped her finger on her skirt, and told herself it was oil again. It was not. She shut the panel without a sound and stepped off the porch. The air felt cooler outside, and then it didn't. She hugged her backpack to her ribs and took one slow breath, then another. A streak of red caught at the corner of her eye. Behind a stand of trees, almost hidden by the trunks, a gate stood, the straight top and crossbeam of a torii, the kind she had walked under 100 times on summer days when her class visited the shrine. This one's paint had flaked in places, but the red still showed where the brush had been sure. Beyond the gate, a staircase climbed the hill. It rose and rose until the steps blurred into one long gray ribbon, as if the hill had grown the stairs instead of someone laying them there by hand. It did not look like a good idea to climb, especially when every part of her said to turn and run back to the train. But there had been no one in the houses. If anyone knew what this place was, if anyone could tell her the name on the mossy stone, it would be the person who tended the shrine at the top. Her feet were already on the first steps, then the second. The stairs demanded a rhythm. Heel, toe, breathe. The red gate fell behind her, and then the lantern glow of the lane faded. She climbed until the trees thinned and the slope let go of her legs. Along the way she kept bending her head to listen, certain she would hear a broom scrape or the clap of wooden prayer blocks. The only sound that met her was the soft slap of her soles and the small tight beat in her ears. At the top the shrine sat low and square, as if trying not to be seen. It should have felt familiar. It did not. The air up there was wrong in a way her mouth couldn't name. It pressed against her skin though no wind blew. The closer she came the more her chest tightened. The paper on the braided Shimenawa rope that should have fluttered in greeting hung still and heavy. Shadows had too much weight. Her scalp crawled as if something had noticed her and smiled. She stood at the door and swallowed. Her fingers found the pull. The panel slid back with a soft sound, no different than 100 other panels in 100 other shrines, and yet her knees went loose. The smell here was the king of all other smells in this place. It filled the room and the hallway and spilled out to meet her. She had to set her teeth so she would not gag. The floor and walls inside shone in a strange, dull way. No corner had escaped the smear of that dark, sticky substance. It climbed the posts in handprints and streaks. It pooled in low places. It dotted the face of a wooden statue as if someone had flicked it there with careless fingers. Her head felt far away and light. For a second she stood outside herself and watched a girl with a school bag step into a room where no one belonged. At the center of the room sat a plain jar. Porcelain, as white as the paper charms were meant to be, the kind of simple thing you find holding pickles in old kitchens. It came up to about mid-arm. It should not have been frightening at all. It was. She didn't remember deciding to cross the floor. One moment she was staring. The next she was there, the jar in front of her, her hand on the lid. In that step something took her and moved her like a puppet. She had enough of herself left to know it, to feel her thoughts knock against a wall. It was like when you dream that you've forgotten to study and your feet walk you into the classroom anyway. All her mind tried to do was call out to her body to stop. Her fingers did not listen. The lid came up in her hand with a pop of seal and clay. The room did not change. Nothing flew out to bite her face or hiss. The jar sat, the lid tilted in her palm, the smell a living thing. She blinked and felt herself drop back into the place behind her eyes like a coin falling into a slot. She took one step back, then another, the lid still lifted, breath held like a glass. The jar shivered. At first it was a small tremble, the way a pot moves if a heavy truck passes outside. Then it jerked once the way a sleeping dog does when it dreams of running. She should have run then, but every muscle locked. Her legs held her the way a bad dream holds you. She watched the lip of the jar, and saw a dark line push up like a new sprout breaking ground. An arm rose from inside, a human arm if you counted fingers and wrists, an arm if you put a glove of thick black tar over it, and stretched it too long. It came up and up, elbows sliding over the lip, claws at the end of the hand drawn like a child's idea of a rake. The claws scraped the floor and made a noise like a fork dragged across a plate. A second arm followed, thinner, just as wrong. The head that came after wore a porcelain face like a child's doll. Hair made of something she didn't want to name stuck in clumps to the sides. Where the eyes should have been there were holes you wouldn't put a finger in. The mouth had been painted once into a cheerful little bow and then smeared by a dirty thumb. The body came last, tall where it should have bent, too many angles in the limbs. The jar fell on its side with a dull sound. The thing uncoiled itself into the room and stood in the middle of all that black. It turned its doll face to her and tilted it in a gentle, curious way that made her heart claw at her ribs. She had done this. She had let it out. Someone had trapped it here after whatever had happened to the rooms below, to the floors and doors and the lanes with their lanterns. And because she was a foolish girl who hated the quiet and did not like feeling alone, it stood in front of her again. She moved one foot back. It watched and moved, not forward but sideways, as if to keep her in the center of its gaze. She put her heel down and slid the other foot. The room creaked in a slow, old way, like it was tired of holding secrets. She had one thought left with a straight edge: get to the door. Get back to the stairs. Run. She turned and ran. The first steps outside were scrap and slip. Her shoes had no purchase. The landing stones felt like glass. She shot down the first flight and took the next and the next, arms thrown wide to catch at air. The thing moved after her with a soft, steady sound, not a thump or a stomp, but the smear of something long over stone. She didn't have to look. She could feel it, the way you feel someone standing behind you in a classroom when you know it is your teacher, and you know you have not done your homework. The stairs fell away and did not seem to bring the village closer. Breath burned in her throat. Tears blinded the edges of the world. The red gate flashed past. Halfway down she missed a step with her heel. Her ankle rolled with a small, wet click that made her cry out. She went down hard and slid, skin torn, skirt twisted. Pain flared up her leg and settled there with a heat of its own. Hands grabbed at the stone. She dragged herself, and then something took her arm. It was not a person's hand. The grip had points. They sank through her blouse into her skin and drew slow lines that stung and then burned. She kicked. She threw her weight forward. She did not look back. It hurt. She did it again. The hand slid and left, and for a breath the only sound in the world was her breathing and the small noises a throat makes when it wants to scream and can't. She got up because the only other option was to lie there until it took her, and she did not want the last sound she heard to be that soft scrape coming closer. The steps blurred. She used the wall and then the space where there was no wall. At the bottom the lane opened all at once under her feet, and the lantern light made a small island of orange that she could stand on. She shot between the houses and onto the path between the rocks. Her arm dripped. Her ankle pulsed. She wanted to pass out. She wanted to lie down on the gravel and let the old earth take her like a bed. She did not. The train waited on the tracks as if it had done nothing stranger than pull into the next stop. Its doors stood open. Its windows showed her empty seats like faces she could name. It looked like safety because it was the only thing she knew in this place. The thing behind her stretched one long arm and brushed the air where her shoulder had just been. The claws sang against the stone. She threw herself inside. The doors stayed open. She turned and looked because you have to look, even if it turns your insides to ice. The creature pressed its head against the opening and pushed. The body would not follow. The sides of the doorframe kept it the way a good picture frame keeps the scene from spilling out. It rocked with frustration. The painted mouth on the mask smeared into a new shape that might have been rage or might have been nothing. It reached and reached. She stood a step beyond its grasp and stared, and the person in her who had done this learned how it felt to be looked at by a thing that hated you. Her legs remembered she could move. She pulled herself up with a pole and planted her good foot. The thing lunged again. When it did, she did something she did not know she could do. She shoved it. Not hard enough to move a man its size, No, not a man, but enough to make a tall, thin thing with bad balance fall backward. It went with a folding, loose motion, like a puppet whose strings had gone slack. It hit the platform with a sound like wet cloth dropped on stone. The lights in the car flickered once. They came back up with a quiet buzz. The doors slid shut. The train took a small, careful breath and began to move. The thing struck the glass, once, twice, again, each blow a little less sure. She stood the way you stand at an aquarium window when something with long teeth meets your face, and there is only a thin pane between you. She watched until the trees slid in front of it, and then swallowed it. Her body let go all at once. She slid down the pole and sat on the clean floor, legs out, hand on the cut forearm, the good ankle shaking. It was over because her eyes were looking at a pole with a warning sticker she recognized, and the place smelled like the inside of a train, and not like anything else. She laughed without sound and then hiccuped, and then cried with her mouth wide open and didn't care who saw. No one did. No one was there to see. When the doors opened again, the clean white tiles of a station she knew lined up outside, and the announcer said a name her brain welcomed like warm bread. She carried herself out in pieces and made them into one girl again on the steps. People looked and looked away and then looked again. She kept her eyes on the path lines painted on the floor and climbed like a very old person, one step, two, a breath, another. At home her mother's voice rose and fell, scolding the way you scold when you've been afraid and are glad the person you were afraid for is back in your house. She kissed her girl hard on the hair, then pulled back and saw the shirt and the arm. Questions came, sharp and fast, the kind that don't give you space to answer. The truth sat behind her teeth and would not come out. Not because she was brave. Because she could not ask her mother to hold a thing like that. She said she had fallen. Then she said a girl in class had shoved her on the stairs. Her mother's mouth made a hard line for a moment, thinking of the teacher she would call. Then the line softened into worry again, and she took the school bag and put water on and held her child's wrist in the light and clucked. Night did not want to be night that night. She lay in bed and tried to count breaths the way the school nurse taught when a girl has a headache. Her mind kept walking a staircase that didn't end. When she closed her eyes she saw the soft scrape of claws on stone, the way the jar had rocked, the way the mask's mouth had smeared. When she opened them she saw her ceiling, paint cracked a little in the corner, and told herself the crack was only a crack and not the line down the middle of her head. Days went back to their own shapes by force of habit. She went to school. She laughed when someone said something silly. She kept her sleeve tugged a little longer to hide the marks until they turned the yellow and green of old bruises and then faded. She let herself believe the train had carried her out of that place and sealed the doors behind her for good. A week later her mother needed to see a doctor for her own tired shoulder, the one she always said would feel better when she had time to rest and never had time to rest. They took the train because that is how you cross the city without thinking. As soon as she stepped into the car she felt a small cold hand touch the back of her neck. Her mother read the clinic's directions on her phone and murmured to herself. The girl stared at the glass. The trip was the trip it always was. Stations rolled by and the names fell into place in her head. She made herself look at the stupid ad for the tutoring center, at the faded warning about not forcing the doors, at the reflection of the man with the newspaper. Then the tracks bent and trees grew closer outside and a cut between them appeared, a place where a path could be if a path wanted to be. Her breath stopped. Her mother spoke. She did not hear the words. She saw 2 stones on either side of a nothing, the letters worn, the moss thick and bright. There was no path. There was no sign of lanterns. Leaves lay where footsteps would have tamped them down. The rocks were split and old. If there had been words once, rain had been eating at them for years. "Are you listening?" her mother asked, the way mothers ask when they want you to say you are. The girl nodded and tried to say yes. The sound stuck in her throat. The trees slid away. A station name she knew by heart took its place on the board. She looked down at her hands. The small lines across her forearm had almost gone. She touched one with the edge of her nail to see if it still remembered. It did. in the way a place in your skin keeps a memory when your mouth tries to throw it away." She said nothing. She had nothing to say that would make the world make more sense than it had. She held the strap above her head and let the sway of the car move the fear into a corner where it could sit and wait. She did not go back to that place because there was no place to go back to. She did not say the poem on the rock aloud because the words would not come when she called them. At night sometimes she woke and the ceiling was a ceiling and the window was a window and the sound in the hall was the cat, and she told herself that was enough. On good days she believed it. Every now and then, though, when the train slowed for no reason and the lights buzzed and stilled, she felt that heavy quiet settle again, the one that makes you feel like the air has stopped moving. She would glance at the doors and think about a jar, a lid lifted by a hand that could not seem to stop, a face made of porcelain that had never been a doll at all. She would swallow, and the station would arrive, and people would step out and in, and she would remind herself to breathe, the way you remind yourself to tie your shoes before gym. If she ever passed the place with someone else, another student, her mother, a friend from class, she would look for the break in the trees and tell herself she had imagined it all. Sometimes she found only rocks and undergrowth. Sometimes she found nothing at all, not even a shadow where a shrine could have stood. The world has a way of covering what it does not wish you to keep. But when the car grew too quiet, when the overhead hum fell away for the length of a heartbeat, she felt the old air reach out and touch her wrist where the skin had once worn thin. Then she would hold her backpack close and look at posters and count station names until the doors opened again and gave her back to the loud, ordinary city that has no patience for stories about jars and stairs and villages that refuse to be found twice. The pain came like a nail driven behind her right ear, sharp enough to drag her out of sleep in a single breath. She lay still under the weight of the blankets, eyes open to the dark, and counted the hard seconds until the first sting faded to a deep throb. She knew exactly what it meant. The timing was never the same, the shape of the ache never quite identical, but the message always was, someone had crossed. She sat up slowly and reached for the lamp. Light burst across her small room and stabbed her pupils wide. For 3 heartbeats the ache flared white-hot, then settled into a pressure that pushed against bone. She let out the air she had been holding. With one hand she slid the little wooden box toward her, the one that lived on the bedside table and rattled when she moved it. Keys. Dozens of them. They tapped and chimed against one another as she sifted through the thin brass teeth and rounded bows. She knew how each one felt. She could have found the right one by touch, but the pain in her head made her eyes swim and her fingers clumsy, so she put on her glasses and dumped the whole tangle onto the quilt. Gold to the left, silver to the right. It was a habit she had learned from her mother's hands, a way to make order quickly. The lamp's light turned each pile into a soft little hill of coins. The throb behind her ear spiked so suddenly it brought a flash of white across her vision. In the wash of brightness she remembered where the key was. Of course. Not in the box. She turned toward the corner, toward the dressmaker's stand with its headless mannequin torso and the string of chains that draped its pale chest. The key she wanted hung from the longest chain, the silver catching a line of light right between the mannequin's smooth arms. She lifted the chain and let it spill cold and careful over her fingers until the weight of the key rested in her palm. It was not like the others. Its bow was a ring crowded with tiny faces, each one twisted into a different grief. They were not cartoonish. They were careful and exact, brows knitted, mouths open or biting hard at lips, eyes closed against something she did not want to name. She pressed her thumb to them the way you press a finger to a worry stone. The metal was colder than the room. She drew her thumb down to the blade. The blade was covered in 1,000 small points, not teeth, but thorns cast into the metal. They bit at her skin. She pressed harder until one fine point opened a thin red line. Blood gathered and lifted, neat as a string. She smiled. The smile surprised her every time it came. It was not joy. It was recognition. She crossed to the wardrobe and opened the door, pushing past the soft sweep of shirts and the faint smell of cedar. The box sat where it always sat, shadowed, plain, brown wood worn smooth by years of hands. She slid her left hand along its side to feel the grain. The lid was not plain. It held a field of faces like the key's bow, so many more of them that she could not count, each one smaller than the nail of her little finger, each one carved deep. She let her palm rest there. They did not move. Of course they did not move. And yet the room always seemed to hold its breath when she touched them. She carried the box to the bed and set it down gently. The key she pinned under her smallest finger so it would not slide away. The lamp felt too bright again. She flicked it off. The room fell into darkness thick enough to soothe the edge of the pain in her head by a tiny degree. She crawled back to the box and placed her bleeding thumb against the keyhole. There it was, the faintest pull, a low suction like the mouth of a sleeping baby finding skin. She did not hurry. Nothing in this part of the work could be hurried. She slid the key into the keyhole, a slow, precise motion, and moved her thumb away as the cold metal bit against it. With her left hand she reached across until her shoulder strained, and spread her fingers wide on the faces carved into the lid. The key turned, smooth and easy, and at the end of its turn a small click lifted and fell like a distant footstep in an empty hall. She opened the box. Darkness lay inside it, not the simple dark of a wooden box but a depth that felt as if it did not belong to the room at all. The ache in her skull swelled, pushing out along one nerve path and then another, moving like roots that grow too fast for the soil to hold them. It crawled across her temple, into the hinge of her jaw, up over the crown of her head. She tried to keep very still. She told herself stillness made the pain easier. It never did. She only realized she was swaying when her shoulder brushed the little tower of books by the bed, and sent them whispering down. Sweat gathered under her hairline and rolled down into her eyebrows, stinging when it touched her eyes. It felt too hot and too close in the room. Her lips stuck to her teeth when she tried to swallow. Her stomach rolled once, twice, as if a small hard ball inside it had been set over open flame. The floor felt further away than it should have. The walls edged back and leaned in at the same time. She had learned to sit before the swoon came, learned to place her weight carefully, learned to hold her hand where it had to be even when her arms felt as if they were being pulled by water. When the seizure took her it was not a surprise. Her mother had told her stories about women in their line going quiet and still, easing themselves into the fall like divers. It was never like that. The body will not be tamed so neatly. She lay and the tremor ran its arc through her muscles, quick and absolute. The pain of it thinned to a hum. The bed seemed to drop away. The room went colorless. Touch came last and then loosened its hold. When the portal opened, sometimes it felt like a deep dose of medicine finally finding the nerve it had been sent to soothe. Sometimes it felt like stepping into water that matched her skin exactly, no cooler, no warmer, and being carried. In another place, where hours were long or short depending on who was watching them, a young man lay on his side and tried to make nothing out of everything. He had made a little den for himself on the floor of a hallway that did not change. He tucked his knees up and pressed his palms over his face, not because it kept anything out, but because it gave his hands something to do. He did not know if it had been 3 hours or 3 days or 3 times that. Time in this place did not march. It drifted and came back and sometimes did not come at all. He had learned not to look for it. He had made friends with the blank. When he pressed his fingers into his eyes he saw drifting shapes, not colors he could name, but patches of light and shadow that floated past each other like fish. He could turn them into movie frames if he wanted to. He could put a face he remembered onto one of them and make it smile. He could build a house in that fog and stand in it. He could put a dog in the yard and whistle. Inside this bubble of imagining, he could almost forget that the outside here did not want him. He lifted his head. The bubble popped. It always did. The same street stared back at him. A row of red brick houses sat with their blinds down. A strip of grass ran the length of the path and then a wall, tall, gray, damp with moss, blocked the way. He had seen the wall 100 times before and had not learned to stop hoping it would wear a door if he looked long enough. His chest tightened. His eyes jerked from one corner of the scene to another. He refused to look at the same thing twice. It was a game he had made to keep from screaming. It tired him. He forced himself to stop, to let his gaze rest on what was directly in front of him. A small car stood in a small drive. A silver Toyota. The sort of car his mother would call practical. Beside it a little garden sat neat, green leaves in tidy rows, soil turned by someone's careful hand. Nobody's clothes hung on the line. Nobody's light showed at the window. He tried the front door because what else was he going to do? The handle pressed down. The latch clicked. He pulled. The door opened. The relief that rose in his throat was a light, quick thing, so rare that it came and surprised him like a joke. He stepped inside. Far from him, or very near, Evangela stood in a place that was both her city and not her city, and lifted her fingers to the scar at her hairline. It was smooth under the skin, a line she had worn since she was young, a mark that ached when the other world tugged. It was ugly in the mirror. She had learned to love it. It meant she was needed. It meant that what had laid its weight on her mother's bones lay on hers now by choice. Her work was simple to say and not easy to do. When the worlds touched, sometimes something that belonged on one side slipped to the other. A person could wander across without knowing. A tethered thing, like a mind, like a memory, like a feeling that could not be set down, could yank them through. Once, a child had gone and cried herself hoarse where no one could hear her. Once, a man who loved rules more than anything had walked in circles until his shoes wore thin and never understood why doors would not open for him. Fixing it was her part. Bringing them back without tearing the thin places wider was her part too. She had learned the way by doing it wrong, and then less wrong, and then sometimes right. This place looked like the place she had left. Streets ran where they should. Trees lifted where she expected them to. The river made its same, lazy bend. And yet it was not the same. She could see what most people could not see anywhere. Spirits lived here as clearly as leaves and walls. They were not ghosts like in stories, not single figures in white that pointed and wailed. They were dust and light and air. Each one was a dot too small for the simple eye to hold by itself. In this world they traveled together, so many and so dense that they colored the air. For colors moved and shifted everywhere she looked. They were not colors she had language for at home. They were not red or blue or green. They were themselves, certain and plain, and once you knew them you could not mistake them for anything else. The thicker the swarm of spirits, the deeper the shade. Dense places pulsed. Thin places flickered. Where a person moved, a cloud of the densest shade held close. That was the living. The dead did not gather like that in her world. Here they soothed and swarmed and brushed against her face when she walked. Nothing in this place showed itself as it did back home unless it had weight. Only one color from there carried into here, and it was not a color at all. It was black, the absence of the other four. Black drew the edge of things, grass, shoes, a bus, a hand lifted to hold a child's wrist. The people themselves were outlines walking through seas of color. If she squinted, she could almost see the faces that belonged in those outlines, the lines of noses and the arch of mouths, but they would not hold still. That was not for her here. Here she was the one who did not belong. Her steps made no sound in this world because she did not press against it. She walked down a path that led past the pond, the water marked in black ripples that spread and never took on color. The chickweed at the edge leaned over the black line of shore. Ducks slid by as black stamps on gray-blue motion. She watched the outlines of people go past with their little storms of spirits hugging close, and the sting at her scar sharpened. Something wrong had wriggled close by. She saw it in the corner of her eye, a shade that did not belong, a gray that had weight and life where there should have been only outline. Her pulse lifted at once. In this world only two kinds of things wore gray, her, and something from her side that had managed to show through. She looked straight toward the housing blocks, toward the gap between two buildings where a bit of grass and a strip of path made a small, quiet space. The gray sat there and raised its head as if it had felt her looking. It shouldn't have been able to feel her at all. It did. It looked right at her. She stepped off the path into the grass. A car's outline slid across the road and through her body without a touch. She came closer and saw exactly what the gray was. A dog lay with his stomach on the ground, chest heaving, tongue low and loose with breath. He should have been a black outline like any other animal here. He was not. He was gray, solid enough to cast the smallest bit of shadow on the ground. The 3 cuts along his lower back were deep and raw, not clean lines but gnawed, uneven tears. From each wound rose streams of color. They climbed soft at first like threads of steam off a kettle left too long. Then they twisted and changed and pulled tighter. The colors slid from the thin shades into the thick ones and then out again, curling and dissolving into the crowds that moved across the park. The dog's sides hit the grass. The air went in and out of him in quick, hinged motions. He stared up and kept staring, and in his stare there was recognition. She crouched slowly and put her hand on his head. It was a thing she never rushed with animals. Even here. Even now. The smoothness of his skull sat under her palm. The short hair was warm and flat. She closed her eyes and set her mind against the shape of him, not forcing, only joining. Heat gathered in her fingertips first, then spread to the center of her hand and up her wrist. It was a tingle at the skin, a hum at the bone, a small sound down deep like a kettle just beginning. The thoughts came like a flock does, too many to count in the first burst, useless to chase one by one. She let them arrive all together, and then settled them. Names floated up. A word spoken 1,000 times in a voice the dog loved. Sylvester. He knew himself that way. A lighter sound layered over the first, Silver, the quick name someone used for play and calling and joy. A boy's voice, young and dry with laughter, a voice that had a habit of shouting across a park. Faces, smells, small maps ran into her. The boy's hand on a leash. Trees she knew by their black outlines, and he knew by the way their bark tasted when he licked after the rain. A gate in a fence. A path with dust that tasted like pennies. The big green slope he called a park. Walburton. The name slid in whole. The boy had walked through there and not come out where he should have. A corner of memory sharp and dark as the inside of a pocket. The leash looped around a thin trunk. The boy's hand tying it. Just a second, Silver. Just wait. The wait too long. The gray sky humming. The taste of metal. He had watched the boy turn and step, and then the boy was not where the boy had been. The place went too quiet in 1 second, and then all the wrong sound came at once. Nothing you could put a word to. Only a press on the nerves. The hairs at the back of the dog's neck had prickled. He had put his head down. He had stayed because he was a good dog. Then something that was not hand or paw or rope had touched him, and all he had been able to do was yank until the thin trunk bent and the leash slipped loose. He did not know what had pulled at him. He did not know where the boy had gone. He did not know who she was. He knew she was something. He saw her here. No one else did. Evangela pulled her hand back and held her breath while the ache at her scars surged and ebbed. She wiped the wet at the corner of her mouth with the back of her wrist and let out a small laugh she did not mean to make. Relief took such strange shapes. She looked down at the dog sitting now, chest still moving fast, eyes steady and ready. He panted and the tip of his tongue curled and uncurled. Silver, she said, because it felt right, and the dog's ears twitched. She stood and whistled, a soft, round sound the way you whistle in churches and halls, a sound that asks rather than orders. The dog stood too. He could choose to stay or he could come. She did not look back to see what she picked. She walked toward the park and listened. After 3 steps she heard the pads of his feet on the path behind her, light and quick, and felt more than saw the way his gray presence moved at her side like a shadow that belonged to her here. They passed a woman whose outline pushed a pram and whose cloud of spirits swelled thick around the small shape inside. The woman did not turn her head. They passed a boy who ran, the air around him sparking the way the air does around anything that believes it can move forever. He did not skip to avoid them. They were only a stillness at the edge of his sight. The pond's black ripples took the wind and smoothed it. A gust came down from the west and stirred the leaves' outlines. The dense colors over the path thinned in little bursts, and knit again as people crossed. Silver stopped once and looked over his shoulder and made a small, soundless whine. In the corner of her mind, like a word spoken in another room, she heard his question. Where? Where? Walburton, she said, and let the name be a path in her mouth. Park. We'll start there. The dog's head turned again to the path. He followed. Curtis stood just inside the doorway of the house he had entered and waited for the room to do something. His eyes scanned the edges. The living room sat as if someone had just stood up and walked into the kitchen and would be back any second. A couch. A low table. A mug on a coaster. Coasters. He hadn't thought about coasters in weeks or hours. He could not tell. A picture frame on a shelf did not hold a picture. Its glass was the same flat gray as the walls. When he moved closer, his face did not show in it. It was a rectangle that refused to admit he existed. He laughed once under his breath, and put his hand over his mouth as if the room would scold him for it. In the kitchen the fridge hummed the way fridges hum everywhere. He opened it and found nothing. Not emptiness, nothing. Shelves sat inside, clean and white, and did not hold milk or containers or the smell of any meal. He stood with his hand on the door and let himself ache for something as simple as cold air on his face that smelled like leftovers. He went back to the hallway. He opened the bathroom door. The mirror over the sink was a plain rectangle that showed only the outline of itself. He cupped his hands and turned the tap. No water came. He turned the knob again, then again, too fast, too hard, first from habit and then from anger. The handle gave with a small squeal. The pipe made a little throat-clearing sound and then went quiet. He pressed his hands over his eyes until the colored patches came and held them there until they quieted him. Upstairs, bedrooms lay in tidy rows, beds made, drawers closed. No sheets rumpled. No shoes tossed under a chair. No sock tucked into the corner where someone's dog liked to sleep. He looked at the hallway from the top step and had to sit down because the drop of it felt like the drop of the world. He had never liked stairs. He had never liked heights. He had never wanted to know what it felt like to be two places at once. One place where the house made sense, and one where the house was only a stage set waiting for actors who would not come. He rubbed his face with both palms. Okay, he said to himself, because sometimes a voice turned a thought into something you could pick up. Okay. He stood and went down the stairs and did not run his hand along the rail because the rail did not feel like anything. Silver broke into a trot and then into a run and then back to a trot, too polite to move too fast past her and too full of energy not to test his speed. When they reached the park gate, he stopped at once and looked up at the left post and then at the right, then back to her face. He had been tied here. The bark had dug in under the leash. His body remembered where his neck had pulled. Fear had come and sat by him like a body then. It sat by him now, cautious but not paralyzing. He looked at her again. She lifted a hand and let him send it. He leaned his head into her palm. She felt the small push of trust like a warm coin dropped into her hand. Inside the park the colors thickened and thinned the way they always did, heavy near the benches where people sat and checked their phones and laughed at nothing out loud, thin in the high grass where boys liked to run just to hear their legs hit the ground. The slide's black outlines sat on the hill. The swing set made its usual neat lines across the air. The little path that cut into the grove of trees kept its bend. She had walked this place too many times to count in both worlds. Once as a child who licked a red lollipop and believed she could run into the bushes and come out the other side of the world. Once as a girl who hid with a book. Once as a teenager who learned to kiss on the path below the footbridge. First kisses are strange wherever you are. They are always half-air. The park held a quiet under the everyday sound. She could feel it, the way a house feels when a storm has passed, and you are waiting for the second line of rain to come. She slowed near the stand of thin birches that marked the spot she had learned to watch. Silver stopped beside her, and set his paws square and planted, and put his nose high into air that would tell him little here. He stood that way and was very still, the last bit of boy-dog jitter hiding in the muscle over his shoulder. She closed her eyes and looked with a different part of herself. The color fields moved as people moved. They made gaps and filled them. What she needed to find was not color, not outline. It was a softened place, a thin patch like a bruise under skin, where the membrane between the two worlds had been pressed and pressed until it had lost some strength. That was where someone had pushed through. That was where someone could be reached. Her mother had taught her how to feel for it with the bones of her hands first, then with the small nerves behind her knuckles. "It's not magic," her mother always said when she was little and wanted to hear magic. "It's the work our hands are made to do." She let her palms hover over the air an inch at a time and moved them side to side, patient as someone looking for a lost ring in tall grass. Silver shifted once, nervous, then settled when her fingers found the place. The air there had a temperature of its own. It seemed the same but wasn't. If she listened in the way she had learned to listen, she could hear the tiniest sound the hair makes when it falls in a bathroom 2 rooms away. She could feel the slope under her feet tilt 1 degree in a direction no compass would name. "There," she said, not to Silver, not to herself, but to the work. "There." She did not open anything with her hands. Openings like this were not doors with handles. They were skin. If you pull too hard or too fast, you tear. She hated that word. She had torn once when she was too new and too sure. The family that had lived in the last house at the edge of her first tear had not slept right for a year. The baby cried at 3 every morning until he was 2 and then stopped without a reason. She had learned. She did not tear now if she could help it. She stood in the thin place until her breath matched whatever small pulse the membrane held. She let the weight of her body be the weight of a hand pressing dough. She let her mind sit and not push. The ache at her scar sharpened into a point, then widened. She tasted metal for a second and then the taste went. The little hairs on her arms lifted. Silver leaned his whole weight against her leg and made a low sound deep in his chest, not fear, not anger, just the dog sound that says "I am here." Across from her, in the house on the red brick street, Curtis heard a sound that might have been water moving in a pipe or might have been someone speaking his name under a blanket, very close and very careful. He turned his head and said, "Hello?" to the empty room, not because he thought anyone would answer, but because you answer when a sound starts to sound like a person. He went to the window. He put his palm against the glass. It was neither warm nor cool. He pressed his forehead there the way you do when you are a kid and you want to flatten time. He thought of his dog then for the first time in however long it had been. Silver. The ache that came with the name was the first clean ache he had felt in this place. He touched the pocket of his jacket with his fingers and found nothing inside it but the corner of a gum wrapper he had forgotten about. He smiled because gum wrappers were proof of something. He closed his eyes and thought what he would say if he ever saw any person again. He would say, "I'm sorry I took your car last summer," to his cousin and mean it. He would say, "I did read your book," to his mother even though he had not. He would say, "Silver, see me," and bend his knees and slap his hand against his thigh and brace himself for the pound of a dog's chest into his shins. In the park, the thin place flexed. It was ready to give without breaking. Evangeline nodded once to no one. She knew what to do next. She did not need a box or a key for this part. The tools for the crossing lived in her now the way they had lived in her mother and her mother's mother. She set her right hand to the air like a swimmer sets a hand against the surface of a pool at night and felt it cool and slide. She whispered the small string of words her grandmother had taught in a language that never sat well in her mouth and yet came smooth when needed. She did not expect anyone to hear it. The words were not for ears. They were for the membrane. Silver's body tensed and then loosened. He was ready. He had decided that following her was safer than standing here. He kept his shoulder pressed to her leg and his eyes steady. The 3 wounds along his back oozed a little color, and then pulled it back and then stilled. The little streams of spirits that rose from them slowed as if they were listening too. Somewhere in the black outline of a stairwell, Curtis felt the air get thinner at his lips the way it does when a thunderstorm arrives. He lifted his head and looked up. If he had been the sort of person who kept a notebook, he would have written down what it felt like, because he had never felt anything like it. He put his hand out without knowing why. He did not see the thin place. He did not need to. Evangela was careful. She was always careful. She let the thin spot widen the width of 2 fingers and then 3. She did not make it wide enough for everything to fall through. She made it exactly as wide as what should come through could come through, and no wider. She knew she could pull as easily as push. She knew she could cut the ache at her scar if she made the right kind of knot. "Silver," she said softly, and the dog shifted his weight and leaned into the empty place that was not empty. "Good boy," she said, and she meant not that he had obeyed, but that he was himself. The rest of it would not be fast. She knew that from 100 crossings. The boy was still somewhere on the other side, not at this seam yet, not at the point where she could put her hand on his sleeve. She could not reach into every house in that place. She could only hold the seam and call. She would call with what she had, hand's breadth, the little hum under her tongue that matched the key's edge when she first pressed her thumb to it. And while she held it, she could not fight anything that might try to push out that did not belong here. That was why she was glad for the dog. Not because he would fight. Because he would notice first. She stood at the seam and waited, and did the work you do when waiting is a verb. Silver sat beside her, back straight, ears forward, his body making its own little wall across the path. Behind them outlines moved and colors drifted, and the ordinary day kept on being ordinary. Ahead of them the air changed in a way that no one else on the path would ever see. Her hands did not shake. The pain in her head held steady and did not ask more of her in that moment than she could give. She thought of her mother at a kitchen table, hands wrapped around a cup and eyes half closed, listening to something no one else heard. She thought of her grandmother's thumb, the old thin skin and the round scar there, pressing the lid of a box. A whole line of women stood behind her in a place where lines do not stand, and lent her their balance. She took it. "Come on then," she said to the air across the seam, as if she were speaking to a boy crouched on the far side of a low fence. "We've got you." Silver looked up at her face, and then back at the seam. He did not know the words. He knew the intention as well as any creature could. He set his jaw and watched. The wind came over the hill and laid a cool hand on the back of her neck. The leaves' outlines above her rubbed together and made a hush. She did not know how long she would stand. She knew she would stand as long as her legs asked her to, and longer. She whistled again, a softer sound this time, the kind you make for someone who is already almost at the gate, and just needs to know which side of it to come to. Silver's tail curled once and settled. He stayed close as they leaned together toward the work ahead and stepped, slowly, patiently, without tearing, deeper into the park. I lie still and watch them, because watching is about all I have left. The light from the street lamp outside leaks through the thin curtains and lays a pale square on my ceiling. In that square, the shadows slip and gather and slide. Sometimes I think my eyes are failing and making tricks. Sometimes I think my mind is the thing that's giving out, working on fumes, filling in the quiet with pictures because it is tired of the same old beige walls. Either way, dying is slow work, and lonely. You make friends with whatever will sit with you. The shadows keep me company until sleep creeps up and pulls me under. When I do drift off, I always end up with Eileen. It starts as a soft, sweet thing, more memory than dream. She's at the diner where we met, bent over the counter in that light pink skirt that swished when she walked. She's pointing at a slice of pecan pie that sits under a glass dome, and she's telling me it's still warm, and she'll bring the ice cream on the side unless I feel like living dangerously. I remember laughing then, and I laugh now, except now my laugh is broken, a rough bark that rattles my chest. People like to pretend we were saints back in our day, but that's not how it was. I was a young man with a young man's thoughts, and most of my thoughts in those days had to do with how to talk a pretty girl like her into the back seat of a '57 Chevy. She turns in the dream, hair the color of a fresh carrot curling down over her shoulders. She turns, and the light hits her face, and I wake myself up with a shout. In my dream she isn't young and clean and alive the way she should be. In my dream her skin is dark and mottled and sinking, and her smile is the still smile of a person who has been under the dirt a long time. The shock carries me into a coughing fit that scrapes my ribs and leaves me blinking at the ceiling. For a breath or two I have to remember where I am. Not the diner. Not the car. The small room at the back of the house, with the twin bed and a small TV on the dresser, and the nightstand crowded with orange pill bottles. The door opens with a slow creak and a slice of brighter light cuts the room in two. I go still. I hold my breath. For a moment I am afraid Eileen has followed me out of the dream and is about to lean over my bed in that ruined face. But it's only Joan. Joan is my hospice nurse, the one who comes in and out with the quiet ways and the sturdy shoes. "Everything all right, Mr. Jenkins?" she asks from the doorway. "Well," I say, and my voice comes out thin and papery, not like me at all. "I'm 79, my legs won't do their job, and there's a fair chance I've made a mess of the sheets. So no, not what I would call all right." She chuckles, the way she always does. I used to be good at making girls laugh. I guess I still get a few. "I'll check you," she says. "Time for your meds anyway." "Whoopee," I tell her as she moves around the bed with a practiced hand. "Make it a double." She does the things that need doing. She makes the worst of it go away with warm water and soap and the kind of care you only learn by doing. Then she picks up one of the syringes, taps the barrel, and slides the needle under the thin skin of my arm. It stings like it always does, then the sting fades and there's only a heavy calm. She smiles, tucks the sheet up gentle under my arms, and slips back out, closing the door to its usual crack. I try to close my eyes. Sleep doesn't come. It's the same some nights. The body is exhausted, but the mind refuses to unclench. So I look back up at the square of light on the ceiling, and I see that the shadows have started again. They are not behaving like shadows ought to. They are not pooling in the corners or hugging the edges of the dresser. They are gathering straight into the light itself, where there's no reason for them to be. They are pulling together in the middle of the bright square like a small storm. At first it's a tall shape, thin and wavering, like a man wearing a shroud. The old stories about death carry pictures in your head of a figure in a hood with a sharp tool over his shoulder. For a beat I wonder if this is it. If this is the moment. If so, bring the scythe. I'm too tired to be afraid of him anymore. No scythe appears. The tall shape tilts its head as if it's listening close or trying to understand a joke. Then it collapses in on itself, and the black swirl spreads out and starts to draw lines. It's hard to explain, but that's what it looks like, drawing. One straight line runs across the ceiling, and then sprouts smaller lines up from it, as if someone is sketching a little world in front of my eyes. Stick figures appear, and then more lines and more figures. I smile without meaning to because I suddenly know what I'm seeing. It's a circus. It's all in shadow, all black and moving, but I can feel it as plain as if I can hear drums and smell the sawdust. There's the ringmaster with a top hat as tall as his head, waving and bowing. There's a lion that looks like 3 rough circles and a triangle for a mouth. There's a person with a whip made from nothing but a twisting streak of dark. There's a trapeze, a bar swinging back and forth on string, and a small figure flying in an easy arc with hands outstretched. There are clowns and a cannon, and something that might be a dog but looks more like a monkey, and for a minute I am a boy again with a rolled-up program in my fist and a paper cone full of salty peanuts. I laugh, and the laugh breaks into coughs that shake me until the bed squeaks. The door swings open and the flood from the hall drives the shadows into the far corner of the ceiling. Joan hurriedly lifts me and pats my back until the coughing eases and my breath comes all the way down again. She sets me back with care. "That's why I'm here," she says, smiling. "Now try to rest." I nod. I want to tell her what I saw. I want to tell her the circus was back in town and I had a front row seat. But when I glance up, what curls around her head is not the circus. The shadows around her are a different shape now, all teeth and tangle, a star-black mouth with jagged edges and 1,000 feelers stretching out and in. In the middle of that mouth, plain as day, sits Joan's pale face like a coin nailed on a wall. It is a queer, awful picture. I try to say, "No," to wave at the air, to shoo it away, but my voice is nothing, only air. The mouth closes down, and then opens and closes like a fish gasping on a dock, and my hands fumble with the sheet. Joan doesn't see any of it. She tucks a corner, tells me to rest, and turns toward the door. As she moves, the thing above her pulls back, curling up like a child hiding behind the long coat of an adult. The shape shrinks and points, of all things. A long arm of night extends and points at her as if making a complaint. "I don't understand." I whisper up to it, to the room, to anyone. No one answers. The shadows dip and hiss and coil until my eyes water, and then, in their own time, sleep takes me by the hand. The days are very much the same now. There is hot broth at noon, and bad television that I watch with the sound low. There is the little white pill, and then the little blue pill, and then the clear one with the numbers stamped on the side. There are the sounds of the neighborhood moving on. A truck shifts gears down on the corner. Somebody's screen door squeals. A bicycle whirs past and a kid laughs. I am present for none of it, and all of it. I wait for the light to move down the wall and out of the room. I wait for the square from the street lamp to take its place. I don't know if the shadows will return, but I hope they do, even if they are nothing but the mind's late tricks. Even a trick can be kind. I drift, and then snap back and look up, and there they are, a dark globe pulsing faintly like a jellyfish suspended above my bed. When I smile, it seems to quicken, as if it knows it is welcome. The globe unfurls and scrawls a fresh scene. Tonight it is a western. There is a fence made from 3 short lines and a long one. There is a saloon with a swinging door that flips back and forth, and a person in a big hat whose legs are nothing but 2 strokes. They strut like they own the place. Another figure steps out, and the 2 of them face off in the middle of the street. There is the careful pause, and then the hands move, and I almost hear the gunfire in my head. The door opens. The hall light pours in. Joan steps inside with the syringe ready. She says something to me, she always does, but I don't catch it because the shadows are suddenly back around her like smoke, layering themselves into the tall shrouded figure again. It stares down at me with 2 empty ovals where eyes should be. It is shaking its head like a mother who is fed up with a child's foolishness. A thin, bony hand reaches out from the fold of the dark garment, and points hard at Joan, and then at the needle sliding into my arm. What is that?" I ask. I hate how weak I sound. I feel like a boy asking if the shot will hurt. "Just medicine," she says without looking at the ceiling. "Just what the doctor ordered." The syringe empties. The world softens, as if someone has filled the room with warm water. My breath draws long, and then longer. The shadows reach for me, or maybe I reach for them, and the bed falls away like a lift that has nothing more to do. Dying is rough. There is the clawing breath, and the way the mind refuses to let go of the body even while the body is begging to be left alone. There is the part where you would do anything for 1 more minute, and then the part where you would do anything to be allowed to stop. But the thing after dying is not rough, not for me, not here. It is quiet in a way that is not empty. There are many things in this place. Some of them have known our streets and our air and our meals at the kitchen table. Some of them have never been alive the way we use that word and never needed to be. They move like thought and smell like nothing and everything. Eileen is here. I knew it before I could even turn toward her. The baby is here too, the one we lost before we had a chance to say a name out loud. It is a strange joy to see what you thought you would never see again, and to know that the seeing does not end. Time is not a straight line here. It is a bowl you can tilt one way and then another if you get the hang of it. From this side, the world we left is still visible if we want it. It takes focus to watch it. It's like squinting through rain on a windshield and letting your eyes learn which drops are moving toward you and which are sliding sideways. The shadows I saw are here with me, of course. They are not shadows at all, not really. They are a kind of neighbor. Some of them like to sit with the dying at night and play for them, make little shows, bring back pieces of what felt good and simple, The circus and the cow on the street and the laughter you forgot you had in you. They have no need to be kind, it doesn't pay them in any coin. But kindness is the thing they prefer. Not all of them, mind you. Some like to scare. Some like to prod. But there are enough who like to make soft work of a hard thing that a person can be grateful. It isn't easy to talk to the living from here, but it is possible to warn, to point, to push a dream around. The night the circus came and the night of the Western were not accidents. They were the only language I could hold onto to say, look, pay attention. Someone is doing something to me that I did not ask for. That tall, shrouded figure that hovered and shook its head wasn't death. It was warning. It was the feeling you'd get when you see a child step into the street, and your body moves before your mind has words. I watched Joan in the room. I watch her hands tie a length of rope. I don't hate her. I will say that again because it matters to me. I do not hate her. She gave me baths and clean sheets, and the small kindnesses when there was no one else to do them. She held the cup when my hands shook. She propped pillows behind me when my back knotted up, and she rubbed circles into my shoulders with her knuckles until I could breathe without wincing. You don't hate a person who does that for you. I do not hate her for the arsenic either. If that's what it was, and from this side I can taste the word like a powder on my tongue. I was tired and I missed my wife. If you handed me a soft way out after the coughing and the choking and the long nights, I can't say I would turn it down for my own sake. Maybe that sounds poor to someone who hasn't come this far. If it does, then they haven't yet learned what it means to want to be done. But there are other things to see here, and they make the kindness smaller. Time is odd on this side. It's not a straight road anymore. It's a set of paths laid on top of one another, and if you look long enough, you can see where each one runs. You can see the things that have happened, and you can see the things that might happen if someone doesn't put a rock in the way. You can hold up two possible days next to each other like you are comparing fabric at a store. The first thing I see is that I am not her first. She has done this before. Not on a whim, not out of panic. Calmly. Neatly. Always with the story of just what the doctor ordered. Always with the warm voice. I see a man with wide shoulders and a spread of freckles on his scalp, and I see a small woman who folds napkins into exact squares, and I see a pair of quiet sisters who take turns reading to each other at the end. I see the same motion of the hand and the same thin smile after the syringe is capped and put away. I see the soles of her shoes near the bed and how they never squeak because she buys the same kind every time. I see the way she turns her head toward the ceiling once, as if listening. The second thing I see is worse. I look forward, and forward again. It is like staring out at a big field and trying to pick the path the rabbit took. In many of these paths, Joan is not done. In one set of futures she stays where she is and keeps doing what she has been doing, and the number of people with the warm heaviness in their blood grows. In another set she changes jobs and goes to the nursery ward at the hospital, where the lights are on all night and the machines beep like birds. She is just as careful there, just as quiet, and the damage is harder to see because there is always the explanation that bad things happen sometimes to small bodies for no reason. In yet another set she does both things for a while, because some folks like a job in the day and a different one at night. The paths split and split again, but too many of them are the same where it counts. That's the thing about some people. They don't change when you move their scenery. We do not have police here. We do not have courts. We do not have the old tools for the old kind of justice. We have what we have, the ability to reach into a night and draw a picture that says stop. We have the ability to nudge one person's fear into the open so they cannot ignore it. We have the ability to pull down a mask and make someone see themselves plain. The shadows that kept me company like to make the dying feel less alone. The same talent can make a person who has done harm understand exactly what they are, and be unable to live with it. That is the work we do, the shadows and I. It is a small work, but it matters. We crowd the walls in Joan's little apartment. We stretch long in the corners where the lamplight fades. We open 100 mouths full of teeth in the mirrors. We do not touch her. We do not leave marks you could photograph or carry to a judge. We are only a presence you would have to admit in words to make real, and she will never say those words to anyone. But we make sure she knows that the ones she helped along are waiting for her to stop and hold herself to account. We show her a late show of her own, and it lasts all night, and it does not let her sleep. I watch her pull a chair into the middle of the room and stand on it. Her hands shake hard enough to knock a spoon off a table. I can see that she argues with herself, and loses. She loops the rope over a beam and then pats it down like she's smoothing a sheet. The shapes on the wall around her are all mouths and all eyes. I think about telling her she can change. I think about telling her she can walk to the phone and say she needs help and someone will come and sit beside her until morning. But the paths I have seen do not give me much to hold on to. It takes a very specific kind of person to stop after they have been the kind of person she is. I can look hard into a corner and find that person in one or two futures, small and rare as a clover with too many leaves, but it is not the most likely road. And then there is the nursery ward that waits for her if she goes on, and I cannot in good sense let what I have seen happen. Some folks will say that makes me cruel. I don't feel cruel. I feel like a man who did what he could with the tools he had. I feel like a man who loved a woman his whole long life and did not want the last thing he watched in the world to be the calm face of a person who had taken from others and was going to keep taking. I feel like a man who did not want to leave a key under the doormat for her to use on every house on the street. Maybe I'm a fool who tells himself stories to make his choices sit better in the belly. The truth is probably somewhere in the middle. Most things are. The shadows around her show teeth like saws and tongues like ropes, and to her they must look like devils. They are not devils. They are only very old neighbors who have had time to learn the shape of fear. She ties the knot and slips it around her neck, and she says something out loud, a prayer or a name, I can't tell which, and then kicks the chair. The room goes quiet, and then the building does too, because a building is a creature that feels more than you think. I do not rejoice. There is nothing joyful about it. I do not clap my hands and call it done. I stand in the light that we have here and I let the quiet fill me up, and I tell Eileen I am sorry that it came to this. She takes my hand the way she used to when we crossed the street, fingers firm, not asking, just holding. Our baby is a small bright knot beside us. It is not a boy or a girl here. It is a person the size of a good loaf of bread, with a laugh that smells like fresh water. It looks at Joan far away like a person might look at the ocean if they don't know how to swim. Eileen squeezes my hand and I remember the time she leaned on the diner counter and told me the pie was warm, and the feeling I had then lives right up under my ribs even now. I watched the next day arrive in the house I left. The morning sun finds the square of the street lamp and wipes it away. A bird sits on the gutter and scolds nothing. Across town, the room where I died is empty for a little while. Then my sister comes in with her thin arms and 2 paper grocery bags. She puts the bags down, and stands by the bed and presses her mouth tight because she is not ready to let anyone hear her cry. She slides her hand along the rail and says my name, and then says it again like she's writing it on paper to see if it still looks right. The shadows in the corners are quiet for her. They fold themselves up and sit like cats. Word travels. Someone knocks on Joan's door. Someone kicks it when she doesn't answer. Someone goes to get the building manager. The chain inside clatters like a spoon in a jar. There is the sound that doors make when they stop being private. People shout. Sirens follow with their own red light that has nothing to do with street lamps. Uniforms come and go. A sheet goes over a face, and then gets pulled back again because someone needs to be sure it is the right face. The piece of rope that holds the loop is cut, and the rest falls like the tail of a kite. The room she used to live in folds itself small as a pocket, the way places do when they no longer need to hold a person. You might be wondering, if you are still with me, about the shadows. About what they are and why they do what they do. I cannot tell you their whole story. I don't think anyone can. I know this much. Some of them were born from what people felt so strongly that it left a mark you can't scrub out. Some of them are leftovers from before there were people to do the feeling. Some of them are just the shape the light makes when it misses the thing it wanted to touch. They are simple and complicated in the same breath. They like patterns and they like play. They don't have needs the way you think of needs, but they have preferences, and one of their preferences is to keep the last nights from being nothing but fear. They built me a circus and a western when I needed it, and they made a warning when I needed that, and they stood with me when I decided I could not let a certain set of futures bloom. That is enough information for me to be grateful, and gratitude is a good thing to carry here. It shines. If you are wondering whether they are the same as the angels you heard about on Sundays, I will tell you they are not, and they are. If you are wondering whether there is fire and a lake and books full of names, I will tell you I haven't seen those yet, and I hope I don't. If you are wondering whether you get to stand in a field with people you lost and feel young again, I will tell you sometimes yes, and sometimes you get to feel old and strong at the same time, and that's a feeling worth sticking around for all on its own. There is one more thing I want to say before I let this go. People like to make a lesson out of a story. They like to say, "This is why, and this is what you should take from it." And they like to fold the last page over with a neat hand and put the book back on the shelf knowing they can find it again. I don't have that for you. I have a bed and a square of light, and the way a pair of hands manage to turn a syringe into a key. I have a set of neighbors who make little plays at night to ease the breath. I have love that outlived a set of bones. I have a decision that I will have to sit with as long as this place has room for me. I have a promise I make in this quiet that matters more to me than any tidy lesson. I was not her first, but if I could help it, I would be her last. And I was. I first noticed something wrong on a quiet Sunday afternoon when a post from my friend Alex went up in our forums, general chat, section. He and I had been talking about a new reprint that morning, just routine stuff. Then I saw a thread with his username, and a title that didn't sound like him at all. There weren't many words in the first post, just a couple of short lines, and the minute I clicked into it the thread vanished. Moderated, deleted, pulled, I don't know. Our mods are fast when it comes to spam or arguments, but this was different. It was like someone reached through the screen and snipped a string. 4 hours later another thread appeared, same section, same name, same weird title. I clicked it right away. This time I left the tab open and copied everything as I read because I had the feeling it wouldn't last. I was right. I managed to grab the whole second post before it blinked out too. I didn't know that would be the last I'd hear from him. Alex's post started by talking about our friend Elena and her husband Nolan. I'd met Elena at a local signing and we recognized each other from the forum. We got coffee, swapped lists of favorites, and stayed in touch. I met Nolan twice. He was quiet and polite, the kind of person who never pushed to be the center of the conversation. He wrote software for a living. Elena always said he was good, the patient sort who took time to fix other people's problems even when they weren't his. He'd bring groceries to her grandmother, carry heavy boxes for neighbors, hand a few dollars to anyone who asked on the street. He was one of those people who made small kindnesses look easy. According to Alex, everything changed when Nolan brought home a strange machine. Elena told him that Nolan came in from work one evening with something under his arm that looked, at a glance, like a laptop. But when she looked closer, it didn't look like any laptop she had seen. It looked like someone had taken a laptop apart and put it back together wrong on purpose. A panel here, a cover missing there, wires running from odd angles into small metal boxes that didn't belong. There were ports in places that had no business having ports, and a thick little antenna that didn't match the rest. He set it on the end table, told her it was for work, and that was that. For a few days nothing much happened. Then Elena came home from grocery shopping and found Nolan sitting in front of the thing with the lights off. The screen was a bright, low blue that made everything else in the living room look like it had been left outside in the cold. He was staring at that screen like it was telling him something. Every now and then he typed a few characters. Elena could see the way his fingers moved. No rhythm, no words she could recognize, just a handful of letters and numbers in a row, like passwords without a place to go. He'd wait. Then a new line of the same kind of stuff would appear. It looked like chat, except that the Wi-Fi light on the router was dark and the modem was off. She told Alex it was like watching someone talk to a ghost in a language no one else could hear. After that, Nolan was never far from the device. Sometimes he stood up from dinner without speaking, crossed the room, and typed. Sometimes he stared at the screen with his jaw tight, as if he had to remember how to breathe. When Elena asked him what he was doing, he would look at her with a puzzled frown, as if he had lost the thread of the conversation. Then he'd say again, "It's for work," and go back to the blue light. She thought he was under a deadline and didn't want to bother him. But his behavior shifted in a way she couldn't explain. Some days he moved around the house like he was listening to someone else's instructions. Some days he became suddenly cheerful, overly social in a way that didn't sit right on him, making jokes and talking fast only to go silent again in the middle of a sentence. He started coming home later, then much later, and when she asked he blinked like a person who had been woken up. He started wearing an outfit she swore she had never seen, all white, shirt, belt, pants, socks, shoes. She would have remembered buying it. It wasn't his style. He usually wore gray or black, the discreet programmer uniform. She checked their closet and could not remember ever seeing white shoes in there before. The weirdest part was how the machine never seemed to need to charge. It was always on. She never saw a cable connected to it. A full weekend could pass with the screen glowing and the room dim, and the battery never died. Alex suggested she tried to capture a photo of the screen while Nolan was typing. Elena hesitated. It felt like spying. But she was worried, and she wanted to help. She took a picture on her phone while he was in the kitchen. Alex sent the photo to his friend Jack, who was more than just good with computers. Jack enjoyed puzzles the way some people like crossword nights. Give him a cipher, a substitution, a block of strange characters, and he would sit there quietly letting his lunch go cold until the shape of it came clear. Jack took his time. A day went by, and then another. He and Alex finally sat down together with coffee and the picture. "It's not really code," Jack said first. "It's a toy. It's like someone built half a protocol and half a prank." He worked at it anyway. After a while he could read it out loud. Nolan's side said, "Waiting." The reply said, "We're only white for the remainder of the day." Nolan wrote, "Acknowledged." That was all. When Alex relayed this to Elena, she went very still. Yes, she told him. Nolan had done that. He had gone into the bedroom and come out in white from head to toe. Later, he had not been able to explain why. For a week the strangeness thickened like fog. Nolan would sit up in bed and then lie back down without a word. He would leave and return with a stiff walk. He came home once with scratches on both hands and along one forearm. He stared at them as if they belonged to someone else. Elena pressed him for an explanation. He shook his head. He didn't know. Then, one night, he did not come home. Elena woke at 2 in the morning and found his side of the bed cold and flat. His phone went straight to voicemail. The front door was locked. The living room was empty except for the blue glow. The device sat on the coffee table as if it had been placed there gently by someone who needed both hands for something else. A couch cushion had a dent as if a person had been sitting there moments before she came downstairs. She called Alex sobbing. The police were kind but firm. Adults leave the house for all sorts of reasons. You can file a report when enough time has passed. Call us again in the morning if he hasn't returned. Elena felt stupid and small. Alex told her he and Jack would take a look at the machine. If it was truly for work, fine, no harm done. If it wasn't, maybe it held a clue. They brought it to Jack's apartment because he had the tools. The casing was heavier than it looked. The blue glow was steady and dull. There were no logos, no marks, nothing to suggest a maker. Jack found he didn't need to pry or crack anything. The device booted to the same simple text window Elena had seen. Nolan's side received a line, he responded, it scrolled. The commands and replies were all there, tucked in the history. All Alex had to do was tap the up arrow to peel back the conversation to the beginning. Jack read aloud while Alex typed the translation. The first message made the hairs rise on both their arms even though it was harmless. Hello, Nolan? Please stand by. The next told him what to say when asked about the device. The next told him what to eat for a day. Little instructions. Small limits. Alex folded the notes and tapped the corner of the paper on his knee, trying to keep his nerves from showing. The orders got odder. Do not smile until told otherwise. Kiss your wife only on the cheek for the next 24 hours. Slow down by 5 miles at the first green light after work. Take the elevator to the 4th floor and then come back down. Sit on the left side of the bus today. Use a blue pen. They sounded silly at first, like the jokes you play on new hires on their first day. But the list kept growing, and with it came a low feeling in Alex's stomach that this was not a prank, and not a game, and not an experiment either. It was a series of tests. It was somebody tapping gently on the edges of a person to see what gave way first. Jack's voice caught when he read the line that changed the room. Eat a child's skin. Alex laughed without humor and told Jack to stop messing with him. It was an ugly joke and not like Jack. But Jack wasn't joking. His mouth had gone dry. He read the line again. They sat there with their hands on the table and the blue light flickering on their knuckles. They both wanted it to be wrong. They both wanted it to be something they could push aside and forget. It was easier to entertain the idea that Jack had misread an obscure character than to accept the sentence as real. He went back and checked. He traced the pattern in the line and checked it against the rest. He had read it right the first time. Alex remembered a news article from a week earlier. He had skimmed it at lunch and made himself look away. A homeless man had been found dead in a doorway downtown. The report was brief and the details were the sort you did not share at dinner. The victim's eyes had been removed. His tongue was missing. The piece did not name the man. No one had come forward yet to say they knew him. The article had no way of knowing that on a different day another line would arrive on a hidden screen telling someone to go out and find a person no one would look for and do a terrible thing to him. Alex and Jack kept scrolling because not knowing felt worse than knowing. What they saw did not settle into any pattern that would make it easier to live with. Some lines were small and strange. Eat only vegetables today. Take the 3rd exit from the roundabout even if it's not your route. Walk backwards for 5 steps when you see the color orange. Some lines were destructive. Destroy the 3rd vending machine you walk past. Strike the 2nd stray animal you see before 6. And scattered among the nonsense were lines like broken glass. Remove the eyes and tongue of the first homeless man you see today. Eat a child's skin. Every cruel instruction sat between 2 boring ones like a rotten board hidden in the middle of a fence. The final message in the history was short and cold. We are coming. Wait outside for collection. After that, nothing. Then Elena woke to an empty bed and a blue screen humming to itself in the living room. Alex and Jack did not know how to help. They stared at each other across the table, and both saw the same thought on the other's face. None of this made sense, and yet it explained too much. Alex stood up to stretch. Jack said he needed a drink, went to the kitchen, and came back with 2 beers. The blue light kept shining. The scroll back was still open. Alex watched his blurry reflection in the screen glass, thinking of Nolan's easy kindness, thinking of Elena's shaking voice, and noticed something small and impossible. The window that had been full of text a moment ago was empty. The history, the lines, the orders, all gone. A cursor blinked. A new line appeared. Hello, Alex? Please stand by. Alex didn't scream. He closed his eyes and opened them again, and the words were still there, and though the characters were the same small blocks they had been a moment ago, he could somehow read them without Jack's help. He didn't tell me if he answered. He didn't have to. His post came 3 weeks after that night. It read like someone grabbed his wrist and made him right between pulses of pain. He said he had bruises he didn't remember earning, scratches on his arms and shoulders, a sore spot on the back of his head, tender when he pressed it. He said he would find himself in different clothes at the end of the day, and no memory of changing. His old clothes would be gone. His car smelled wrong. The carpet in the trunk had a stain he could not scrub out. He had headaches that wrapped around his skull like a belt. When he slept, he dreamed something with angles that didn't add up right. He forgot the content but woke with the heavy feeling you have the morning after you've seen something you shouldn't. He said whole hours went missing. He'd glance at the clock, blink, and realize that he had lost an afternoon. He knew, because he could see the evidence, that the device told him to do things and that he went and did them. He found a receipt in his pocket for a bus route he had not ridden in years. He found dirt under his nails that smelled like mulch and copper. He wrote that his body felt wrong, like it didn't fit him anymore or like it was being paused and resumed by someone else. He wrote that he needed to tell someone what was happening before he lost the ability to say it out loud. That was the end of the post I saved. I wrote to him, called him, went by his place, and got nothing but silence. Then days. Then a week. Our friends asked if I had heard. No one had. When a person vanishes, you learn to read the small signs they leave behind. You listen for the way their apartment sounds when you open the door. You look at the way the dust lies on the shelves, whether the plants are watered, whether there is a jacket on the back of a chair the way there always was. I went to Alex's apartment one afternoon because I couldn't stand not knowing a minute longer. His door was not locked. That wasn't like him. I stepped inside and called his name. No answer. The place was neat. The blinds were open enough to let in daylight, but not enough to let anyone look inside easily. On the desk in his bedroom sat a machine with a blue screen. It looked like the one Elena had described, like the one Jack and Alex had opened on his table weeks earlier. It wasn't plugged in. It hummed. I stood there with the urge to run and the equal urge to lean down and touch it. The screen went blank for a breath, and then a new line wrote itself out. I could read it even though I shouldn't have been able to. Hello, Erica. Please stand by. That is what happened. Now I'm going to write the parts around the edges, the feelings and the small details, so that if anyone reading this ever sees a blue screen like that, they will recognize it fast enough to say no. The device itself is a trap you will want to understand, and you shouldn't. It looks like a project someone forgot to finish. Exposed screws, a keyboard with a few strange keys you rarely see, a power button that isn't labeled. The color of the light is wrong. Not the pleasant laptop glow we are used to, but a pale hospital blue that makes your eyes feel prickly after a few minutes. The screen never flickers like LED screens do. It has the steadiness of old monitors, the kind you could warm your hands over in winter. It sits quietly like a cat waiting at a door that only opens in one direction. The words it shows you are simple on purpose. They never come in blocks. They never explain themselves. They never argue or threaten. They give. They order. They jam themselves into simple moments the way a flat pebble will wedge into the tread of your shoe and make your steps soft and strange. The orders at first are small and clean and seem harmless to obey. Eat this today. Walk there. Smile. Don't smile. Once you obey a handful of these, you tell yourself you still have control. You can stop any time you like. You will stop after this one. You will stop after this day. You make bargains with the screen because it is easier than saying you are being moved around like a piece on a board. The cruel commands do not come in a loud voice. They arrive as quietly as the rest. They slide themselves between dinner plans and an errand and a promise you made to call your mother. They are couched between nonsense so that you will question your own horror. Did I really read that, or did I imagine it? Maybe Jack mistranslated. Maybe there is some game here that I'm not seeing. The problem is that the device has no need to convince you. It will wait. It will wait for you to stand long enough in front of it that standing there becomes the same as saying yes. If you asked me who is behind it, I cannot tell you. Alex and I talked it in circles. A person? A group? A program that used to have a person in it, and no longer does? The command about white clothes sounded like a joke until Elena realized she had never bought white shoes. The line about the homeless man wasn't a warning. It wasn't a what if. It matched a headline. The words, "We are coming. Wait outside for collection," play back in my head when I'm trying to sleep. It's the calm voice you use when you're picking up dry cleaning. It says there is a system, and that system is moving. It says that you are not the only one getting these lines. It says that by the time you see the blue, you are already inside something. There are people who will read this and shrug it off. That is a sane impulse. Screens tell us lies all day. We learn to throw up a net to catch the worst and let the rest float away. I'm not asking you to be scared of every odd link. I'm asking you to watch for an ordinary thing in a not quite ordinary shape. If a device shows up in your home or your office that is always on and never hungry, and it speaks in plain sentences that lean on your routine like a thumb on a bruise, don't sit down. Don't touch the keys. Don't look for the beginning of the scroll back. Don't try to be the clever one who can translate the joke and make it harmless. That is how it starts. The thing that waits on the other end doesn't need you to love it. It needs you to play along. After I saw the line with my name on Alex's device, I left the apartment with my heart in my throat and my throat in my shoes. I locked the door out of a reflex that felt silly but necessary. I stood in the hall and tried to call him again even though I knew he wouldn't answer. I walked to my car. I sat there with my hands on the wheel and watched myself in the rearview mirror. I did not notice anything dramatic, no change in my eyes, no extra shadow under the seat. Everything looked normal, and all I could think was that normal was exactly the cover anything would choose. I didn't tell the police about the machine. What would I say? They would want to see it, and then they would stand there reading lines they couldn't read, and the lines would wait them out the way they waited out Nolan and Alex. I didn't tell Elaine either. She was staying with her sister. She was eating toast and small things because anything else made her sick. She checked her phone every 20 minutes the way she would have if Nolan had been away on a trip. She said she kept having the feeling she should check the living room, and then she would remember there was nothing to check. Jack stopped answering texts after a while. I went by his place too. His door was locked. There was a package at his neighbor's door with a delivery slip 2 days old. No one answered when I knocked. It's strange how quickly you can lose people when something simple shakes loose. You walk 1 block past your usual turn and you don't notice for 10 minutes. By then you're somewhere you don't recognize. You tell yourself you can just go back, but back is now a new direction with a new set of turns. By the time you think to leave breadcrumbs, you already used up all the bread. I wrote this in one long sitting because I didn't trust my attention to hold. I know it's a lot to read. I also know I'm not going to get many chances to say it right. If the same blue glow ever rests on your walls, if you ever hear yourself say, "It's for work," because you don't want to try to explain something you don't understand, if you ever find yourself translating characters you've never learned as easily as you read your own name, step away. Take the battery out if you can. If you can't, put it somewhere public and leave. Don't stay in the room with it. Don't give it the rhythm of your typing. Don't give it the silence it needs to speak. I keep thinking about that line, "We are coming." There is a chill in how casually it says we. I don't know if that we is a handful of people, or 1,000, or none. I don't know if it means machines that walk around wearing skins of friendly shapes, or a van that stops at the curb and never shows up on any camera, or a person who looks like any other neighbor. Maybe the we is just a long line of those who have already said yes to enough small commands that the next one didn't feel like a change. Maybe the collection is just the moment you take the last bit of yourself and set it down without noticing. I am not brave. I am writing this because being quiet felt like doing the device's work for it. It likes silence. It likes when messages disappear. It likes when you doubt what you saw. It liked that first post of Alex's that vanished while I was trying to read it. It liked that the second post lasted long enough for me to copy it, because that is exactly the right amount of hope to trap a person in. I'm not going to let that be the last word from any of us. If you don't believe this, I'm relieved for you. If you do, and you feel the tug of the blue the way I do when I close my eyes at night, then take a breath and remember that your hands still belong to you. Your legs belong to you. Your voice belongs to you. You can leave a room. You can throw something away. You can ask a friend to come sit with you until morning if you are afraid of being alone with a screen. You can choose not to be the next person to type. I am here. Even once. I don't know where Alex is. I don't know where Nolan is. I don't know how much time I have before the device with my name on it decides I've stood by long enough. I do know that stories like this get swallowed when you tell them alone. That's why I'm telling you now, in one piece, as simple and straight as I can. If anything happens to me, you'll know where to start looking. If nothing does, that'll be a better ending than the ones we've had so far. I started this by saying my name because I wanted it clear who was speaking. I'll end it the same way for the same reason. I was raised evangelical. Church on Sundays, youth group on weeknights, prayer before meals, worship music in the car. I grew up hearing about miracles, healing, speaking in tongues, and stories from the Bible that were told like eyewitness accounts. I went to Christian school my whole life, the kind with verses on the walls and chapel on Wednesdays. I learned the names of the books of the Bible the way other kids learned sports stats. People said my faith was strong because I knew all the right words. The truth is I had questions almost from the start. I wondered why God sounded angry so often, why whole cities were punished, why someone could be turned to salt for a single glance. I wondered why nothing like a parted sea happened in front of me. I never saw an angel move a stone. I never touched scars in a resurrected hand. Sometimes God felt like a friend. Sometimes he felt like a dark room you were told to enter, and trust there would be a chair where you reached. By the time I turned 18, my doubts and my belief lived in the same body like two people renting the same small apartment. That summer, my church sent our young adults group to a Christian retreat in the mountains near Chico, California. I had been there before with the junior high and high school groups, so I knew the place well. The bus rolled through pine and oak, past dusty meadows and fences, and stopped in front of a tall old building that looked like a Victorian hotel from a postcard. The hotel's lobby was all polished wood, smooth and warm, with a big stone fireplace and couches around it where people always seemed to be laughing. To the left was a little bookstore with shelves of devotionals, prayer journals, worship CDs, and small gifts with Bible verses on them. To the right were doors to the cafeteria and music rooms. In the center, a wide staircase climbed up and split in two. One side led to the men's dorms, the other to the women's. My best friend Matt came with my church too. He and I had grown up side by side, one step from being family. He was tall and gentle, with a black hoodie no matter the weather and blue eyes that always looked like they were paying attention. People used to tease us that we were obviously dating. We weren't. We always laughed it off. We shared hair dye and inside jokes, not romance. I wore thrift store dresses, ripped tights, combat boots, and loud colors in my hair like I wanted to be a one-person parade. He wore black and moved quiet, and somehow still stood out. There was one more person I knew by name before the week even started, because the retreat always grouped us the same, Christina. For years, whenever I came to this place, Christina ended up in my room. She was odd in a sticky way, always too close, always watching, always talking. Her church was a small congregation from out of state, and every summer they sent only her. Maybe she was the only one who wanted to go. Maybe she was the only one their pastor trusted. I didn't know. I only knew that the minute we stepped off the bus she found me and attached herself like we were magnets. The routine at the retreat was simple. Morning worship at the chapel down a dirt path. Meals in the cafeteria where the line wound around a long room and smelled like eggs at breakfast and grilled cheese at lunch. Afternoon activities, volleyball, swimming, ping pong, hikes. Evening services with music that made people cry and talks that made them lift their hands. Then free time, then lights out. The place was big, and churches came from all over, so there were hundreds of people. You could get lost in it if you wanted to, which sometimes I did. A few days in, after the bus-numb feeling wore off and everyone had settled into routine, the sign-up sheet for a hike went around. The trail led to a rock formation people called Mushroom Rock, because from a distance it looked like a giant mushroom cap resting on a thick stem. I had never bothered to climb it before. I liked water more than dust, and shade more than a slow uphill with the sun in my face. But Christina wanted to go. She said it would be an adventure. She said it on a day when clouds sat heavy in the sky and fog hung low, and you couldn't see the far line of mountains. It didn't seem like a great day for a view, but I said yes. Matt came too, because he kind of came wherever I went, and because he didn't like to leave me alone with Christina if he didn't have to. Our counselor Amanda led the hike. She was the kind of person who seemed too calm for her age, soft voice, steady eyes, the one you wanted next to you when something went wrong. A small group of us followed her down a dirt path lined with tall grass and foxglove and little bursts of orange poppies. The air was damp and cool enough to make you breathe a little deeper. It was a good kind of tired, the kind that makes you feel your legs and lungs in a clean way. When we reached Mushroom Rock, we sat under the overhang where the cap's shadow made a little cool room. Matt and I pulled out water bottles and argued quietly about Christian bands like the teenagers we mostly still were inside. Was one better than another? Which album mattered more? The kind of talk that fills space without needing to be remembered. A few yards away, Christina pulled Amanda aside and spoke in a fast, hushed voice. Amanda's face changed, first surprise, then worry, then a tight little nod. She told us to wait there and jogged back down the trail toward camp. We weren't supposed to be left alone, I said. Maybe someone got hurt, Matt said. Christina came back to where we were sitting and dropped her backpack on the ground. Her mouth had that small smile it sometimes had when she knew more than you did. I told Amanda I saw something she needed to check on, she said. She'll be right back. What did you see? I asked. She tilted her head. I need your help with something, she said instead. She opened the backpack and took out a handful of items. A little wooden cross. A tangle of twine. A dried bundle of herbs that smelled bitter and sweet. A chipped stone bowl. A small book with a cracked spine. A metal pendant in the shape of a star inside a circle. Matt went still. I felt my stomach tighten. What are you doing with that? I asked. People get the symbol wrong, she said. It isn't always what they say it is. Her voice was sure, like she had given this speech before. It's about heaven and earth and the flow between them. It's about learning, not worshipping anything bad. She placed the items on the dirt in a neat pattern and opened the book. The words inside weren't English. She began to read in a language that sounded like stones knocking together. I looked at Matt. He looked back at me. We both knew we should stand up and walk away. We both sat and watched instead. Sometimes fear glues you in place. Sometimes curiosity does. Sometimes both live in the same glue. When she finished, she closed the book, tucked everything back into the backpack, stood, and started down the trail without looking at us. We scrambled up and followed. At some point Matt reached for my hand. It wasn't romantic. It was a rope thrown between two people on the same thin ledge. We whispered without moving our mouths that we felt something behind us. We whispered that we weren't going to turn and check. We walked faster. We didn't run. Running felt like the kind of thing that would make whatever was behind us start running too. That night I lay in my bunk and couldn't sleep. The dark in the dorm felt heavy, like water in a pool no one had swum in for a long time. I listened to Christina breathe across the room and told myself it would be fine. I told myself tomorrow would be normal, and I was overreacting. I told myself a lot of smart little things that weren't true. Sometime after midnight, my eyes finally closed. A sound woke me that wasn't a sound, more like a pressure wave that rolled through the room and knocked everything inside me an inch to the side. I don't know how else to say it. My heart started racing before my brain named anything. I kept still for a moment with my eyes closed and tried to breathe. Then I opened them. Christina was out of her bed. She was upside down on her hands like a gymnast, perfectly balanced, not shaking, not moving. The room was dark, but there was enough light from the window to see the outline of her body and the play soft shine of her eyes. For a long moment we just looked at each other. A part of me told me I was dreaming. Another part of me wanted to never find out if that was true. My hand found the little lamp next to the bed. I turned it on. The light felt thin and too bright at the same time. Christina didn't fall. She stayed as she was, braced and steady, like her arms were the legs she was born with. Then liquid began to run the wrong way because she was upside down. The sound was small and sharp, like the hiss of a water gun. I don't know how long I stared. She smiled at me. I felt my whole body lock. The next thing I remember is the door in my hand and the hallway under my bare feet. I ran to the floor supervisor's room and knocked. Amanda opened the door with sleep still in her face and annoyance starting to bloom there too. But when she saw my expression, she pulled on a sweater and followed me down the hall without another question. We opened my door and turned on the light. Christina was in her bed, hair dry, sheets clean, one arm thrown over her eyes like she had been asleep for hours. She blinked and squinted at the light like anyone would. "What's the problem?" she said. I couldn't make my mouth explain without sounding wild. Amanda stood with her arms folded and looked from Christina to me. I kept trying until I ran out of words. Christina rolled over and sighed. "Can we not do this?" she said, like I was putting on a show at her expense. Something in Amanda's face closed. I felt heat rise in my own. I slept in flickers after that. When morning came, it felt like it had been scratched into the room with a dull knife. Matt wasn't at breakfast or in chapel or at games. I finally found him at lunch, sitting alone, turning a fork over and over in his hand like it was a worry stone. Christina found me first, stuck to my side all morning, chatty and bright. She complained her hair dryer had broken and asked if I thought ripped tights looked better with boots or sneakers. She said how good it felt to be in nature with God. She talked like nothing strange had ever happened in the world. When I told her I needed to talk to Matt, she smiled a too sweet smile and made a joke about us acting like we were in a camp romance. I walked away before she could say anything else. Matt's face looked like he had seen something that didn't fit in his head. "I had a bad dream," he said softly when I sat down. "I had a bad night," I said. He swallowed. "I woke up and found myself outside, behind the chapel, in the clearing with the trees. I don't know how I got there. I think I sleepwalked." He said the words like he didn't believe them himself. I told him about Christina in the middle of the night, and how the room told me I was lying by putting everything back to normal before I could prove otherwise. I didn't tell him the worst details. I didn't have to. The look on his face said he had enough of his own. That afternoon we tried to sit near the fireplace and listen to a counselor strum old worship songs on a guitar. Something calm we could point to with our minds and say, "See, the world makes sense." We made a quiet plan to give Christina space. We would be polite in the dorm, but we wouldn't invite her to eat with us or walk with us or sit with us. It felt simple and reasonable. That night, before lights out, I told Christina directly that the hike had crossed the line and the trick she played on Amanda wasn't fair to anyone. I told her I needed room. I wasn't rude. I wasn't kind either. I was tired and confused and I wanted the floor under me to stop shifting. Christina listened, then nodded without arguing. Her eyes didn't match the nod. I slept and dreamed a dream that felt like a memory from someone else's life, a bad one. In the dream I was in the clearing behind the chapel. There was a low wooden table and leather straps, and I couldn't move my arms. The air was wrong and heavy, and the trees stood at a slant even though they were straight. Christina was there, looking not at me, but through me, like whatever she wanted wasn't in my face at all. I woke before the worst part, but it took me a while to climb all the way back to the surface of being awake. When my eyes opened, Christina stood over my bed with Amanda beside her. The clock on the wall said 3:30. I was shaking and angry and tired. I felt ashamed and didn't know why. Amanda told me to shower and get cleaned up, her voice tight and flat. I did what she said because it was easier than explaining. In the bathroom mirror, my face looked like a stranger's, pale and heated with cold at the same time. I stood under the warm water and breathed steam until my head cleared enough to move. When I came out, the room was dark and Christina lay like a statue with a small smile where a mouth should be. The next morning in the cafeteria line I couldn't make myself stand next to Matt because the dream still felt like a stain, even if it wasn't my fault and even if no one could see it. I walked out of the building with a banana in my hand and went to the clearing by the chapel to get my head back. The clearing wasn't special. It was a ring of trees, a fire pit made of stones, a circle of stumps to sit on. I sat and stared at the ground and peeled the banana and then realized I didn't want it. I tossed it toward the fire pit. It hit the edge and rolled in. The black wood char and gray ash had fallen in a pattern that made a shape I knew too well. A 5-point star. I didn't want to be there anymore. I stood and walked fast back the way I came, then ran. I turned a corner and nearly crashed into Matt. We both stumbled and apologized and then didn't say anything for a full minute. He wore a beanie pulled low on his forehead. So did I. It was summer and hot. We weren't wearing them for the sun. We were wearing them for something we didn't want anyone to see. When we finally pushed the hats up in the quiet of the chapel side yard and showed each other what was underneath, we didn't need words. A crude star had been drawn in marker on both of our foreheads while we slept. We went back to the clearing together because there was nowhere else to go that made sense. We found what we were looking for, and what we never wanted to see. Small bodies. A fox. Squirrels. A pair of young deer. A dog. Not just thrown there. Placed. Arranged in a way that made our stomachs twist. We both bent over and retched at the same time. The smell of rot and metal rushed up and filled the air around our heads. I spit and wiped my mouth with the back of my hand and tried not to cry. A voice spoke that felt like a hand on the back of my neck. It didn't come from one direction. It came from everywhere. It used my name like it had already known me for a long time. Step into the circle. Matt's head snapped up. He had heard it too. The trees at the far edge of the clearing shifted. Christina walked out of the shadows wearing nothing. She had always been thin. Now she looked like the idea of thin. Her arms were too long. Her fingers were too long. Her ribs looked like they were going to push through her skin. Dirt and dried something darker smeared across her shoulders and chest. Her eyes were open too wide, whites showing all around, pupils blown, like the night had crawled inside them. There is a smell some places have that never leaves your memory once you breathe it in. This had that smell, sweet in the worst way, sulfur and meat, like the end of a fire in a slaughterhouse. Her head tipped back. Her jaw opened too far. Something in how her mouth moved made my spine go cold. She brought her face forward and looked at us like we were the only 2 points of light left in a dark world, and she was hungry for both. Matt did the only thing he could do. He took my hand and pulled. We moved backward one step, then another. The thing that had been Christina dropped to all fours like a runner squaring up at the starting line. "Run," Matt said. He didn't raise his voice. He didn't have to. The word had gravity. It made my feet work. We ran. The trees blurred. The ground felt uneven and too soft, like we were being made to sink. I could feel breath that wasn't mine against the back of my neck. My shirt tugged as fingers missed me by less than an inch. Something whispered at my ear without using words. It promised power and knowledge and the easy way through everything. It promised relief like a drug. It asked if I was tired of being scared. It asked if I wanted to be made new. I didn't answer. I couldn't. Matt held my hand the way he had on the trail that day, except this time he pulled harder, and this time he didn't let go even when it might have made him faster. We broke out of the tree line into the open quad where kids were crossing the grass with Bibles under their arms and counselors were setting up cones for a game. We stopped because our bodies made us stop. We turned because we had to see if it had followed. The edge of the woods stood quiet. If something had been there, it wasn't there now. My chest hurt in a way that felt like it would bruise from the inside. Matt put his arms around me and we stood like that while the world around us slowly noticed and came over and started asking questions. We were taken to the head pastor's office, a room with diplomas on the wall and framed photos of smiling groups. In stories, this is the part where the kids keep secrets because they know adults won't believe them. This wasn't that story. We told him everything we could make our mouths say. We didn't tell the worst parts of our dreams because shame is a stubborn thing even when you know you shouldn't carry it. He listened. He didn't smile. He didn't tell us we were overreacting. He called other leaders. They went into the woods in a group the way people do when they know going alone is a bad idea. They found Christina 2 hours later. She had died by her own hand before dawn. The camp shut down and the police came because that is what happens when a young person dies in a public place. They asked us questions in small rooms and wrote down our answers and asked them again. Some of the questions felt like accusations because that is how some people do their jobs. I cried until my eyes ached. A counselor put a blanket around my shoulders even though it wasn't cold. Therapists came too and spoke in kind tones and said words like trauma and normalize. I wanted to lie down on the floor and sleep for a week, and I wanted to never sleep again. Someone said Christina had probably been dabbling in things she didn't understand. Someone else said she had been struggling for a long time. The time of death they gave didn't match the time we saw her in the clearing. I don't know what that means. I don't pretend I do. I know what I saw. I know what I felt. I know I will never go near that clearing again. We went home early on a bus that felt different from the one we took to get there. Matt sat next to me and leaned his shoulder into mine, and didn't say anything for a long time. We watched the trees go by in a green blur. The next week was a blur too. People talked. People said her name with pity, or with a shake of the head. People prayed. I tried to sleep. Some nights went okay. Some nights didn't. Years have passed since then. Life built itself up around the jagged place like ivy around a broken fence. Matt and I stayed close. We didn't turn our story into a romance because that wasn't what it was meant to be. He married someone good and kind. I did too. We had kids. We moved houses. We found jobs. We see each other a few times a year. Sometimes our families eat barbecue in a backyard while the kids run in circles until they fall down laughing. Sometimes we sit at a kitchen table and play cards while music hums in the other room. Sometimes we look at each other across a room and both know we are remembering the same thing, and we nod because that's all there is to say. Every summer, around the same time, I wake to a small sound that might be a memory or might be the room. It sounds like liquid hitting wood. A laugh follows it, thin and sharp like a line of wire. I sit up and the floor is dry and the room is just a room, and the laugh fades like someone walking down a long hallway. I don't know what it is. I don't call it anything. I drink a glass of water and lie back down and stare at the ceiling until morning. Sometimes I dream I am back in the clearing and the trees lean and the air is wrong. In the dream, there are 3 people in the middle of the circle where the fire pit should be, and one of them is not alive and still manages to look straight at me. I wake up with my hands curled into fists and have to make each finger straighten with my mind. I get up and check the kids' rooms and stand in the doorway and listen to their sleep like a song I'm afraid will end. The house holds still around me like a held breath. Then the air moves again, and it's just a house and I go back to bed. I think about faith less like a line now and more like a tide that moves in and out, sometimes strong, sometimes thin, but always there in some form. I don't try to force it the way I used to. I don't try to pretend I never doubt. What happened in the mountains didn't make all my questions go away. It didn't suddenly make every story easy to swallow. It did convince me that there are things we can't see that want our attention, and not all of them are good. If there is a weight on one side of the scale, there must be something on the other. That is as close as I can come to saying what I believe now. Sometimes people ask if I think Christina was evil. I don't know. I think she was a person who picked up something she couldn't carry, and it carried her instead. I think she was alone in a crowd, and that can eat you if you don't have help. I think she needed someone to see her before whatever saw her in the end did. I don't forgive what she did to us, but I don't wish her pain on anyone else either. When I remember her now, I try to remember the parts before the worst part. A girl who stood too close. A girl who wanted to be let in. A girl who didn't know how to be with other people without making them feel watched. If there is a lesson in any of this, it is small and plain. Don't go where the air tells you not to go. Don't open what asks you to open it with a whisper you can feel more than hear. If a symbol calls itself harmless but your skin says otherwise, listen to your skin. Don't be ashamed to run. Running is not always fear. Sometimes it is wisdom. And if someone you love says, "Look," and points at something you don't want to see, don't keep walking. Turn your head. It might save you. I don't tell this story to scare anyone into faith. Fear doesn't hold for long. It burns fast and leaves a cold place behind. I tell it because it is what happened, and because telling it makes the part of my mind that still stands on that trail step back from the edge another inch. It makes the room at 3:30 in the morning more like a room and less like a door. It makes the summer laugh fade faster. It reminds me that once, when everything was wrong, a friend held my hand and said one word and didn't let go. If faith is anything to me now, it is that. A hand. A word. A choice to run together out of the trees and into the light where people can see you and help you stand. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. I left the university and drove south to do fieldwork. My project was simple to describe and hard to finish. I was studying old folk hymns from the southern states, songs without a known author or a fixed birth date, the kind that seemed to rise out of the ground and hang in the air like fog. People had sung them for generations, slaves and slave owners, traveling preachers and church choirs, farmhands and riverboat men. Banjo strings had carried the melodies. Whiskey jugs had held the beat. Every time I heard one of those hymns, I felt something close to understanding and far from it at the same time. One song in particular would not leave me alone. In the version most people know now, the singer asks everyone, brothers and sisters, mothers and sinners, to go down to the river to pray. Studying about that good old way. The modern lyric usually says, "Who shall wear the thorny crown?" A clear nod to the crown of thorns from the story of the crucifixion. That line fits the usual Christian reading. But early versions used the words, "starry crown," and that changed everything. Who should wear the starry crown? Why ask at all if the song is about Christ? What crown was this? I searched the Bible and the old commentaries, and I couldn't find a reference that made sense inside a baptism hymn. The starry part sat in my notes like a pebble in a shoe. The oldest printed version I could find appeared in 1867 in a collection called Slave Songs of the United States, edited by G. H. Allen. In Allen's diary there was a brief note that made my heart jump. He mentioned an even earlier version of the song, written down by a man named Llewellyn Cobb and mailed to him from South Carolina. Allen wrote that Cobb's version was somewhat unbalanced, and Allen admitted he made changes. No one had ever published Cobb's original, and no one knew where the man had lived, not for sure. I went to South Carolina. I drove into a town called Evanstown and booked a room in a former plantation house turned into a bed and breakfast. It was called Ashcroft Manor, and it sat back from the road like a person leaning in a chair, calm and confident. I told myself I chose it because I wanted to live inside the time I was studying, but I think part of me hoped a certain kind of light would fall on things here and make connections I couldn't make in a classroom. The owners were an older couple named Ted and Mary Wallstone. They took pride in keeping the house as close to the original as possible. Ted showed me the polished wood and the old portraits, and joked that he had only given in to indoor plumbing in the 80s. He laughed when he said it. His eyes did not. "Didn't want to punch holes in the walls," he said. "Felt like putting nails through a church." The comparison made my stomach tighten, but I smiled and told him about my research in a general way. I left out the starry crown. I asked if river baptism still happened around here. He said yes, first Sunday of every month, usually at the Green River, but there were plenty of creeks and smaller spots where smaller groups went. He warned me that people here were private. They hold their beliefs close, he said. Strangers with questions don't always get good answers. He patted my shoulder like a coach, and went off to tend to a house that had seen more than I could imagine. I slept badly my first night. The air was heavy and smelled like old wood. I dreamed of singing I couldn't quite remember when I woke. It isn't hard to find Baptist churches in the South. The hard part is deciding which door to knock on first. Every road offered a white building with a steeple, or a brick box with a sign out front, or an old schoolhouse turned into a sanctuary. I visited one after another, introduced myself, explained my project, and asked about river baptisms. The pastors were kind and open. The psalm was familiar to all of them. When I brought up the starry crown, their faces changed. Some frowned and said they had always sung thorny. Some said crown and robe. None could point to a verse that made starry crown make sense in the way hymns are supposed to make sense. I spent afternoons at City Hall. The clerk's office kept old property maps and church lists, and everything else in file cabinets that squeaked when you pulled them open. An elderly woman sat behind the counter, upright and bony, with a mouth of false teeth that clicked when she spoke. Her hair was neat. Her eyes seemed to look past me and around me in slow circles. I asked if they had records on a man named Llewellyn Cobb, and I told her I was tracing an old song. "You should go see Thomas Geary," she said. Her voice had a long drawl that held the words like a slow river holds light. "I've been to half the churches in the county," I said, trying to smile. "Not this one," she said. "First Baptist. Out in the hills. Thomas is 101. His parents were little when freedom came, and his people never left. He'll know what's what." "Where is First Baptist?" I asked. "In the hills," she said again. "Tiny place, old as bones. Choir like a cradle song. Sometimes, on a clear night, you can hear them from here." Her eyes shifted again and went soft, as if someone had turned her toward music. She hummed a tune I almost knew and didn't know at the same time. It moved around the room like a moth. "Why that song?" I asked. She didn't answer. She hummed louder and kept looking past me, and the hair on my arms lifted like I had stepped through a cold spot. I told myself she was old and tired and slipping. At the same time, I felt the pressure on my back like a hand. I walked out into bright heat and took in a long breath. The town streets were quiet, the paint on the storefronts washed out. A dark sedan rolled to a stop at the light, and the back window slid down. An old man stared at me from inside. His face was long and lined. His eyes were clouded. A smell came from the car that I couldn't place. The light changed. The window rolled up. The sedan slid away. I went back to Ashcroft Manor for dinner and found the place full of guests. Older men in suits and older women in dresses with pearls at their throats sat on the back patio and in the dining room. They talked in low voices and laughed the way people laugh at a story they have all heard before. They seemed to know Ted and Mary like family. I felt like I had walked into a reunion by mistake. The room tilted a little, the way rooms do when you stand up too fast. Ted appeared at my elbow and asked if the heat was bothering me. Before I could answer, someone passed by wearing a dress covered in tiny white dots that looked like stars against blue. My thoughts floated for a moment. Music rose and filled the house, or my head, I couldn't tell which. Ted put his hand on my arm and helped me upstairs. When I looked back, the pearls and bracelets flashed and went still. In the morning, the other guests were gone. The house was quiet. Mary brought me ice water and suggested, gently, that the climate might not suit me. "We get a little social now and then," she said. "Old friends." I asked about First Baptist. She laughed without much sound and told me the clerk at City Hall, Ethel, could be dramatic. "That church closed long ago," she said. "No services in years." I tried to find First Baptist online and found nothing. On a map, the hills were green waves dotted with dead roads and names that had slipped off their features. I turned to the other name in my notes. Cobb's cabin was listed as a minor historical spot and, in a small article, as the recent site of a crime scene. Hikers had found a young black man's body there months after the fact. The investigation was ongoing. I drove out anyway. The paved roads turned to gravel, the gravel to dirt, the dirt to tracks between brush. The rental car's side mirrors scraped against branches. I parked when I had to and followed a private sign that called the place historical. The cabin appeared out of the trees like it had grown there. One corner leaned. The porch sagged. Yellow police tape hung across the door and laid in the weeds like tired snakes. A plaque by the entrance gave a short summary of Cobb's life. Inside, the air was stale and sweet in the worst way. A pot-bellied stove squatted in a corner. A heap of stained bedding lay against the wall. The smell turned my stomach. In a small back room, I found a desk by a single window. Sunlight came through the glass and lit a set of small things hanging from the ceiling on string. I stood on my toes and looked closer. They were sticks tied together into star shapes and little crowns, turning slowly in the warm draft of the room. I looked out the window and saw a slope falling into trees and more trees. No river. No valley in sight. I heard the first line of the hymn in my head and whispered without meaning to. So you saw stars? I left the cabin and the smell behind. I did not go back to the clerk's office that day. I asked Ted about First Baptist that evening. He frowned and said it had been closed since the 50s. Ethel's losing her marbles, he said. That place is out in the hills. Nothing there worth your time. Can you tell me where? I asked. Not really, he said. It's all overgrown. You'll sprain an ankle and sue me. I searched for the name Thomas Geary instead. His phone number was out of service, but I found an address. He lived in a trailer park called Willow View, the kind of name meant to make you forget where you are. The road ran along a swamp that coughed up mosquitoes and frog song. The trailers sat on red dirt. A few cars rested on bald tires. The earth under them had gone pale and dead. Men in lawn chairs watched me roll by with eyes that didn't move. Kids played somewhere far away, though I didn't see them. Geary's trailer sat at the edge, close to the water. I knocked on the screen door and called his name. No answer. Inside I could see a plaid couch, a small table with a large Bible opened on it, a floor that had not been swept in a long time. I walked around the end of the trailer and found him in a lawn chair facing the swamp. He was asleep. A mason jar sat by his hand. Mr. Geary? I said. He opened his eyes and stared at me like he had dreamed me, and here I was. You with social services? He asked. No. Good, he said. They want to put me away. Call it a home. I call it a museum with beds. Aren't believers supposed to look forward to meeting their Maker? I asked without thinking, using the tone you use when you try to make a stranger smile. He looked at me like a man who had lived long enough to know better. He lifted the jar, took a sip, and handed it to me. The drink shot straight into my head and burned a line there. When I could see again, he said, I used to think I'd be glad when it came. Now I feel the breath on my neck. It makes a man think different. This world is a hard place. I don't know that the next one's any kinder. You don't believe in heaven? I asked. I believe in things I've seen, he said. And I've seen things that don't fit in Sunday school. He laughed once, short and dry, and then asked me why I had come. I told him about the psalm. He waved his hand. That's not a slave song, he said. Not in the way you're thinking. Sounds pretty now when a choir sings it, but it ought to make a black man's skin crawl. Why? I asked. Where you think they took the ones who ran? He said. Where you think they did what they did after? You think those men gave out proper burials? No, sir. They went down in the valley. Threw folks in the river. Later on, after freedom papers, you think all the hate happened in the open? White men don't do their dark work where everyone can see. They go where the trees are tall and the ground is quiet. He let that sit. A black man going down to the river to pray was praying for mercy. Praying he'd walk back out. Isn't the song a baptism hymn? I said, soft as I could. In its own way, he said. Go under the water and come up new. Or go under and go home, no body left to bring back. Depends what you mean by baptism. He watched the swamp for a while. You came about that crown, he said. Starry crown, I said. The words felt wrong in my mouth. Now you're on it, he said. He didn't smile. I asked him where the words came from and why. he said. You want the truth, you're gonna have to see it. No one can tell you in a way your mind will hold on to. That crown's tied to a right. People still pray to it. People still pay for it. Pay how? I asked, though I already knew the taste of the answer. The same way the poor always pay, he said. Look at the missing boys. Look at where they're from. No pictures on the news. No marches. Page 10 at best. He turned to me. You got your degree. You figure what good old way means when it's sung by the wrong mouths. He told me to find First Baptist. He told me it sat on a rise over an old floodplain, a strip of land that went black and flat when the river ran out of room. He told me the church's land had been sold years ago to a group that bought up historical properties and turned them into businesses, plantation houses, manors, old farms. They called themselves Old Pride Realty. New Confederacy with paper, he said. He told me they had built a new church for the old congregation in town and taken the old land back into their hands. Once the church was gone, he said, the people who loved the crown had room to breathe again, had their place back. I went back to the clerk's office. Ethel wasn't there. Cheerful women with big hair and crosses on their blouses helped me find the file. The papers said everything Thomas had said. Old Pride Realty had bought the First Baptist property in 2002, built a modern church in town, and added the hillside to the long list of properties they had claimed in a dozen counties. As I flipped through the pages, I saw a list of board members and advisors. In the middle of the second page was a name I knew, Theodore Wallstone, Ashcroft Manor. I did not go back to my room that night. I drove into the hills. I parked where the trees crowded the road and walked the rest of the way by moonlight. The land fell away beneath the little church, and the ground below was open and bare of brush, the way floodplains get swept clean each spring. The church itself was small and covered in vines. The roof sagged. The door hung crooked. It looked like a mouth at rest. I stepped around it and down toward the river. The water moved slow and black, carrying pieces of moonlight with it. I heard a sound that made everything in me lean and listen. Singing. It started soft, like humming far away, and grew clearer. It did not come from one place. It rose out of the dark like steam. I turned toward it and saw little lights moving through the trees. 1, 2, 10, 50, 100. The lights floated at first like swamp fire, but then I saw the hands holding them and the white sleeves and the slow, steady pace. The melody pulled at a song I knew and changed it. The words landed heavy in my head and stayed there. I wanted to run. There was nowhere to run that didn't take me past those lights or into the river. The old part of me that wanted the answer to the starry crown told me to climb. I found a tree with low branches and pulled myself up as high as I dared. I held still and tried to make my breath quiet. The candles came on and filled the space below me. The people holding them wore white robes and moved like they had done this many times before. The song they sang sounded like the good old way, dragged down into a lower key and stripped of comfort. My first thought, the fearful easy thought, was that I was watching a Klan rally, but this was not that. There were no hoods. There were no shouts. There were no burning crosses. These people were quiet and careful. I saw faces here and there, lit from below by candle flame. I saw age and wealth. I saw the smooth, fed look of people who sit at long tables. The melody swelled and then stopped, all at once, like someone had cut a rope. Something bright stood on the far bank. For a second my mind said it was a trick of the moon. Then it moved. It stepped out from the shadow of the trees wearing a robe that gave off its own pale light. A crown rose from its head, high and jagged, reaching up in points like fingers. The points glowed at their tips. It crossed the water without touching it and came to hover above the mud. It was tall. Its face looked almost like a face and almost like an old tree. Its mouth opened too wide and showed nothing inside. No teeth. No tongue. No shine of wet. Just a hole. The crowd bowed. The air thinned. Two people walked forward from the line of robed figures. One held the arm of a boy. The boy struggled and cried out. I recognized the face of the man leading him. He had stared at me from a car window in the middle of town. Here, under the trees, his mouth was a flat line. He pushed the boy forward and stepped back. Someone handed the bright figure a long blade. The blade caught the light like a cold piece of the river. I looked away and then back because looking away felt like lying to myself. They killed the boy by the water's edge and pushed him in. The current took him the way it takes a branch. The song started again, low and full. My hands shook so hard I had to hold the branch above my head with both palms. By the time I climbed down, the moon had moved. The candles were gone. My legs didn't feel like mine. I walked the slow way back to the car, keeping to the dark spots. A small lantern sat on the hood, its candle burned down almost to nothing. I left it there. I drove back to Ashcroft Manor at dawn. I went straight to my room and packed my bag. I grabbed my laptop and the paper copies of my notes. I didn't look out the window. I didn't look at the portraits on the walls. I walked down the stairs and into the front hall with my head down. You leaving us already? Ted asked from behind the counter, dressed in a fresh shirt, neat as a pin. He had the smile of a man who knows how to make guests comfortable. You weren't going to sneak off, were you? I was going to settle up, I said. My voice sounded like it belonged to someone else. He slid the bill toward me. I signed. He glanced out the window at the rental car. That's a nice model, he said. Should take you all the way home without a hitch. He walked me to the door and clapped my shoulder like an uncle. Come back any time, he said. I nodded. On the mat by his feet, a fine line of dried dark mud flaked off his boot and crumbled. I took the car to a return lot 2 towns over and rented a different one with cash. I drove without the radio. I drove through lunch and dinner and night. Every time I blinked, I saw the crown's points like a pattern stamped on my eyelids. Every time I tried to pray, no words came out. When I reached my apartment, I locked the door and sat at my desk and stared at the file that held my dissertation. I erased it. I opened a new document and wrote the first line of the thing you are reading now. I told myself it had to be fiction. If I told it any other way, nobody would believe it, and the people in the hills would have no reason to notice me again. I still hear the hymn sometimes when I'm washing dishes or crossing a street, a thin hum at the edge of the day. I still see little stars made of twigs turned slowly in warm air. I look up the names of missing boys in papers far from here and count how few words they are given. When I think of the question in the old lyric, "Who shall wear the starry crown?" I feel the room tilt again like it did that first night at Ashcroft. I picture candles moving through trees. I picture the river taking what it is handed. I picture a choir nobody can see singing a tune everyone thinks they know. I don't go back to the south. I don't go to river baptisms. I don't tell this story in classrooms. I write it down and call it a tale and let people argue about how much is true. When I wake in the middle of the night, I stand at the window and look up. The stars are small and far away. For a second I imagine them bent into a crown. Then I tell myself they are just stars, and I make tea, and I wait for the sun. Erica had rules for staying clean, and she lived by them like they were laws. She did not sip from a glass someone else had touched. She never shared fries or a milkshake, not even with a cousin. She picked the front table in every class so she could sit away from coughs. She kept a small bottle of sanitizer in her right pocket and another in her backpack, because one was never enough. When a teacher passed out papers, she waited until the stack had moved on before she took her sheet, so no one brushed her fingers. If a stranger gave a sticky laugh with food still in their mouth, she felt her stomach clench like a fist. Saliva was the worst. She didn't just hate it, she was afraid of it. Spit meant heat and germs and invisible things with long names. It meant a mouth opening too wide and wetness she did not want to see, much less feel. She had read enough to picture millions of tiny shapes, each one ready to jump from someone else's lips onto her skin. She had rules because rules kept those jumps from happening, and they had worked so far. Once, in an elevator, a man stood in front of her with red nostrils and watery eyes. His mouth sagged open into the start of a yawn that turned into something else, the sharp pull of a sneeze. She didn't wait. She slid to the corner and turned her face to the wall as he exploded into his hand. The sound splashed. The air felt warmer for a second. When she glanced back, he stared at her like she had slapped him. The doors opened, and she walked straight to the nearest bathroom and scrubbed her hands until her knuckles stung. She knew people thought she was rude. She knew the names they used when they thought she couldn't hear. Snob. Ice Queen. Drama. She tried to care less. She tried to be the smart, neat girl who turned in perfect work and never forgot a due date. Because good work made teachers smile, and smiling teachers kept other kids quiet. It worked, mostly. But she was still alone, and that was safer, so she told herself it was fine. Then she met Caleb, and fine changed. They were 18, 2 months from graduation, when the counselor asked her to be a student guide for new arrivals. "He's transferring in late," the counselor said. "Be kind. Show him around." Erica nodded because she always nodded. She waited in the front office at lunch, arms crossed tight out of habit, and watched the door with the smooth glass window. A boy stepped through with careful eyes and a worn backpack slung over one shoulder. He smelled like laundry soap and something like ocean air from a bottle. When he spoke to the secretary, his voice had a small smile in it. He didn't talk with food in his mouth because he didn't bring food into the office at all, which felt like a good sign. She took him down the main hall and pointed out rooms. He listened like it mattered. When she warned him about the chemistry teacher's habit of popping quizzes, he didn't laugh at her careful tone. He nodded and asked a question that showed he had heard every word. He didn't touch her arm to say thank you, but his eyes held hers long enough to say it anyway. She told herself that was why she liked him. She told herself she had a list. Didn't talk with his mouth full, didn't stand too close, wore clean shirts, didn't cough without turning away, but those were excuses. She liked him because he saw her, not the shell other kids made up. Seeing is a kind of touch, and she found herself wanting it. They ate lunch together the next day, and the next after that. They traded playlists, and she admitted she liked old movie scores with lots of strings. He said he used to swim at sunset with his dad before the divorce, and now the sound of water was where he went in his head when he needed to breathe. She told him the sound of paper turning calmed her. He didn't laugh. She didn't flinch from him. The trust felt like thin glass at first. Then it thickened to something you could set a cup on. He did not yet understand the size of her rules, but he tried. He asked before he sat. He asked before he handed her anything, which was new for her and strange in a good way. He noticed how she took the second soda from a six-pack instead of the first. "I do that too," he said. "My brother always takes the first one." On a Friday, after the last bell, he leaned close and said, "Come with me? I want to show you a place." His breath touched the edge of her ear, and a line of heat ran across her skin. He had never asked for anything big. She felt the glass shift under her feet and hold. He drove them out of town in a truck with sand in the floor mats. The road thinned and then turned into a narrow line between trees. They came to a small lake tucked into a dip in the land. The water was dark green and still except where the wind made small shivers on the surface. The far bank had a fringe of rushes and lily pads, and a tall pine leaned out over a narrow shelf of sand like a parent looking down at a sleeping child. Caleb spread his jacket on the ground for her like he had seen it in a movie and wanted to try it in real life. They sat and shared chips from 2 different bags. He said he was glad she had helped him find his way, that moving this late had twisted his stomach at night, but seeing her in the hall had made it untwist. She looked down and picked a crumb from her knee and smiled because she didn't know how not to. He stood, stripped down to his shorts, and took off at a run. "Race you to the first ripple," he said, not waiting for a yes. He dove in, and his back came out of the water slick and bright, muscles and neat lines under pale skin. She stayed on the jacket and watched and let that be enough. He called to her, and she called back. "Is it deep?" He ducked and didn't answer. She pulled up her skirt and went into her knees, cold needling her shins like ice run through a straw. She told herself to go easy. She told herself to breathe. A minute stretched, and he didn't come up. She called again and walked forward. The water rose to her thighs. She waded to where the bottom fell away and could no longer feel the sand. The lake pushed against her chest. "Caleb!" she shouted. "Caleb!" He burst up behind her laughing and grabbed her at the waist, and for a breath she felt his hands like heat on both sides of her. Then it melted into anger so fast it shocked her. He held up a plastic straw and told her how he had cheated the lake by breathing through it. She had never wanted to slap someone and hug them at the same time before. She settled for yelling and then crying and then lashing water at him with both hands. He apologized more than once, cheeks pink with guilt, until she forgave him because his voice made it hard not to. They swam closer to shore and through water like kids. She found herself laughing, a real open laugh she had not heard from her own mouth in years. For a little while her rules floated with the lily pads and she did not count them. When the light softened, she waded out and sat on the jacket to let the breeze dry her shoulders. He kept swimming. He said he wanted one more long go, just him and the quiet. She watched him cut the water and felt something like pride under the worry. When he pretended to struggle and shouted her name and didn't sink, she rolled her eyes. "I'm not falling for it twice," she called. He flailed a little and made it dramatic. She checked the time on her phone and winced. She had promised her mom she would be back before dark. She stood and called him again. He put a hand in the air and let it drop like a bad actor. She waited. She looked at the water where he had been and saw only flat green. She told herself he would pop up and smile wide and make a bow. She told herself he had the straw. She bent to pick up the jacket and felt a small hard thing press into her palm. A plastic tube. The straw. She wiped it off her hand and stared at the water the way you stare into a crowd for the face of a friend and see only the space where they should be. She walked forward until the lake lifted her skirt. "Caleb!" she yelled, louder now, voice breaking. The water sucked at her legs and moved past. Something brushed her thigh, soft as grass. Her body knew before her brain did. She reached down and felt skin colder than the lake. She screamed and grabbed and pulled. He rolled and slid and bumped against her knees. His eyes were closed. His mouth hung a little open. There were thin weeds on his lips, green and slick. She got him onto the sand. She put her ear to his chest. A slow beat. A thin one. Alive. She pushed her hands together and tried to remember the rhythm from the first aid training. But her palms slipped on his wet skin, and she pressed too soft, afraid to hurt him, afraid to feel the heat of another person under her fingers. "Harder," she told herself, but her hands stayed light. She remembered she was supposed to check his mouth and tilt his head. She leaned close and saw the weeds again. They shone in the fading light. Her throat tightened. She pictured everything she hated living in his saliva and riding the lake water into her. She swallowed and reached. The first weed came free. Her fingers came away shiny. She gagged and swallowed that too. He coughed. His eyes flew open. Water surged out of him in a rush that smelled sweet and rotten. He stared at her like someone waking from a nightmare, and not knowing which world was the dream. He coughed again and again until his body shook. She put her hands on the ground, not on him. The sound of him trying to breathe filled the space between them. Her mind made lists, as if lists could help. Wet. Cold. Mouth. Breath. She looked away. She looked back. More water came. He made a small sound, not a word. She wanted to be the girl who pulled him up and held his face and said, "I've got you." She wanted to be the girl who did the right thing without thinking. She wanted to be anyone else, for 10 seconds. She couldn't move. He went quiet and lay back. She could not tell if he was looking at her because the light was so low, but she felt the place where his eyes were like heat. A wind came off the lake and touched her shoulders and she shivered. She told herself to call for help. She grabbed her phone. Her fingers slipped. By the time she lifted her head again, his chest had gone still. A thin trail of water ran from the corner of his mouth into the sand. After, the news called it a sad accident. The police officer with the square shoulders stood by the lake and explained how cramps could seize a swimmer who had played too hard in cold water, how anyone could panic and sink. People in town asked why a girl who was there hadn't called for help sooner, why she had gone home and let her parents make the call. They asked those questions in low voices that still reached her front yard. She didn't answer the door. She didn't walk out to the mailbox. She kept to her room like she was the fragile item in a box that needed to be marked. Handle with care. Her parents moved soft in the hall and spoke to each other in whispers that were still easy to hear because the house was so quiet. They left tea by her door and plates she didn't touch. They asked if she wanted to talk to someone, and she said not yet. They tucked her in like she was 10 and kissed her forehead. She lay under the covers and stared at the ceiling and thought of what she could have done and did not do. Her brain turned, what if, into a loop, and the loop ran at night like a theme song for a show that would not end. She stayed in. She lost weight without trying. The music she loved sounded thin and far away. She tried to read and could not keep her eyes on a line. When she closed her eyes, the lake rose under her like a mattress someone else was pushing up and down. She did not cry much. The tears came in small hard bursts, and then stopped and left her with a headache and the sour taste of old salt. A week passed, then 2. Cards came in the mail with doves on the front and cursive inside. She did not open them. The school sent a counselor who spoke with careful hands and suggested breathing exercises. In through the nose, the woman said. Out through the mouth. Erica nodded and lied. She still counted rules in her head. She still woke at night and listened for the sound of her parents' feet and wished she could walk to their door like she used to as a child and say, I had a bad dream, and have them make it stop. She was too old to ask for that, and too young not to want it. One night the house settled into the deep quiet that comes after midnight. Her parents kissed her and turned off the light. She lay in the dark and listed small good things like a child counting sheep, the soft feel of the pillowcase against her cheek, the clean smell of the laundry her mother folded, the way moonlight made a thin stripe on the floor. She told herself to sleep fast so the pictures would not find her. She told herself the lake was far away and did not know where she lived. A sound came from the corner near her desk, a soft creak like a chair moved by someone shifting their weight. She held still and listened. It could have been the house. It could have been the old wood of the desk cooling. She decided it was that. She closed her eyes. A drop of something touched her forehead and slid to her eyebrow. She brushed it away without thinking. Another drop fell on her cheek, and another on her chin. She pressed her fingers to the wet places, and they came away slick. I didn't get to tell you, a voice said near her ear. The voice was low and strained and full of water. She opened her eyes. At first all she saw was a shape that blocked the window and the faint pale light. Then the shape leaned in and became a face. It was a face she knew and did not know. The skin looked stretched and soft. The features were swollen into a copy of themselves. A smell rode the air, lake and algae, and something that made her tongue feel heavy. A cold hand covered her mouth. The palm was flat and wide and heavy. The fingers were strong in a way that did not belong to any living boy. The mattress dipped under the weight of a body. Wet clothes soaked her blanket and the sheets under her. She tried to scream and made only a thin nose sound under his hand. Caleb bent close until his breath touched the inside of her ear, sharp and cold as winter air pulled into the lungs all at once. I didn't get to tell you that I like you, he whispered. The words sounded like they had to push through water to reach her. He drew back enough to look at her face. His eyes were red at the edges and seemed too bright in the middle, like there was more light behind them than any eye should have. Pain lived there, and confusion, and a question she did not know how to answer even if he had given her time. She shook her head under his hand, small quick shakes to say no, to say yes, to say I'm sorry, to say I am here. He pressed his other hand to the pillow near her head as if to steady himself. and green water ran down his wrist. He did not see it. He swallowed. It looked strange, the way his throat moved. People said things, he said. They said you were cold. They said you were strange. I didn't believe them. I told them they were wrong. He blinked like something hurt. Why didn't you help me? She tried to answer. The sound she made was the sound of a small animal caught. He pulled his hand away from her mouth a little. I would have. She started, but the words tangled behind her teeth. Her rules were useless here. No list would fix this. I was scared, she said, and hated how small her voice was. I was sorry. The cold moved through the blanket and into the mattress and into her. Her jaw shook against her will. He wiped a tear from her cheek with the back of one finger. The gesture looked practiced, like something he had done in his mind before. His finger left a faint damp line where it passed. He leaned closer. I didn't get to kiss you, he said, and the way he said it was not the way boys brag in hallways. It was the voice of a plan that had been made and then taken away. No, she said, but it was a thin word and went nowhere. Please. The room had the stillness of a held breath. The moon pulled away from the window, and the dark leaned in. He lowered his face. His lips were colder than the lake had been. They were heavy on hers, and they did not move like a kiss should move. They pressed, and the weight of them made her sink into the mattress. She turned her head to breathe. He followed. The smell of green water filled her nose, and she held her breath because she had to. She put her hands between their faces and pushed. Her fingers slipped on his skin. The skin slid under her nails as if it did not belong to him. She swallowed air when she could and used the air to say his name. Caleb, she said against his mouth. The name broke in the middle. He lifted his head a fraction. He looked at her from inches away, and she saw the boy she knew under the water and the night and the change. He looked lost. He looked found. He looked like both at once. A kiss, he said, as if reminding himself. A real one. He leaned in again. She thought of the first time he had made her laugh. She thought of the straw on the sand. She thought of the green weeds on his lips, and the way her body had frozen. She thought of the list she kept, and the way they had failed her. She thought, suddenly, of breath. She dragged air into her lungs like she had been running for miles and held it, and then let it go in a rush so fast it made a sound. The sound startled him. He jerked. She twisted. She slid sideways and down and out from under him and fell to the floor, dragging the blanket with her like a shield. She crawled backward until her shoulders hit the closet door. He sat on the bed and turned his head slowly to look at her like he had to remember how. The floor under her hands was wet. Her pillow had slipped to the rug. Water dripped from the corner of the sheet in a steady thread. She put her hands on the rug to stand and felt grit there, sand fine as dust, like the thick line by the lake. She stood and held the blanket in front of her like a shield. Please, she said. Please go. She didn't know who she was asking. Him. The night. The thing that had brought him. He tilted his head. If he had breathed harder, steam would have come from his mouth in the cold of the room, but the air stayed still. He set his feet on the floor. The sound his heels made against the wood was light and wrong, not the sound of a live boy's weight. He stood and the sheet stuck to his back and then pulled free. He stepped toward her and then stopped. His face softened for a heartbeat, and she saw, as clearly as she had seen anything in her life, the boy who had asked her to show him where the art wing was, the boy who had listened when she spoke, the boy who had spread his jacket on the ground like a movie gentleman because he had wanted to get it right. He opened his mouth and closed it again. He turned to the window and walked to it as if he had always meant to go that way. He put one hand on the sill and stepped up, and his body moved like water moves, like gravity had been told to wait a moment. He was there, and then he was not. The room was quiet. The only sound was the slow drip from the bed to the rug. Erica stood and let the blanket fall and made herself walk to the window. The yard lay below like a square of dark cloth. The grass shone where the moonlight found it. The air held a mild smell of summer and water. She pressed her hand to the sill. It was dry. She pressed her hand to her cheek. It was wet. She wiped it, and the wetness still came. Her legs shook, and she sat on the floor and pressed her back to the wall and breathed the way the counselor had told her. In through the nose. Out through the mouth. She counted to 5 on the way in and 7 on the way out, and when she lost count she started over. She did not sleep. She did not wake her parents. In the morning she stripped her bed and carried the sheets to the laundry room without meeting her mother's eyes. "Spill?" her mother asked, casual voice stretched too tight. "Nightmare," Erica said, which was true. Her mother touched her shoulder with fingers as light as moth wings and let them go. School came back like a wave and tried to lift her. Teachers gave her time and extra credit. Friends she had never made offered her half hugs in the hall, and then slid away when she did not hug back. She threw away the sanitizer in her pocket, and then dug it out of the trash because old habits are not solved by a night. She bought a fresh bottle and didn't use it once that day, and that was something. She walked past the office with the smooth glass window, and did not look in. At home she opened her laptop, and tried to look up something that would put a name to what had happened. She typed grief dreams and survivor guilt, and read until the lines blurred. None of the words said how a room can fill with water without puddles. None of the words said how a body can move without sound. None of the words said how to apologize to someone who stands at your window without breath. She closed the laptop and put it under her bed and lay on her side and watched the stripe of light move across the wall, and told herself to wait. She would make new rules. She would make ones that were not about avoiding every touch. She would make ones about moving toward. She would learn to press harder when a chest needed her palms. She would practice. She would learn breath that went in and out like a plan instead of a panic. When summer came, the lake was still there. She did not go. She didn't need to. She had already brought it home. Some nights she heard the small creak by the desk and held very still. Some nights, nothing happened, and she laughed at herself in the morning while she stripped the bed and washed sheets that were already clean. Some nights, when the room smelled faintly of green and she felt the old fear rise like a fast tide, she pictured him at the beginning instead of the end. The careful boy with the clean shirt and the sound of ocean bottle on his skin, and she put a hand over her heart and pressed hard enough to feel the beat. She said out loud, "I'm sorry," to the air. She said, "I liked you too." She said, "I will help next time." She didn't know who was listening. Maybe no one. Maybe herself. She learned to sleep again, in thin slices at first, then in hours that reached past midnight. Once, near morning, she woke to a cold brush on her cheek that felt like a kiss left on skin by a shadow. She did not open her eyes. She didn't need to see. She said his name once, barely a whisper, and in the quiet after it, her breath did not fog, and the room did not fill, and the bed stayed dry. The moment passed like a small boat moving down a wide river. She turned her face to the pillow and slept until the sun came. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. It started with 3 light knocks on our door. Tap, tap, tap. The sound was soft, almost polite, the kind of sound you make when you don't want to wake a sleeping house. We did not get many visitors, and almost never at that hour. The TV was playing low on the living room wall. My wife had her feet tucked under a blanket, and I was half leaning on the couch arm with my phone in my hand. When the knocks came, we both looked up at the same time. She gave me a quick glance that said, "Are you expecting someone?" I shook my head. Neither of us moved for a second. The knocks did not come again, but the quiet after them made the room feel tight, like the air was waiting. I stood and walked to the door. The hallway light was off, so the peephole looked like a dark coin in a dark door. I pressed my eye to it, and saw a small shape on the other side. It was a child standing alone in the cold. She could not have been more than 7 or 8. She wore a thin coat, the kind that keeps out wind but not winter, and her hair was a pale blonde that looked almost white under the outside light. There was something about her posture that made me think of a stray bird, small, tense still. Then I noticed her eyes. At first, I thought it was the bad angle of the peephole or the poor light, but when I opened the door, the truth was clear. Her eyes were wrong. There was no color around the pupils. They were full black, big and round, pushing to the edges of the white. I had never seen eyes like that on a living person. My wife was at my shoulder before I could say a word. "Call the police," she said to me in a low voice, and to the girl she said, "Sweetheart, come inside." Her tone was gentle but firm, the way you talk to a scared animal so it knows you won't hurt it. The girl stepped over the threshold without a sound, and my wife put a hand on her back to guide her in. I stood there for a second with my phone in my hand and my mouth half open. Then I closed the door and dialed 911. While I spoke to the operator, my wife asked the girl questions. "Are you lost? Where are your parents? Do you know your address? Do you know a phone number?" And the girl answered only with nods or shakes of her head. If a question asked for more than yes or no, the girl looked confused or kept silent. Her face was small and blank, but not in a cold way. It was like she did not have the right words to put her thoughts into. My wife moved into the kitchen to boil water for hot chocolate. She kept glancing back at the girl, trying to show warmth with her smile so the child would feel safe. My wife was orphaned young and had learned early that kindness sometimes arrives like a blanket you did not know you needed until someone put it over your shoulders. I could see that memory in the way she moved. The police came fast. They asked us what had happened, took our names, wrote down the time. They tried to speak to the girl, and she answered them the way she had answered us, with nods and the briefest whispers. When they led her to the door, she turned back and lifted the foam cup my wife had given her. "Thank you," she said, and her voice was clear and soft, like a string touched gently by a finger. We watched them walk her down the hall. I closed the door and leaned my forehead against it. My wife's eyes were wet. "What's wrong?" I asked, even though I already knew part of it. "I feel so sorry for her," she said. "The system is rough. Kids get lost in it. It makes them feel like no one wants them. Maybe they'll find her parents," I said. She just shook her head, and that night I heard her crying in the dark. She turned to face the wall the way she always did when she didn't want me to see her tears. I put a hand on her shoulder and felt her breathing catch and shiver. After a while, her breath slowed, and the room settled back into the usual nighttime noises, pipes, a car door outside, the small whir of the fridge. The next night felt normal at first. We ate, talked about little things, curled up on the couch. The glow from the TV washed the room in pale color. Then the same 3 knocks came again. Tap, tap, tap. We looked at each other. My wife moved faster than I did, and before I could reach the door, she had it open. It was the same little girl. My wife bent down, smiled, and lifted her with an easy strength, spinning her lightly as she brought her inside. The girl let out a small giggle, a quick scratch of sound that faded as soon as it appeared. I felt a tightness in my chest that I did not want to name. How did a lost child find our door 2 nights in a row? How did she get past the officers and end up here again? I reached for my phone. My wife gave me a look, a sharp flash that said don't. I stopped. "I'll call in the morning," I said. She nodded in a way that told me I had made the only choice she would accept. I got blankets and a pillow from the closet and made a little bed for the girl on the couch. My wife made another hot chocolate, stirred it until the steam rose in a pale ribbon, and then she sat beside the girl and read a children's story from her phone. The girl leaned against my wife's shoulder and closed her eyes. In a short time, she was asleep, her breath steady and small. My wife and I tiptoed to our bedroom. She wrapped her arms around me and rested her head in the place where my neck meets my shoulder. It is a small thing, the way a body fits into another body, but it can feel like a promise. "Do you think the police lost her?" I whispered. "She said they took her home last night," my wife said into my skin. "She said she got lost again." "Wait," I said. "She talked?" The girl had not said a full sentence to me. She talked, my wife said. She talked while I was reading. Then her breath slowed, and sleep carried her away. I traced a small circle on her back with my fingers and tried to let my muscles loosen into the mattress. The knock sound played again in my head. Tap, tap, tap. I told myself it was just a child who needed help, just a weird string of events. But my thoughts felt like thread that had been rolled and rolled on the same little spool until the middle was too tight to move. In the morning, I woke to an empty space beside me. I could smell the faint sweetness of chocolate and the ghost of my wife's perfume in the air. When I walked into the living room, I saw her sleeping on the floor in front of the couch where the girl lay. My wife's hands were folded near her face as if she had been praying in her sleep. I stepped outside into the hall to make the call to the police. The air in the hallway was colder than our apartment. My voice sounded too loud to my own ears. When I turned back, my wife was standing in the doorway with the girl in her arms. Her mouth was a hard line. I tried to speak. She turned away, and the two of them ignored me until the police arrived. The officers looked more tired this time. They hurried through the questions and thanked us for calling. When they tried to take the girl, she fought them, kicking and crying. The sound tore through the apartment. My wife pressed her hand over her own mouth to keep her own cries inside. I stood to the side and felt useless, like a piece of furniture that had been put in the wrong room. When the door closed, the apartment seemed to exhale. I set the blanket back on the couch, folded the pillow, and stood in the quiet mess of it all. That night, when I came home from work, my wife greeted me with a tone I rarely heard from her. "Oh," she said, "you're back." Not sad. Not empty. Angry. She kept her eyes on the floor or on her phone. I tried to talk, to ask how her day had gone, to suggest we cook together, to ask if she wanted to watch something. She shrugged or said nothing, and the silence between us grew until it felt like a wall. When it was time for bed, she did not follow me. She curled up on the couch with the blanket around her shoulders like a shield. I lay on our bed alone and stared at the ceiling. In the dark, time stretches in strange ways. A minute becomes heavy. An hour floats. I do not know when I fell asleep. I woke to the sensation of being watched. There was a figure at the foot of the bed. I knew it was my wife by the shape of her body and the way she stood with her weight more on one hip. The room was dark, and the light from the street only edged the corners in gray. I could not see her face well, but I could feel the heat of her stare. "Honey?" I said. My voice was rough with sleep. "You let them take her," she said. Her voice was flat and slow, as if the words had been carved out of a block. "What?" I pushed up on my elbows. "She's a lost child. She does not belong here with us. We don't know her. You let them take her." This time she pulled her hand from behind her. In it she held our largest kitchen knife. The blade caught a little street light and flashed. I moved fast and slapped the lamp switch. The room filled with light, and she flinched hard, eyes squeezing shut. The knife fell and clattered to the floor. She blinked against the brightness, and her face changed, softening and then breaking as she looked at the blade. "What happened?" she asked. "Why is this here?" "You were at the end of the bed," I said. "You pointed it at me." She sank to her knees and hid her face in the bedspread. Her shoulders shook. I slid out of bed and put my arms around her, and she stayed like that, folded into herself, while the sobs ran out. "We need help," I said. "We need to talk to someone." She nodded. In the morning I called my work and said I could not come in. I made her breakfast. She fell asleep before it was ready, her body exhausted from a night I had slept through. I set the plate on the floor by the couch so she could reach it if she woke. I took a quick shower. When I got out, she was still sleeping. The quiet looked peaceful, and I let that calm me for a moment. I sat at the table with my laptop and searched for therapists. I called numbers. The soonest appointment was 2 days away. One office said we could walk in if it was urgent. I looked at my wife's sleeping face and told myself we could wait. By late afternoon, She stirred and sat up slowly, her hair rumpled, her face unreadable. "Hey," I said. "Do you want something to eat?" She did not answer. She stood, took the car keys from the hook by the door, and left. I called her name, but the door closed before the syllables were done. Panic came fast. I grabbed socks and shoes and stumbled outside just in time to see our car back out of the spot and lurch forward. The tires squealed. She was gone. I went back in, my heart bunched up in my chest. Her phone was buzzing in the couch cushions. I pulled it out and ended the call I had placed to it. The screen lit up with a photo. It was a little girl with blonde hair and green eyes, looking straight at the camera without a smile. I had never seen a picture of my wife as a child. She never had any. From what she had told me, her parents had no interest in taking them before they were gone. But the face on the phone, the set of the jaw, the shape of the mouth, the slope of the nose, it was her. It was a younger her. The only thing different was the color of the eyes. In the picture they were green, that deep living green the first knew. The girl at our door had eyes like open wells. There were 3 knocks at the door again. Tap, tap, tap. The sound seemed small and enormous at the same time. I walked to the door, looked through the peephole, and saw her. The same little girl stood there, eyes fixed on the door. I looked from the phone to the peephole and back again, like I could catch the truth in the space between those 2 images. Same face. Same hair. Same size. Only the eyes were different, and the eyes changed everything. I did not open the door. I stood very still, as if any motion would make the girl turn her head and look straight at me through the door. After a long moment, she turned and walked away, her steps slow, light, almost soundless. I waited until she had moved out of view, then I went to the kitchen counter where my wallet, keys, and phone were. I shoved everything into my pockets, grabbed my wife's phone too, and decided I would leave. I would go anywhere with people, somewhere bright and busy. I would call my parents. I had not asked them for anything since I moved out at 18, and I had not talked much with them since our wedding, but I would call them now. I needed something familiar, something safe. I put my phone to my ear. There was no dial tone. No ring. Just dead air. I pulled it away and looked at the screen. No service. I swore under my breath and slammed my fist lightly against the counter. Outside, the light dimmed. It was not like sunset. It was as if someone had pulled a heavy curtain across the sky. I opened the blinds and looked out. A cluster of thick white clouds slid over the sun, but they did not look like normal clouds. They were too full, too dark at the edges, like spill marks in the sky. The parking lot went dim. In the middle of it, the girl stood alone, looking up at my window. Even from that distance, I could feel the pull of her gaze. The clouds grew darker. Afternoon bleached into night in seconds. The lot and the buildings and the world beyond became a shape made of shadow. Instinct took over. I grabbed the door handle and stepped outside. The world fell away. It did not feel like falling. It felt like being swallowed by a space with no depth, a thick blackness that took light and sound and made them silent. I turned around. My apartment door hung in the void behind me, standing upright as if it still had a wall to hold it. I reached for the handle. It did not budge. "Do you know where you are?" The girl's voice came from behind me. It bounced off nothing and still echoed, as if the dark could carry a sound the way a cave does. I turned and saw her. The fog around us was not like fog outside. It was not wet or cold. It was heavy and still, like a fabric made of shadow. "I don't know," I said. My voice sounded small, like it had been wrapped in cotton. "You're in my eye," she said, and she giggled. The giggle was soft and bright and wrong. "And your wife?" She paused, like she was waiting for me to ask, but I did not speak. "She's in my other eye. Good thing I have two." I leaned my head against the door and let my forehead rest on the wood. "Why can't you leave us alone?" "I can't," she said. The giggle left her voice. "Because, well, it's hard to explain. Let me show you." To the right of the door, a window appeared out of the dark. It was our living room window, or a picture of it, shining with a clean white light. I had to squint until my eyes adjusted. When I looked through it, I saw myself inside the apartment. I was pacing with a face I did not recognize as my own. I picked up the TV and slammed it to the ground. I pulled plates out of the cupboard and hurled them against the wall. I kicked the trash can so hard it bounced and fell. I was shouting with a mouth twisted into a shape that did not belong to me. It was like watching a puppet of my body jerked by a mean hand. "Do you know who that is?" the girl asked. "It's me," I said. "No," she said. "It's an empty shell. Just like your wife yesterday." Her voice was flat again, the words landing like stones. "Please," I said, and I surprised myself with the sound of that word. I had not meant to beg. "Please let me see her." Another window opened, a rectangle of light hanging in the void like a screen. It was the driver's side window of our car. Inside, my wife sat in the seat. Her hands were folded around the air, as if she cradled a sleeping child. She rocked gently. Her eyes were red and soft, but her face looked peaceful, the way it had looked only a few times in our life together. Those quiet mornings when the world had not yet asked us to be anything. Then the girl appeared in my wife's arms, as if she had been there all along, and my wife tucked her head against the child's hair. "That's me," the girl said. "I'm sitting with her." "She's part of you," I said. "You're part of her." The car window faded back into dark. I turned toward the apartment window again. The version of me inside had run out of things to break and lay on the floor, chest heaving, staring up at the ceiling with a dead look in his eyes. My wife was not there. The silence in the void felt deep and wide. "Let's make a deal," the girl said. Her voice was bright again. "I'll send you back if you promise to open the door when we knock." "I don't have much of a choice," I said, and the truth of that made my stomach drop. "I guess I'm becoming a dad sooner than I thought." "I told you," she said. "We can't leave you alone. Not until you've dealt with us." "How am I supposed to do that?" "I don't know," she said. "You're the adult, not me." "All right," I said. "It's a deal." "Good," she said. "Now knock on the door." "What?" She nodded toward the door that floated behind me. "Knock." I lifted my hand. My arm felt heavy and small at the same time, as if I were moving it through thick water. I turned my head, and my wife was there beside me. Her hand found mine. The girl took her other hand. I knocked 3 times. Tap, tap, tap. Sound rushed back. Light rushed back. I was on the living room floor, staring up at the ceiling through a haze of dust. My head pounded. My chest hurt. The room was a mess, plates broken, drywall cracked, the TV face down, the couch on its side. I lay there long enough to feel the ache in my shoulders settle into a steady drumbeat. Then I heard 3 knocks at the door in the real world. Tap, tap, tap. I stood. My legs felt unsure under me, like the first steps after you've been sick. I walked to the door and opened it. My wife stood there. The girl stood next to her. My wife's eyes were full, but they were not angry anymore. In them I saw sorry and I saw forgive and I saw something that looked like resolve. I gave a small smile and felt one returned. I looked at the girl's eyes and held the look for a few seconds, and it felt like holding my breath. Then I exhaled. There was a 3rd child there, too. A little boy stood just behind them, peeking around my wife's leg. He had black eyes like the girl, round and deep, pressing to the edges of the white. I knew him without needing to think. He was me. He was the boy who had learned to close doors because it seemed safer than opening them. He was the boy who had decided that the best way to survive was to become the quietest part of a loud room. He was the boy who had stood at the bottom of stairs in the dark and tried not to feel anything because feeling had a way of getting you hurt. I stepped back and let them in. The apartment looked wrecked, and I felt the foolishness of being ashamed of that in front of a child and a mirror of a child. My wife walked in like the mess could be fixed, like the only important thing was that we were all standing in the same place. The girl held her hand. The boy looked at me and then looked at the floor and then looked back up, as if he was not sure which choice would be punished. We did not talk for a while. There is a quiet that comes when the thing you have been scared to look at finally stands in front of you. It is not a comfortable quiet, but it is not the worst kind either. My wife reached down and brushed a chunk of drywall off a chair and sat. I picked up the TV and put it back on the stand, screen cracked but still whole. The girl let go of my wife's hand and wandered to the window. The boy stood in the doorway between the hall and the kitchen and touched the frame like he needed to know it was there. "I'm sorry," I said to my wife, "for how I acted. For what I did to the apartment. For not listening. I'm sorry," she said. "For leaving. For scaring you. For the knife." She swallowed, and I could see it hurt to say those words, not because they were untrue, but because naming the thing makes it real in a way silence does not. "We'll get help," I said. "We'll go talk to someone. We'll go today if we can." She nodded. The girl turned from the window and watched us with that still, open look she had. The boy stepped into the room, keeping his eyes on the floor, and sat cross-legged, a posture that looked like he had learned it in a classroom where sitting small was the only way to be unnoticed. I made hot chocolate. It was what my wife had offered the girl the first night, and making it now felt like a way to bring the thread back to the start. I put a mug in my wife's hands and watched the steam touch her face. I handed a mug to the girl. She blew on it and took a careful sip. I put a mug in front of the boy. He looked at it like it might be a trick and then lifted it with 2 hands and held it close to his chest before he drank. The simple act of them drinking in my wrecked living room made the room feel less like a place I had broken and more like a place we were in together. We cleaned quietly. I swept, and my wife picked up the larger pieces and set them in a trash bag. The girl gathered forks and spoons from the floor and placed them on the counter, each one lined up neat and careful. The boy followed me with the dustpan and held it without asking, stepping where I had not swept, catching the small pieces with steady hands. We did not fix everything. You cannot fix everything in one morning. But we made the space more like a home and less like an accident. When we were done, we sat again. The girl stood by the window. The boy took the corner of the couch and curled his feet under him. My wife looked at me and then looked at them. "What do we do now?" I asked. The question was too big to answer, but asking it felt like the first honest thing I had said in days. "We open the door when they knock," my wife said. "And we keep talking. And we go get help." I nodded. I thought of the black place, of the windows that showed me the worst version of myself and the softest version of my wife. I thought of the way the girl had said we can't leave you alone until you've dealt with us. The words sounded like a warning when she said them, but they felt like a promise now. There are parts of yourself you do not get to run from forever. They will find you in the quiet. They will knock, and they will keep knocking until you answer. The day moved forward the way days do, with small tasks and small choices. We found a walk-in therapist and drove there together. The girl and the boy came with us, not in the way other people could see, but in the way you can feel a presence like pressure on your ribs. In the office, we sat on a sofa with low arms, and we tried to put words to things that prefer to live without names. We spoke about grief and the way it can change shape. We spoke about fear and the way it can make a home in your body. We spoke about a child with black eyes who was not a monster but a message, and a child with black eyes who wore my face and asked me to stop pretending I had never been scared. The therapist nodded and asked soft questions and did not look surprised by any of it. Sometimes a person is a witness more than a fixer, and sometimes that is what you need. That night back at home, the apartment felt different. Not safer. Not yet. But clearer. We kept the lights low. The girl sat on the floor and lined up the spoons again as if order itself could calm a room. The boy placed the pillows back on the couch in a neat row. My wife and I curled close, not to hide from anything, but to hold on. We slept. I dreamed of a door that did not float in a void but stood where a door should be, and when I knocked on it, it opened to a kitchen with light in it. In the morning, I woke to the sound of 3 soft taps, not at the door, but in my memory, in that place where sounds and pictures live when they are not happening out loud. Tap, tap, tap. I got up and put coffee on. I watched the steam rise and thought about the first night, and the second night, and the morning with the knife and the afternoon with the photo, and the sudden dark, and the deal. I thought about promises. I thought about the words we say to keep ourselves steady. When the real knock came again, soft, patient, familiar, I did not feel the same jump of panic. I walked to the door and opened it. The hallway was empty. The air smelled faintly like dust and cold. For a second I felt foolish, then I looked down and saw a foam cup on the doormat, the same kind my wife had used for hot chocolate. Inside there was a small folded paper. I picked it up and opened it. There was no writing on it. There was only a small green crayon mark, a circle that was not quite closed, like a pupil with a rim of color around it. I looked up and felt the kind of smile that does not reach your mouth but settles behind your eyes. I carried the cup inside and set it on the counter. My wife came into the kitchen and looked at me with the question that needs no words. I showed her the paper. She touched the green circle with her finger and nodded. Later we would fix the TV and replace the plates and patch the wall. Later we would go to more appointments and say more hard things out loud. Later we would learn the way to open the door without letting the wind take the whole house. For now, we sat with our coffee and our quiet. The girl and the boy were with us, not as ghosts that demanded fear, but as parts of us that demanded attention. Sometimes the scariest thing is not a thing outside. Sometimes it is the thing you refuse to open the door to, the knocks you pretend not to hear. Sometimes the only way through is to listen, to open, to say yes when it is easier to say no. That night we heard 3 light knocks again. Tap, tap, tap. We opened the door. There was no one there, but the hallway light flickered and steadied, and I thought of a small hand testing a switch. We left the door open for a while, not out of fear, not out of challenge, but as a sign. When we closed it, we did it gently. Days later, the police called. They had no updates on a missing child. They thanked us again for calling those nights. I thanked them for coming. After I hung up, I stood at the window and watched the courtyard below. A boy rode a bike too small for him in small circles. A woman walked a dog that kept stopping to smell the base of every tree. The ordinary world has a way of stitching itself back together around even the strangest cuts. My wife came up behind me and slipped her arms around my waist. "We're okay," she said, and I believed her. Not that everything was fixed. Not that everything would be easy. But we were okay in the way you are when you stop pretending that locking the door is the same as being safe. We would open when we needed to. We would close when it was time. We would listen for the small knocks and answer them with the kind of care you give to a child with eyes too full of the past. Sometimes, late at night, I still hear the sound in my head. Tap, tap, tap. It is not a threat anymore. It is a reminder. It is a child asking to be seen. It is my wife at 7 with the green eyes of summer. It is me at 7 with a stomach full of rocks and a mouth full of silence. It is both of them standing in the hall of our life, patient, waiting for us to do what we promised we would do. When it comes, I do not wait long. I stand, walk to the door, and open it. Sometimes there is nothing but cool air and the hallway light. Sometimes, for a second, I see the outline of a small hand slip from the frame. Either way, I whisper the same words into the quiet. Come in. Sit down. You're safe here. We can talk now. We can take our time. We are not afraid of the dark anymore. I was 13 the summer it happened, the kind of summer that makes the road shine and the air feel thick in your lungs. The afternoons were long and slow, and the cicadas sang like little engines that never needed gas. The whole town moved in slow motion. Lawns faded from green to straw. Mailboxes leaned a little more each week. Even the dogs laid on porches with their tongues out, not interested in barking at passing cars. It was the kind of day when you invent something to do just to feel the clock move. For this story, I'll call my friend Hank. He was the kind of friend who made you try things you wouldn't do alone. If a fence needed climbing, he went first. If a rumor needed testing, he told you he'd heard worse. We were sitting on the curb in front of his place with a flattened basketball between us, doing what bored kids do best, kicking at pebbles, talking about nothing, waiting for the heat to lose interest. Hank's older brother was on the porch, pretending not to listen to us while scrolling on his phone. When we complained for maybe the 10th time that there was nothing to do, he leaned forward and said, "Go down to the river bottoms. Check out Devil's Curve. That's where the devil worshippers hang out." He said it with a grin, like he wanted to spook us for fun. But the words stuck to the warm air and didn't blow away. I'd heard stories from my own brother about strange people down there, about candles, weird symbols, and talk of a blood cult. Most of the time, older kids just like to scare younger ones. But sometimes a small part of you wants to go and prove there's nothing there. Sometimes that same part wants to find out there is. Hank raised his eyebrows and gave me that look that said, "Let's not be babies." "They only come out at night," he said. "It's still bright. We'll go quick and be back before dark." "Yeah," I said, feeling braver than I was. "We'll be safe." Safe seemed to mean something easy back then. It meant we were together, and the sun was out. It meant we could run if we needed to. It meant nothing bad could happen to kids in a small town on a hot day. We stood up, dusted off our shorts, and started down the road that led to the river bottoms. Our town was small, and the world outside it was smaller still. Houses thinned into open fields. Fields thinned into brush. Past the last streetlight, the land dropped toward the river. There were only a few houses down there, each one sitting by itself with a long gravel drive, as if it wanted to be left alone. Barns hid behind the last stands of trees. Rows of corn ran in straight lines until they hit the horizon. The road wound down to a hill with a name people said with a smile that never reached their eyes, Devil's Curve. We walked along the shoulder and kicked at the weeds that grew from cracks in the asphalt. We traded the stories we had heard, the way kids do, half laughing, half listening for proof. Candles clustered on flat rocks. Bones strung on strings. Names scratched into boards and trees. We told each other what we didn't believe. Animal sacrifice, Rio rituals, dark meetings under the moon. We said those things like we were seasoning a story and not like they were real options in front of us. The first sign that something wasn't right was the smell. It reached us before we saw anything. It wasn't strong at first, just a sour hint hanging in the warm air. A few more steps and it grew fuller, like the smell that hangs over a dead deer by the highway in July. There's a certain weight to that smell. It doesn't pass by. It settles. I tried to breathe through my mouth, but that didn't really help. Heat makes every smell stick. "Roadkill," Hank said. "Happens all the time." "Yeah," I said, though what we were smelling felt fresher and older at the same time. Devil's Curve wasn't a fancy name someone painted on a sign. It was a switchback worked into a slope, a skinny ribbon of road that changed direction twice before it spit you out in the flats by the river. From the top, the asphalt ran straight south, then cut sharply west, then curled tight again and pointed southeast, dropping you into the bottoms. Guardrails were low and dented. Tall grass licked at the edges. The kind of place county crews drove by and promised to fix later. We didn't have to walk far down the first stretch before we saw the deer. It lay off the side of the road in the grass. At first, I thought it was the usual kind of roadside death, the kind you look away from out of respect and because you don't want that picture in your head. But a second look told me it wasn't the usual. A thick rope circled its neck. Its belly had been opened and emptied, and its legs were gone. The heat lifting from the pavement wrapped the smell and pushed it right into us. Flies rose and settled like a gray veil. My stomach turned. I pulled my t-shirt over my nose, but the stink slipped through anyway. "Hunters?" I said, even though the word tasted wrong. Hunters don't leave a rope tied like that. Hunters don't leave a deer on the shoulder with its body hacked apart. Then we noticed everything else. A raccoon stiffened in a ditch, half covered with leaves. A few squirrels piled together like someone had poured them out of a bag. 2 cats near the tree line, an orange one and a gray one. 3 dogs, 4 cats, 5 dogs, 6 dogs, 7 dogs, 8 dogs, 9 dogs, 10 dogs, 11 dogs, 12 dogs, 13 dogs, 14 dogs, 15 dogs, 16 dogs, 17 dogs, 18 dogs, 19 dogs, 20 dogs, 21 dogs, 22 dogs, 23 dogs, 24 dogs, 25 dogs, 26 dogs, 27 dogs, 28 dogs, 29 dogs, 30 dogs, 31 dogs, 32 dogs, 33 dogs, 34 dogs, 35 dogs, 36 dogs, 37 dogs, 38 dogs, 39 dogs, 40 dogs, 41 dogs, 42 dogs, 43 dogs, 44 dogs, 45 dogs, 46 dogs, 47 dogs, 48 dogs, 49 dogs, 50 dogs, 51 dogs, 52 dogs, 53 dogs, 54 dogs, 55 dogs, 56 dogs, 57 dogs, 58 dogs, 59 dogs, 60 dogs, 61 dogs both laid out in a way that looked like sleep until you noticed how completely still they were. Farther back, half hidden in grass, the shape of a large dog. That one punched me in the chest. Dogs are the heartbeat of quiet houses. Seeing one like that felt like something had gone wrong inside me, and not just in the field. Near the animals were objects that didn't belong to trees and grass. An old record player sat open like a mouth waiting for a song. A small pulpit leaned on 3 legs, the surface stained dark in patches that didn't look like wood oil. Knives and hatchets lay around, some with taped handles, some with smooth wood dark from hands. A couple of mortars and pestles lay tipped on their sides, bowls dusted and scratched. If someone wanted to build a picture of the kind of place you warned kids about, they had nailed it. "This is messed up," Hank said. There was no excitement in his voice now. His words came out thin and flat. He looked like he wanted to spit but didn't want his mouth to open any wider than it had to. We should have gone home right there. We should have walked back up the road in the bright daylight, and told someone who had a badge or a title, someone who could drive a truck down and take the whole scene away. But we were 13, and even bad ideas can look like dares you can win when you're 13. We kept going. The plan was to reach the bottom, look around for a minute, and get out before shadows got longer. The smell stayed with us as we walked, and then a new feeling slid in with it. I can only call it the sense that a room had been loud and had just gone quiet. The hair on my arm stood up. It felt like the air was watching us. The road turned and we stepped off the asphalt onto a small open patch that overlooked the fields below. From there, you could look east and south and west and see the river bottom stretched out in squares and lines, the land chopped into neat shapes by fences you could step over and ditches you could jump. To our backs rose a steep dirt wall, about 20 feet up to the top where the road began. Up there, the world was our neat little town. Down here, it felt like the town had its back turned. The smell hit us hard again. It wasn't just strong. It pressed. It filled our heads. It made me light and weird and dizzy, like the ground had dropped a few inches and my eyes were slow to notice. Hank held his hands on his knees and breathed like he'd run a long way. Then we saw the tarps. They were old green tarps, the heavy kind that stick to your fingers, rolled up tight and tied with twine. Each one looked stuffed with something lumpy and soft. They were lined up end to end near the edge of the clearing. The smell poured off them like heat. Even a few steps away, the stink wrapped your face and didn't let go. I felt my throat try to throw my stomach up. My eyes got wet. The world shifted a little to the side. Panic crawled under my ribs and started scratching. "I feel like we're being watched," I said. I don't even know if I meant to speak out loud. The words fell out. "I know," Hank said, and it came out like air squeezed through a hole. He nodded fast, his eyes wide. "I know. Let's go." We didn't think about touching the tarps. We didn't think about untying a single knot. There are things you don't need to see to understand. We backed away, then turned and ran. The heat grabbed at our legs. Dirt slid under our shoes as we scrambled back onto the road. We pounded up the first switchback. We hit the bend and kept going. The top felt like a finish line we might not reach in time, even though nothing was chasing us. At the top, I didn't slow down. I tore toward town. Hank yelled my name. I didn't stop. He yelled again, and there was something in his voice that pulled on me. He grabbed my shoulder and spun me around. "Look," he said, pointing back toward the top of the slope. I looked. A woman in a white wedding dress stood at the edge of the cliff above the clearing we had just left. She was alone. There were no houses close to her, no driveway, no car, no reason for her to be there but the reason we feared. The dress was long and old-fashioned, the kind of white that shines even when the light is pulling away. It didn't fit the day. It didn't fit the place. It didn't fit anything. We were far enough away that we couldn't read her face, but we could tell she was facing us. We could feel it in our bones. The air between us felt like a tight string. My first thought was to find an ordinary answer. Wedding photos, a prank, a costume. But even if I had wanted to hug those thoughts close, the feeling in my body wouldn't let me. You can lie to your mouth. It's much harder to lie to your spine. We didn't run now. We walked. We moved like we didn't want to make noise. Every few steps, we turned to check. She didn't move. She just stood there, watching us, until we dipped out of sight. By the time we reached Hank's house, the dizziness had faded, and the smell had loosened its grip and floated off. Or maybe we left it behind. We didn't tell Hank's brother. We didn't tell our parents. We didn't tell anyone. We didn't want to be banned from leaving our block for the rest of the summer. We didn't want to explain what we had seen and be told it was our imaginations. We didn't want to say the words out loud, because words make things solid. That night, sleep didn't come easy. Whenever I closed my eyes, I saw those green tarps lined up like giant caterpillars, and the old record player waiting for a song that wouldn't come, and the blood-dark pulpit leaning on its sad 3 legs. And above it all, I saw the white dress on the cliff, a splash of bright where there should have been none. I turned and turned, and every time I woke up, the clock hands seemed to crawl. A little after 3 in the morning, I woke all at once with a feeling like cold water thrown gently over my face. The house was quiet in that deep way that is almost the sound itself. I didn't wake because of a noise. I woke because something told me I was not alone. The moon was full, and its light spilled through the blinds and made dim stripes across my room. At the foot of my bed, a shape hung in the air. The woman in the white dress was there. She wasn't standing on the floor. She was hovering a few inches above it, the hem of her dress hanging perfectly straight, like air and gravity didn't know what to do with her. She was facing me. Even with the moonlight bright for night, her face didn't show. It was as if a shadow lived there. I couldn't tell if she was angry or sad or empty. I only knew she had fixed herself on me. That look pinned me like a butterfly on a card. My body turned into cement. There's a difference between being still and being unable to move. I learned that difference in a heartbeat. I wanted to yell for my dad. I wanted to throw my sheets off and run. Instead, I lay there like I'd already been buried. My chest squeezed and struggled. It felt like breathing through a straw. My heart beat hard enough to hurt. I shut my eyes. It took everything I had to do it. I pulled the covers over my head. That shouldn't matter, but at that moment, it was the only thing that did. Under the blankets, the sound of my breath filled the space like a saw going back and forth. I tried to think of anything else. I kept seeing her anyway, in the bright little movie behind my eyelids. The straight drop of the dress, the blurry edges of her shape, the place where her face should have been. Time slowed to a drip, then a crawl. I don't know how long I stayed like that. It felt like hours. It could have been minutes. The room softened from blue to gray. Morning crept across the floor and lifted the dark like it had weight. When I finally slid the covers down, my hands were shaking. The foot of the bed was empty. My room was a boy's room again, with a baseball cap on the chair and a jar of coins on the dresser and dust drifting slow in a slice of light. I lay there and watched that dust for a while, trying to convince myself the night had been a trick. I never saw the woman in the white dress again. I don't know what she wanted. I don't know if she was angry that we had come near something that wasn't meant for us or if she was warning me away from it. I don't know if she was a ghost or an image my brain made with fear. I only know the fear was real, and the memory is clear, and the smell of hot rot still puts a nail through my stomach if I catch even a hint of it. Hank and I didn't go back to Devil's Curve. We didn't even walk that direction for a while. We held the story between us like a fragile glass. When we did talk about it, we whispered as if the air might carry our words to the wrong place. Time passed the way it always does. We grew a little taller, learned to drive, learned how to shift our weight when grown-ups asked direct questions, learned to laugh about things that weren't funny when you were inside them. But a few things from that day stayed sharp. I learned that some places announce themselves before you see them. The body knows. The hair on your neck hates lying. I learned that you don't need to lift a tarp to know you don't want what's inside. I learned that running is not the same as losing. I learned that staying is not the same as being brave. I learned that sometimes the world shows you a seam and then hides it again when you aren't looking, and that it's okay not to pull at it. people still use the name. When I visit my parents now, someone at the grocery store will say, "They repaved down past Devil's Curb." The same way they mention a new stop sign or a broken soda machine. Maybe it's just a hill with 2 turns and a spooky nickname to most folks. Maybe it always was. But if you ask me the best way to the river, I'll send you the long way. I'll act like I'm worried about potholes. I won't say what I'm really thinking. Some shortcuts don't save you time. They spend it for you in the middle of the night, at the foot of your bed. I have told this to a few people. Nobody has a clean answer. Some say prank. Some say Satanists looking for attention. Some say an old wedding dress found in a trunk and repurposed to bother kids. Some say sleep paralysis, which is a real thing I've read about since then. Maybe that is what happened in my room. Maybe my brain woke up before my body did and my mind shaped my fear into a figure it recognized. Maybe. But that wouldn't explain the smell under the tarps or the woman watching us from the cliff. Not everything in a story has to be the same kind of truth for the story to be real. I don't think the spirit of that place belongs to a single ghost. I think it belongs to a feeling. The feeling that something ugly has been allowed to sit and rot where nobody looks. The feeling that you are small and soft in a world that doesn't always care. The feeling that you are being watched by someone who doesn't have a face you can read. That is enough to keep you away without a single candle or symbol or rumor. If there is any advice in this, it's simple. If a place smells wrong, trust your nose. If a place feels watched, trust your skin. If you see something you can't explain and every part of you says turn around, you won't look tough. You'll look alive. There's a kind of curiosity that opens you up and a kind that carves you up. Learn the difference early if you can. I learned it on a hill with a name someone thought was funny. Hank moved away the next year. We wrote letters for a while and stopped. That's how life works sometimes. The line between rooms closes and new doors open. And you don't look back because everything ahead wants your attention. I think about him sometimes when a hot wind carries a strange smell, or when the sky goes white before a storm. He's the reason I turned and saw what I didn't want to see. He's the reason I didn't tell myself a friendly lie and keep running. There's a small kind of courage in admitting danger. There's a bigger kind in listening when someone else says, "Look, I still wake at 3 in the morning now and then. Most nights it's nothing. Pipes shift. The fridge hums. A car door shuts somewhere down the street. The moon throws a rectangle on the wall, and then slides it away. When it happens, I lie still and stare at the foot of my bed and wait until the room feels like a room again. I pull the covers down and breathe like a person who isn't underwater. I let the quiet be just quiet. But there's always a part of me that listens for a dress whispering where there is no wind. If you're the kind of person who wants to test stories, I understand. I was that person. Maybe I still am in ways I'll only admit when the lights are on. But hear this from someone who learned by doing. Not every story deserves your footprints on it. Some places are better off being names people say when giving directions so you can decide not to go. Some doors are better left for other hands to open, hands that carry authority or experience, or both. You don't have to be the hero of the creepy thing to be brave. You can be the kid who walked away and told the truth later, in plain words. That afternoon, when we first stood on the top of Devil's Curb, we were 2 bored boys on a hot day with more time than sense. By the evening, we were 2 boys who had seen enough to change the shape of our summer. By the next morning, I was someone who understood that fear can take away your voice and your motion and still leave you with a heartbeat to count every second. That's a lot to learn before breakfast, but sometimes life teaches hard lessons on easy days. I don't know who the woman in the white dress was. I don't know what she was doing on that cliff. I don't know why she came to my room, if she came at all. Maybe she was part of the leftovers from some ugly ritual. Maybe she was tied to a story bigger than me and Hank and our little town. Maybe she was a warning dressed in something pretty. Maybe she was only a shape fear gave itself to be seen. Whatever she was, she made me pay attention. If that was the lesson, I learned it. I used to wish I'd gotten a closer look at her face. I thought knowing if she was angry or sad would change something. I don't wish that anymore. Not everything needs a name. Not every face needs to be remembered. It's enough to know what I know. We went where we shouldn't have, we saw what we weren't meant to see, and we left. That is the right order for a story like this. If you ever find yourself on a hill that bends back on itself, and the air gets heavy, and the world grows quiet in the wrong way, don't wait for a sign bigger than your own skin. You already have one. Turn around. Walk back the way you came. Tell the story to someone who can handle it. And if, later, in the soft middle of the night, you wake and feel something standing close, be kind to yourself. Pull the covers up if you need to. Breathe. Wait for morning. It will come. It always does. I was 13. It was hot. We were bored. We went to Devil's Curve. We saw things we can't unsee. A woman in a white dress watched us from a cliff. That night, she watched me from the foot of my bed. I never saw her again, and I hope I never do. I tell this the same way every time, in simple words, so it doesn't turn into something else. Stay away from evil things, even if you're young and think you're safe. Some places don't ask twice. Some knocks are not for you. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. The house on the hill kept the night at arm's length. Its motion lights washed the sloped lawn in a polite glow that felt more like a warning than a welcome, as if the hill itself wanted strangers to know there was nothing for them here. The nearest porch light lived far beyond the reach of a strong throw. That distance felt intentional, like a rule no one had written down but everyone followed. Inside, everything looked new and hard. Great planks of wood ran in clean lines from one room to the next. The leather chairs and sofas sat low and square the way expensive furniture always does, chosen because they matched an idea rather than a body. The aquarium along the accent wall hummed to itself, a glass window into a quiet little world. Fish with impossible colors drifted in place, and then flicked away as a pump pushed 40 gallons of bright water through a filter. Every other Tuesday a man in a polo came to feed and polish and test and make sure the fish remained perfect. A door swung open, then shut again just as quickly. Lights clicked on above as a tall man stepped in, pushed 3 locks into place, and blinked at the sudden brightness. Douglas always checked the locks twice. He set his keys on the counter, stood by the fridge, and poured water into a glass, drank it in one greedy swallow, then refilled and emptied it again. His mouth felt dusty and stubborn. Thirst sat in him like a problem that wanted solving. He poured a third time, but this one was Scotch. The warmth ran down and loosened him. He closed the blinds throughout the house, let the shower run hot until the mirror fogged, and undressed. Heat soaked his skin and climbed into his muscles. He pressed his fingers into the tight ropes along the back of his neck and kneaded them until his hands ached. 3 days now, the same painful knot at the base of his skull and along the right shoulder blade, like something heavy had hooked into him and refused to let go. The shower helped until he turned it off. He thought about booking a massage with one of the girls at the gym, the one with the braid and the small nose ring he pretended not to notice. The image of a warm hand sliding across his shoulder calmed him, even here under his own hands. The skin between his shoulders lifted with a small electric shiver. The space behind him filled with a weight that wasn't air. Someone stood close enough to fog the glass. He spun around, palms open, ready to throw a wild punch at whoever had come into his house. Steam curled and clung to tile. Water threaded down his chest. No one stood there. The spiked feeling faded a little, but not completely. If he focused, he could feel tiny changes in the way the steam moved, the kind of bare stir that doesn't push a curtain but it is movement, all the same. It reminded him of faint breath in a cold room, a presence that refused to own a shape. He convinced himself it was the shower and the scotch, stepped out, and toweled off. He walked the house like a guard on a last round, fingertips brushing window latches, eyes landing on the hair-thin alarm wires stapled along every frame. The careful routine settled him. By the time he slid under the sheet, his mind hummed in a tone that felt almost like peace. He let his eyes close and fall. Tastes like salt. The whisper was right at his ear, too close. He lurched upright, heart banging. In the same breath something struck his bedroom window from outside, a thud first, then a delicate clatter of glass shivering in the frame. The sound was exactly a fist hitting a pane. He threw back the covers and ripped the curtains wide. The hill wore a coat of thin moonlight. The grass bent in one direction, and the street at the bottom lay empty and pale. He pressed his forehead to the glass and looked down along the sill, imagining somebody crouched below it, tucked into the small corner where the bushes grew. A blackbird twitched on the lawn. Its wings beat in small, broken flurries like short breaths. Its legs looked stiff and useless, two bent sticks. On the window, dust had captured the outline of a bird in a gray smear, the ghost of the last thing it had seen, body in the center, wings out like soft hands. Douglas watched the tiny movements slow and stop, and the eyes emptied themselves of focus. He stood there until it was only a shape in the grass. Then he drew the curtains and returned to bed. In the morning, clouds grayed the sky and kept the sun back like a curtain, and the city pretended not to mind. Douglas filled the paper cone at the water cooler, drank, filled again, drank again. His mouth still felt not quite right, and he chased the feeling away one mouthful at a time, watching bubbles rise like slow beads from the bottom of the bottle. "What happened to you Friday?" He didn't hear the steps, only the voice. Peter from marketing leaned in the break room doorway with a cup of coffee and a look people get when they're trying to be gentle and still enjoy being unkind. "What?" Douglas asked without turning. "You ghosted McSweeney's," Peter said. "The whole team. Ed was there. He'll think you're not a team guy if you bail like that." "Sorry," Douglas said. He wasn't. He had told himself he would go. Then the idea of stale beer and bad jokes had sat on his chest and refused to budge. He lifted the cone and stared through the thin paper at the clear water. "Does this taste off to you?" "I wouldn't know," Peter said. "I drink coffee like the Lord recommends." He made a show of raising his mug and left. Douglas took the cup back to his office and set it near his keyboard. He opened his email and closed it again. He opened the new client's file, read the first paragraph twice, rewrote the subject line of a message, then deleted it and typed the exact same thing. It felt like someone had laid a palm between his shoulders and was leaning there, waiting to see if he would make a mistake. The second-guessing soured everything. His desk held a small metal plaque a grateful client had given him years ago. He had learned to look past it the way you look past anything you've owned too long, but the letters caught his eye. He turned the strip to face him. The first line was his first name. The second line was the kind of fact you share at icebreakers. From the Scottish surname Douglas, it said, meaning dark river. He flipped it over so the face pressed into the wood. By 2 o'clock he had convinced himself there was nothing at the office that couldn't wait until tomorrow. He walked to his car with his shoulders up around his ears. One of the girls from accounting leaned on her sedan and smoked a peppermint cigarette. "New car?" she asked. "Loaner," he said. "Mine's in the shop." He left out the part about the mechanic shaking his head over the dent in the bumper and the busted headlight and saying, "That must have been some deer." He could still see the idea the man had of the deer in his mind, bright, wet eyes lifting up in surprise before the lights swallowed them. Douglas had said nothing and signed the papers and left the man to his work. The river marked the place where the houses thinned and the dark grew soft. He had always used it as a quiet mile marker on the way home. Now the water took the light from the sky and put it out in one long drink. He kept his eyes forward, foot heavy on the gas. The road slid into the tunnel that ran under the river. He hated the tunnel. He hated the thought of the entire weight of the river above, pressing at the ceiling with old patience, the way you hate the memory of a throw that went very wrong. The city had poured steel arches and concrete and brick to keep the water where it belonged. 3 men had died during the building when a section flooded. Stories like that stick to a place. "Underground is for roots and bones," he used to say, and let people laugh. He said it now in his head as the walls closed around him, and the ceiling dropped to its ordinary height. Orange cones popped up ahead, and blinking lights painted the bricks. A man in a reflective vest held a sign that said slow as if the word could reach into a car's engine. He let a few cars slip by and then pivoted the sign to stop right in Douglas's face. The big man walked to the window and tilted down to be seen. "Give us a minute," he said. "We're backing in a rig." "You can't wave me through?" Douglas asked. "I'm late." "That's new," the man said deadpan. "Everybody else is on free time." He glanced back over his shoulder at the truck trying to straighten itself. "Tunnel falls down if I let everyone through." Douglas stared past him. In the mirror, there wasn't a single headlight behind. $20 if you look the other way," he said, half a joke he wished wasn't. The man sighed like a hill. "It's not my neck that gets broken when I take a bribe," he said, and went back to his place, swinging the sign up like a slow metronome. Douglas left the car in drive as long as he could stand it, then dropped it into park. He checked his phone. No service. Of course. The lights went out with a sound he felt in his teeth. The tunnel swallowed itself. The generator stopped in the same breath. Everything died at once. The careful bright line along both walls, the glare from the service vehicles, the little buzz behind your ears you only notice when it stops. The black in that moment was thick and complete, and older than stone. Men shouted in it like kids lost in a store, each voice guessing which way would become the way out if it kept walking. In seconds, dull yellow coins of emergency light blinked on, one every 50 feet, and stuck their color on the bricks. Something leaned into the space behind him, as if the back seat had filled itself. Douglas shut his eyes as if that would help. He squeezed them until pressure made sparkles, until he could hear his own blood in his ears. There was nothing in the car but him. Nothing in the shower. Nothing at the window. Nothing at the water cooler or the office doorway. He was a grown man who paid insurance. He paid taxes. He made presentations and signed forms. He was not the kind of person who believed in whispers. Cold ran up the back of his neck in a line, fingertip to hairline, as if a hand were drawing a map there. He shifted forward in the seat and rubbed the spot hard as if friction could erase it, made an impatient sound at himself for being the kind of man who did that, and then a voice, so close it seemed inside the back of his skull, said, "Tastes like salt." He shut it out. He was good at that. Silence sat heavy, but the silence had shape now, and in that shape another word formed. "So thirsty." His right leg jogged in small bursts he couldn't control. He clamped a hand on his thigh and pressed until nails skidded across fabric. The lights came back all at once with a thump like a door slamming after a long wind. Workers cheered. The big man with the sign was already waving him on, all impatience and relief. Douglas breathed deep once, and shifted his eyes to the rearview to see if anyone had pulled up behind him in the dark. A face occupied the mirror like something living in glass. Hair hung wet and flat across a forehead. The eyes were two hollows with a soreness inside them. The mouth opened and poured dirty water onto the seat that wasn't wet, onto a floor that stayed dry. Douglas twisted around and his heart rammed the inside of his chest as if it wanted out of him. The back seat was empty. The scraper lay where he had left it last winter. He turned back to the mirror. Only the hard line of his own jaw stared back. "Go," the worker called, leaning near the window. "We're back up." Douglas drove the rest of the way with music off and the car's sounds turned up louder than usual. He didn't look past the lines painted on the road. When he reached the house, the hill lights lit for him, and he shut them back out as soon as he could, but darkness didn't meet him in the rooms. The whisper had moved into the quiet with him. He poured a drink and slept with his jaw clenched and his hands open on the blanket. He knew he was dreaming the moment the field rose up around him. No air moved the black grass. His feet were bare, and the dirt held on to the shape of each step like wet clay. Birds hid in the blades and called in short, hurt notes. He walked without a purpose, the way you walk from one window to another while you wait for the phone to ring with news you don't want. A man lay face down in the dirt ahead. The fabric of his shirt clung to his back like he had slept in a river, and a dark puddle spread around him, soaking the ground. Douglas stopped and thought he said, "Are you all right?" The words didn't leave his mouth, but they hung there anyway. The man didn't respond. Douglas took a step closer and asked again. This time the man spoke, and the voice sounded like pebbles dragged under a wave. "So thirsty," the voice said. Peter knocked on his office door like he expected to catch Douglas doing something wrong. Douglas jerked awake and made a sound like a dropped plate. He wiped his mouth with the back of his hand and forced a smile he didn't feel. "You need a vacation?" Peter asked, eyebrows up. "You look like a Pomeranian in a thunderstorm." "I need a reset," Douglas said, half into his palms. "Just a day where the inside of my head isn't an office full of people." "Not now," Peter said, the frown that comes with someone else's priorities fixed to his face. Then his expression changed. "You know what my brother did?" he asked. "I told you, right? The army did something to him. Not with a needle, like a tank you float in. No light, no sound, no nothing. He said it was like his brain turned the volume down. He came out new." He wrote an address on a sticky note and stuck it to the corner of Douglas's screen. When Douglas held the paper, the name looked like a promise someone made to a different version of you. Deep Escape lived in a small storefront with gray walls and smooth lights and a pretty girl at a desk. She slid a clipboard toward him and pointed to the line at the bottom. "Standard waiver," she said in a kind voice people use when the words are dull. "No lights, no sound. If you panic, there's a button. No, we don't keep sharks in there," she added, as if she'd said it 100 times and like saying it still. Douglas skimmed the words, signed, and let a young man lead him to a private room. The main attraction looked like a piece of hospital equipment meant for a science fiction set, too white and too smooth, a capsule with a small slanted door in one side. The attendant tapped the panel, explained where to hang his clothes, and recited the speech he had learned about brain waves and sensory load and the body's response to silence. "When you're inside," he finished, "you're in the darkest place in the world. The water is set to skin temperature and treated with Epsom so you float without effort. Don't fight it. Let it hold you. If you need out, push the door and step down." The door closed behind Douglas like a quiet throat. The air inside the tank felt warm against his chest. He crouched, set his hands on the edge, swung his feet forward, and lay back the way you lower yourself into a soft bed. The water received him without a splash. It clung and lifted. It wanted him. He made himself go loose, let his shoulders drop, his jaw unclench. He tried to listen and heard nothing. He tried to see and saw nothing. He tried to feel the water, and it disappeared into him until he couldn't tell where he ended and the bath began. He had never been in a darkness that didn't offer something back. This black was complete. His eyes refused to accept it. They made their own show, soft sparks first, then colors sliding across an inner screen, and then the clean round of an eye hanging in space, the pupil widening like a mouth opening to swallow him whole. A loud impact cracked across the silence and threw him forward. He couldn't tell if it was in his ears or his bones, and a steering wheel filled his hands. Glass had split in one long bright vein across the windshield. His breath smelled like metal. He propped a shaking palm on the cracked pane and felt a small stiff thing where the crack crossed itself. He stared because that's what his brain did when it didn't want to think, and realized he was looking at a wedge of hair sticking out of the glass. The night outside had gone very quiet. Somewhere close by, water moved in its own voice. He put the car in park and opened the door because the thought of staying inside it felt like suffocation. The shoulder dropped to a wide strip of weeds and dirt, and beyond that the river ran dark under a small moon. He saw the man when he rounded the hood, a shape lying wrong against the earth with a shoulder turned under it. "Are you okay?" Douglas asked. The words came out thin. He stepped closer and tried again. The man twitched at the sound and made a small hoarse breath. Douglas crouched and rolled him onto his side so the man could take a fuller breath. The man's forehead was sticky and warm. Blood had matted the hair. Douglas slid a hand under the skull and raised it so the man could breathe easier, and the weight of a head felt like it always does, heavier than you expect. "Help," the man said, which was barely a word and more a cloud of air. "I know," Douglas said. "I called them." He had not. He had driven home, showered, changed his shirt, poured a drink to steady his nerves, stared at the mirror over the sink and told himself the night could be made normal again, then left for McSweeney's and turned around just short of the parking lot and headed back toward the river because he couldn't stand the bar's lights. "Call," the man said. His eyes moved over Douglas's face like he was trying to find something in it. "They're on the way," Douglas lied. "We just have to wait." The man coughed until it looked like it hurt. "Thirsty?" he said. He winced when he swallowed and said it again. "I'm thirsty." The river lay 3 strides away. Douglas tried to ease the man's head to the ground to fetch water, but each angle set pain loose in the man's neck. He kept his hands where they were and scooted backward inch by inch until the soles of his shoes slid into the water and cold climbed up his calves. He cupped his free hand and poured the river into the man's mouth. The man swallowed like he had forgotten how to swallow and needed to teach his throat. "It tastes like salt," the man said, his mouth twisting like he bit a lemon. "It's a river," Douglas said. "Fresh water." He dragged his own palm through the slow current and licked it like a child grounding a new idea. It tasted like river. The man coughed, and the cough turned into a groan. "When?" he managed. "When are they coming?" "Soon," Douglas said. The river said nothing. The road said nothing. The world waited and watched the two of them like a theater audience that had been told to hold its breath. "You didn't call," the man said. This time it wasn't a question. It was a conclusion a person draws when he has run out of hope and needs to place the blame somewhere that has a face. "I called," Douglas said. He said it too fast. The man's eyes moved over his face again, harder now. "Call," the man said. Again. His fingers slid against the dirt. Panic moved under his skin like something alive. He pulled in a breath as big as his injuries would allow, opened his mouth to make that breath into a shout, and Douglas changed his grip without deciding to. He pressed the man's head down and to the side and into the water. The river surged against his hands. The man bucked in instinctive surprise and tried to claw his way back to air. Bubbles lashed the surface. Douglas tightened and held, the way you hold a door against the wind. He told himself a possible sentence he could receive if a patrol car found alcohol on his breath. He told himself a ruined promotion and a lost house on a hill. He told himself accidents ruin good men only if those men admit to the accident. He told himself the man in his hands could stop struggling if he would only stop making choices. The eyes stared up through the water, round, wounded, furious. The bubbles slowed, stopped. The body slipped heavier in his palms. He wasn't a man who hurt people. He told himself this in the same voice he used to remind himself of his passwords. He was a man who did what was necessary to protect what he had built. He released the head like it had burned him, dragged his hands up onto the bank, and stared at the river strapping itself around a rock and shouldering past it. When he opened his eyes again, darkness held him in place. He was in warm water, not a river. The edges of a tank lay inches from his fingertips. The thing that had been stalking him through his days moved in the space over his face with sudden weight. He reached for the door, and the door stayed out of reach, as if space had lengthened. Hands closed around his throat with a patience he had not earned. Water folded over his nose and lips. Every nerve in his body understood the change. He thrashed and hit the slick sides. The fingers on his neck tightened with perfect indifference. He breathed water once because his body insisted and choked. He breathed it a second time. The taste sat wrong on his tongue, soft and bitter. The word Epsom drifted up from the place where the attendant's voice had landed earlier. Epsom. Salt. It tasted like salt. He pushed against the hands, against the shape, against the pressure, against the dark, and the dark didn't move. Something like sorrow welled up behind his ribs and broke and poured through him in a warmth he couldn't understand. He tried to hold on to the time before, to the neat rooms and the aquarium and the door locks and the hot water on his neck. He tried to pull the night back around him and make it stop before it started. He held his breath until breath left him. He thought he heard a voice, almost kind, the way a voice sounds when it is trying to deliver bad news without waking a sleeping child. "You're in the darkest place in the world," it said. He wanted to argue, to say he had found darker underneath the river. He wanted to tell someone that light is a trick that comforts only as long as it lasts, and when it goes it leaves an imprint on your eyes so bright you think the light itself must have been a lie. But the part of him that wanted to say anything went emptier than hunger, and the hands waited until empty turned to nothing. The last thing his mind offered him as a gift was the cool outline of a bird on a pane of glass, wings spread, the world still and lit by the clean white of a winter moon. Down the hill at the house, electric lights would still leap awake if anything moved. The fish in their lit blue world would slide past each other without knowing anything about darkness or salt. At the office, a little metal plaque sat face down where a name and a meaning smiled into wood. The river ran without surprise, the tunnel breathed under it, and the few men left working finished their tasks and drove home into the night as if it had existed the day before, and would exist the day after, and nothing of note had tried to climb out of it. I always liked watching TV with my little sister, Kimberly. She was only 5, so her favorites were the bright, sing-along shows with simple jokes and big, friendly faces. If she had the remote, the day turned into a loop of Dora, Blue's Clues, Arthur, and whatever new thing the public channel was running between cartoons and nature shows. I didn't mind. It made her happy, and I liked sitting next to her under the same blanket, sharing popcorn and the kind of quiet you only get when a little kid is truly focused. Sometimes I'd tease her by answering the characters' questions out loud before she could, and she'd sweat at me and giggle and tell me I was cheating. We had a rhythm with those shows. I knew which songs she would hum later when she brushed her teeth. I knew which parts would make her laugh so hard she had to hold her stomach. It was our small, dependable routine. We also had a lot of old DVDs and some even older tapes stacked in boxes around the house. Some had made their way to the low shelf by the TV. Most were up in the attic, packed long before Kimberly was born and never touched again. The box in the attic was big and heavy and lined with that thin, squeaky foam that sticks to the corners of cardboard. I'd lifted the lid once, months back, and saw spines of movies and kids' programs that didn't ring any bells. There were faded covers with animals drawn in that old, flat way, and titles in block letters that tried too hard to sound exciting. I'd put the lid back on and decided there was nothing worth bringing downstairs. One afternoon, Kimberly had a doctor's appointment with our mom. Nothing serious, just a checkup, but it meant the house was quiet for a couple of hours. I thought I'd take advantage of it and watch something from that box that wasn't about counting to 10 or saying, "Good job!" in a sing-song voice. Maybe there was an old action movie slipped in there by accident. Maybe there was some documentary I could pretend to understand. I went up to the attic with the usual squeak of the pull-down ladder and the usual smell of dry wood and dust, then slid the box toward the light and started digging. Most of what I saw didn't change my mind. There were collections of shows my parents must have bought when my older cousins were little. There were cartoons I recognized from public TV pledge drives. There were odd things like a DVD labeled "Sing-Along Bible Stories," and a case with a smiling sun that looked too cheerful for any hour of the day. I shifted cases aside and reached the bottom of the box, and that's when I found the disc with the name that opened a door in my head I hadn't remembered in years. Colwyn's Corner. The title was printed on a plain white label in thick black marker. But as soon as I read it, I could see the bright cover art that must have been lost. A house on the corner of a sunny street, a blue mailbox out front, and an orange puppet waving from the doorway. The memory came back to me whole, like a room I'd stepped out of and forgotten for a long time, but that was still exactly as it had been the day I left. I used to watch Colwyn's Corner all the time when I was a little kid. Colwyn was an orange puppet with big eyes and a soft, slightly fuzzy face. He lived in a neat little house where everything was at puppet height. He had friends who came over to sing songs about colors and letters. They did small skits about sharing or waiting your turn or saying sorry. There were games where they'd guess what was inside a mystery box by listening to the sound it made when you shook it. The theme song was bouncy and easy to sing. Colwyn always stood at his front door when it started, waving and swaying as the camera pulled back to show his corner, his street, and his sky. It was simple and kind and safe. I pictured Kimberly's face lighting up at a new show. She loved discovering something new, even if it was older than both of us combined. I thought it would be nice to watch with her, and it would make a change from the same 4 episodes of the same 2 shows she kept picking every night. When she got home and kicked off her shoes, I told her I had a surprise. "I found a show I used to watch when I was your age," I said. "It's called Cohen's Corner." Her eyes got big the way they do when she hears the word surprise, and she hopped onto the couch with her legs tucked under her. "Is it funny?" she asked. "It's sweet," I said. "You'll like it." I slid the disc into the player. The TV showed the brand logo, and then a simple menu. The menu looked a lot like the picture I remembered. There was Cohen, orange and friendly, standing in front of his tidy little house with a picket fence. 2 of his puppet friends stood to either side of him, smiling and frozen mid-wave. The titles of the episodes were written on colorful signs that stuck up from the grass. A simple tune looped in the background, not quite the theme song, more like the theme song's cousin. It was all very normal and very familiar, at first. I clicked on the first episode. The screen went black, and the theme song began. I sat back, expecting the cheerful melody I used to hum without thinking. But this version moved slower. The notes were the same, but they felt dragged down, as if someone had taken a finger and pressed it lightly on the edge of a spinning record to slow it. The voice singing the words sounded deeper, too, and a little tired. The colors on the screen were not the bright, sunlit colors I had in my head. The picture had a cooler tint, the green of the lawn leaning toward gray, the blue of the sky thin as if looked at through glass. I told myself it was probably just the way old recordings look on our TV. Not everything in your memory survives the trip to the present. Cohen opened his door and leaned out with that same gentle wave. "Hello?" he said to the audience, his voice higher than the theme and cheerful as always. Behind him, the little kitchen looked like I remembered it, a counter with a mixing bowl on it, a small fridge decorated with alphabet magnets, a little round table with 2 chairs. The camera followed him in as he looked around as if he were making sure everything was ready for guests. There was a knock at the door. Cohen perked up. "I think my friends are here," he said, exactly as he used to say it before every episode's lesson or game began. He opened the door, and my heart slid up into my throat so fast it made my mouth go dry. 2 tall puppets stood on the doorstep. They were taller than Cohen by at least a head, maybe more. They were white from the top of their heads to where their clothes would have been if they were wearing any. They weren't. Their skin, or whatever you call the surface of a puppet, looked smooth, without the fuzzy texture most puppets have. They had no noses and no mouths. Where the features should have been there was only blankness, and, at the center of each face, 2 oval spaces that were darker than anything else in the frame. Eyes without any white in them. Eyes like holes. I didn't remember these characters. I would have remembered these characters. The still picture on the menu had shown 2 colorful puppets beside Cohen, a red one with big buttons and a blue one with a hat. The DVD's homemade label didn't mention anything about a special episode or a different cast. The whole point of shows like this is to be the same every time. And yet, here were these 2 tall, white figures stepping into the house as if they belonged there, as if they had always belonged there. I glanced at Kimberly to see if she would cling to me or hide her face or ask me to turn it off. But she had that bright, fixed smile she gets when a show has earned her trust, the smile that means she is all in. "I like their shoes," she said, pointing, even though I could see no shoes on their feet. "I'm not sure if we should watch this," I said as calmly as I could manage. "No, please," she said right away, eyes still on the TV. "Keep it on." I looked back at the screen. Cohen shut the door and stood between the 2 puppets. "What do you guys want to do today?" he asked in his usual sing-song way. One of the tall puppets turned its face slightly toward him. The other tilted its head as if thinking. Then the one on the left made a sound. It wasn't a word. It wasn't even a voice, not the way voices sound on kids' shows. It sounded like a grown man shouting from very far away, like someone yelling down a long pipe that twisted and turned before it reached your ear. It was almost language, but not one I recognized. The sound was distorted, like the speakers were torn or the file was corrupted. It had a harsh edge to it that made me jump in my seat. That was enough for me. I stood up, hit the eject button, and caught the disc in my hand. Kimberly let out a little cry of protest, actually lunged toward the TV as if to stop the player from doing what it had already done. "Why did you stop it?" she said, angry in a way she rarely is. "Put it back on." "No," I said. "I don't think this is a good show for you. I'm not sure it's a good show for anybody." "It's fine," she insisted, and crossed her arms in the small, determined way that means she would win a staring contest with a statue. I didn't argue. I slid the disc into a drawer under the TV, closed it, and tried to change the subject. "Do you want to watch Blue's Clues?" I asked. "Or we could make hot chocolate." She pouted a little, then took the deal because hot chocolate always wins. We watched something else. She laughed at the part she always laughs at. She got chocolate on her chin and didn't notice. If I hadn't been the one to take the disc out, I might have been able to convince myself I imagined the parts that felt wrong. But I had done it. My hand still felt warm from the disc. That night, I lay in bed and stared at the ceiling in the dark. The house made the quiet sounds houses make, the heater breathing, a pipe ticking somewhere far away, the old wood shifting a little as the temperature dropped. Kimberly's door was open a crack, the green glow of her night light making a small, dim square on the floor in the hall. I wanted to drop the whole thing. I wanted to wake up the next day and decide that I had mismatched pieces in my memory. But the longer I lay there, the more the thought of that episode tugged at me. The reasons I told myself for not watching it again sounded like the reasons people give when they are afraid of their own curiosity. I sat up, listened for any hint that my parents were still awake, then slid out of bed. I walked down the hall as quietly as I could, my bare feet finding the clean, cold spots between the boards that creak. In the living room, the TV screen reflected the faint shape of the room back at me. I opened the drawer and found the disc where I'd left it. It looked no different from any other disc. I put it in the player, grabbed a pair of headphones so I wouldn't wake anybody, and sat close to the TV so the cord would reach. The menu appeared with its familiar picture and its looping tune. I hesitated for a second, then pressed play. The theme song rolled out again in that slower time, and I felt the same small wrongness in my chest that I'd felt that afternoon, a wrongness without a good name. Colwyn waved from his doorway. He went inside. He greeted us. He opened the door again, and the two tall, white figures stepped in with the same smooth movements, their blank faces turning toward each other, and then toward him. The sound came again from the one on the left. It was the same shouting from faraway sound, that strained, distorted string of syllables that could have meant anything. Through the headphones it seemed even closer and more intrusive, like someone trying to speak through a wall so thin you could feel their breath. I swallowed and told myself to pause, to stop, to stand up and walk away. Instead I stayed still. "You're right," Colwyn said, with that cheerful certainty you give a child when you pick a game they can win. "We should play a game." He turned to the little counter. His orange hand, now the screen's camera was focused just on the hand, just on the bright color, and the edge of the counter, reached towards something outside the frame. When his hand came back in view, he was holding a kitchen knife. It looked out of place and too real. The kind of props used on kids' shows look like props. They're made of foam or plastic. They have round edges and bright colors. This one was a knife. The camera pulled in closer, and it was not the single piece of molded toy. It had a blade and a handle. The metal caught the light. The edge was clean. "Today's game is about being brave," Colwyn said in a voice that was still cheerful, maybe even more cheerful than before, as if it had been turned up to keep up with something we couldn't see. "I'm going to show you a trick." The picture changed. A real, human arm filled the screen from elbow to wrist. The skin was painted orange to match the puppet. The paint had been carefully done around the hairs and the small lines on the skin. If I had wanted to pretend, I could have told myself it was still a puppet somehow. But it wasn't. It was a person's arm, painted the color of a sunny toy. The knife moved toward the arm. I had the thought to pull the headphones off before I had the thought to look away. The sound hit me at the same time the camera changed angles. Colwyn started to scream. The kind of scream that is not acted, the kind that tears a sound out of a throat instead of pushing it out. The camera never showed more than the orange paint, the curve of the wrist, and the knife moving closer. Then the picture cut wide, then cut close again. It never lingered on anything for more than a second. The edits were quick and wrong, the way you'd expect in a bad video put together by someone who wanted to make you lose your place. Over it all, those screams. I pulled the headphones down around my neck, but the sound was loud enough at that volume that I could still hear it. The image changed again. A person's neck now, also painted the same orange. The camera drifted for a moment, as if the person holding it wasn't sure where it was supposed to be. The knife lifted into the frame, and Colwyn, still speaking in his bright voice, said, "Be brave like me." Then the picture jumped to a different angle before anything could be seen clearly. There was an awful gasping sound that made the skin at the back of my neck twitch, and then another scream that sounded like it had run out of air and found more anyway. And then the camera moved again, the way it does when someone who isn't a camera person tries to follow a thing they don't want to look at directly. I squeezed my eyes shut, but not as tight as I would have liked. The picture kept darting in and out behind the dark of my eyelids, bright flashes in orange, then empty white walls and a shadow moving across them. I breathed through my mouth and tried to make the air sound like something underwater so my brain could label it, and file it away as not a panic. The noise changed, finally. The screams ended. Someone was breathing hard, but it had lost the edge that made it feel like it was happening right in the room with me. I opened my eyes. The show had cut back to the puppet house. Colwyn lay on the floor, off to one side of the frame. His eyes were open, but they looked wrong, too glassy, the pupils not quite centered the way they used to be. Maybe I was imagining that. Maybe I was deciding that because of what I'd heard. The two tall, white puppets stood beside him. They turned their faces toward the camera and stood there like that, the dark shapes where eyes should be fixed and hollow. The music from the menu returned for a second or two, then stopped in the middle of a phrase as if somebody had cut power to a radio. The screen went black. I yanked the headphones off, pressed the eject button, and stood up too fast. The room tilted a little and then steadied. I carried the disc to the kitchen trash can and dropped it in without thinking about whether it would scratch or whether putting it in the bag would make the bag smell like the food scraps inside. I took a breath that felt like it had been waiting to get out of my body since the moment Colwyn picked up the knife. I turned the TV off and stared at the black screen until my eyes started to find shapes in the reflection that weren't there. That night I did not sleep. I dozed and jerked awake. Every time my eyes closed, I saw that orange paint. Every time my ears had a second of quiet, they filled in the silence with those sounds. I probably slept an hour, maybe two, broken into pieces. When it was light enough that the thin curtain in my room turned from gray to pale white, I got out of bed and went to the kitchen. I made cereal. I stood at the counter and ate it while listening to the house settle and the plumbing make the morning noises houses make when people start to move around inside them. On my way to the living room, I passed Kimberly's room and saw her bed empty. Her door was open, her night light off. I felt that small, ridiculous worry that older siblings sometimes feel, the one that says, what if she is doing something too grown up for her without asking? I hurried the rest of the way to the living room. Kimberly was on the couch with the blanket wrapped around her shoulders. She had a leg tucked under her, and one foot sticking out so her toes could curl against the cushion. The TV was on. The player was running. I recognized the picture on the screen and my stomach did that heavy drop again. I didn't think. I reached for the remote and hit power. The TV went dark. "Hey!" she said in a voice that was all complaint and no fear. "Why did you do that? Where did you get the disc?" I asked. I felt my voice come out tight, and I knew I sounded more like a parent than a brother. I hated it, but I couldn't help it. "It was in the garbage." she said, rolling her eyes a little like it was the most obvious answer in the world. I took it out because I wanted to finish the episode. This show is very bad, I said. It is not for you. No, it's not, she said, frowning like I was the one being ridiculous. They were just baking a cake. The words sat in the air for a second before they made sense. What? The episode was about Colwyn and his friends baking a cake, she said. They mixed stuff in a bowl. They put it in the oven. It took a long time, but then they ate it. One was blue and one was red. She tilted her head and added helpfully, I liked the blue one more. He had a funny hat. What did his friends look like? I asked. My voice must have sounded different because she actually looked up at me to check my face before she answered. One was blue and one was red, she repeated without patience. Can I watch it again? I stared at the drawer where I had put the disc and the trash can where I had dropped it. Then I looked at the edge of the disc tray peeking out from the player, as if it had been opened and closed in the time I slept and the time I woke up. I thought about the menu screen's frozen picture of Colwyn and two colorful friends. I thought about the two tall, white figures with nothing where their faces should be. I thought about how sure I was of everything I remembered until yesterday, and how easily that surety had cracked. What did they sing? I asked, more to myself than to her. She shrugged and slipped out of the blanket to go find her stuffed rabbit. The cake song, she said, like that explained it. There are obvious things I could have done then. I could have pulled the disc out and watched it beside her to see if the pictures changed when we sat together. I could have told my mom right away and let her tell me I was overreacting and then learn for herself that I wasn't. I could have tossed the disc in a different trash can and taken the bag straight out to the outside bin so there would be no chance of little hands digging it back out. I could have gone up to the attic and looked through the box for a second disc with the same name, convinced myself that I'd switched them, or found some other piece of evidence that the world is a sensible place. I did none of those things. I stood there and pictured two different versions of the same show sitting in the same spot in the same room and wondered how many times small things like that happen without anyone noticing. I don't think we should watch it right now, I said finally. She made the face she makes when she wants to argue but knows she has to pick her battles. Fine, she said with the long sigh a 5-year-old uses to sound like a teenager. Can we watch Arthur then? Yes, I said. We can watch Arthur. She picked an episode where nothing bad happens, where the only problem is a small misunderstanding solved by a talk. We watched it all the way through. She laughed at the part with the dog. I watched the upper corner of the screen where it said the station's call letters and the time, as if reality lived in tiny white letters and numbers and I could feel it if I looked long enough. When the episode ended, Kimberly slid off the couch to find her crayons. I stood and crossed the room to the player. I opened the tray. The disc slid out with that small plastic sound of a thing that works exactly as designed. I took it into the kitchen. I put it on the counter. I looked at the trash can and then opened a cabinet and took out a plastic case from an old movie nobody had watched in years. I snapped the disc inside. I put the case on the very back of the highest shelf, behind a row of dusty bowls nobody used. It wasn't the smartest plan. It was what I had at 9 in the morning after a night without sleep. Can we have pancakes tomorrow? Kimberly asked from the other room, her voice already drifting because she only half cared about the answer. Maybe, I said. Maybe we'll bake a cake. Like Colwyn, she said lightly, and then she went back to coloring inside the lines. Later that week, I thought about telling a friend at school. I rehearsed the story with the boring parts cut out, so it would sound like a dream told by someone who knew what to leave out. In every version of that conversation, the friend laughed by the second paragraph and then asked if I was trying to scare them on purpose. I didn't tell anyone. Even writing this now, I can hear how it can be read as an attempt to turn an old kids show into a late-night story for fun. I don't know what to do with that. One afternoon, when the house was empty again and the sun made squares of light on the floor through the blinds, I took a step stool into the kitchen and climbed up to get the case. I stood there for a long time with it in my hand, feeling the weight of the plastic, the slight rattle inside when the disc shifted. The sensible part of my brain told me exactly what it always tells me, that the more likely explanation is the boring one. The part that had watched the orange paint and listened to those sounds told me, no, the boring answer is a trick. I didn't put the disc back in the player. I slid the case back behind the bowls and shut the cabinet, and decided that some questions can sit for a while. Kimberly still brings up the cake episode sometimes, out of nowhere, the way little kids do. She will say, "Remember the cake song?" and hum something that sounds like any kid's show song. She will say, "I like the blue friend better than the red one. The red one kept putting sprinkles on the floor." She will hold out her arms and ask, "Do you want a hug?" the way they do at the end of those shows right before the credits. I say yes. She wraps her arms around my middle and squeezes hard. I try not to think about orange paint. I don't have an ending for this that solves anything. Sometimes this is all I can do, put the disc away, keep an eye on what she watches, and decide not to go looking for a second copy or an explanation that might just fold back onto the same fear. Maybe there are two different kinds of things hiding in old boxes in attics. The kind that make you feel warm and the kind that follow you down the ladder. Maybe we carry both kinds with us when we grow up. Maybe one changes into the other when we aren't looking. I don't know. I only know what I saw and what she says she saw. I only know that she asked, sweet as anything, if she could watch Colwyn's Corner again, because the cake episode was so nice. And that I told her we could bake a real cake together instead. If you're at Glenmod right now and carrying, do me a mercy. A single clean round through the temple, downward angle if you can manage it. The faster it reaches the part of me that remembers, the less of this I'll have to endure. It sounds monstrous to ask, I know. But what waits if you don't is worse by centuries. My day began about 10,000 years ago at 10:15 a.m. I make side money as a healthy subject. Kidney meds, blood pressure pills, placebos disguised as science. Nothing ever gave me a buzz or even a warm shrug. Today's capsule was different. A short-acting cognitive accelerator, the text said, like it was Gatorade for neurons. They gave me the pill at 10:15 and told me to kill 30 minutes in the waiting room. I flopped onto a vinyl couch, skimmed a Psychology Today, then devoured a U.S. News, then chewed through a Scientific American. The clock on the wall said 10:23. 8 minutes had passed. I'd read 3 magazines. When I stood to grab a book from the shelf, my body disagreed. It wasn't weak, exactly, just slow. It took me an entire minute to lever myself upright, another to shuffle 2 steps to the battered bookcase. I pulled up Moby Dick, glacially, and sank back to the couch, moon landing slow. Call me Ishmael. I read, and Ishmael called me all the way through to Ahab pitching his pipe overboard, 30 chapters, before anyone opened the exam room door and said my name. "How do you feel?" asked a research assistant in scrubs. "Like the world is in molasses," I said. "Other way around," she said, smiling. "You're the one in fast forward. Your brain is clocked up, 10, 20 times, maybe more. Your body can't keep up. Biomechanics haven't changed. But from where you're sitting, even your own fast walk looks like slow motion." I thought of the way I'd fallen onto the couch, how gravity had seemed gentle. If my muscles were slow, gravity shouldn't have been. It wasn't, of course. I was. They ran me through party tricks and lab work. Physical tests first. 3 balls. 4. 6. They floated for me. I caught Cheerios with chopsticks. I counted the value of coins before they hit the floor. Then attention tests and slideshows. A 50-word word search that took me 3 seconds. A maze the size of a poster in 2. 10 images a second clicking by on a screen. I scored 90-something% on the questions. On their little chart, the assistant said I was over 250 on the Knopfman Index, somewhere past, gifted, and barreling toward impossible. "Go home," they said cheerfully. "It'll wear off in a few hours. Use it while it lasts." Inbox 0. The trip from the clinic to the metro took days. Walking to the elevator was an hour of willpower. I jabbed for the button, misjudged, slammed my finger against the wall. The pain bloomed and kept blooming, a half hour of hot electric focus for what, normally, would have been a 30-second jam. The elevator car dropped 7 floors over the course of an afternoon. Nothing to do in there but stare at brushed steel and feel my pulse. Once I hit the sidewalk, a perverse joy crept in. My body was slow but precise. I could place feet and hips like a choreographer. I wove between pedestrians and taxis with insane grace, slipping through gaps with inches to spare, inches that felt like minutes to me. The platform was a museum exhibit. A digital sign crawled 6 minutes, 1 pixel at a time. That 6 minutes was elastic, stretchy, endless. If I could have torn that Moby Dick off the clinic shelf and brought it with me, I might have had something to do. The red line screamed into the station in syrup. Its familiar brake squeal shifted down 3 octaves into a low foghorn. That's when I realized all sound had slid down the scale. Voices had dropped beneath my threshold. A crying baby on my car turned into a long, mournful wail song. Car horns and pothole thumps blurred into a distant thunder you could taste in your teeth. Smell didn't shift. Brakes stank. Perfume fought deodorant, fought breath, fought the sour tang of too many people in one tin can. The olfactory parade never left. When I finally spilled into my apartment, sprinting felt like floating. Relief was a room. I finished the novel next to my bed in 3 minutes, more time spent waiting for my slow hands to turn fragile pages than reading. I booted my laptop and aged while it thought about the login screen. Open. Refresh. Wait. Read. Wait. Read. I burned through 100 articles in the time it took for my mail app to decide whether to beach ball. 2 more books. 4 minutes. Churchill's prose about the English-speaking peoples, 2 of those doorstops. 8 minutes. I threw the last book and watched it twirl across the room like a leaf, thump the wall with a long, distant rumble, and drift floorward, a flip-flop in a swimming pool. If I couldn't make the hours shorter, maybe I could jump over them. My brain wasn't ready to sleep. Why would it be, when the clock said 1:25 p.m., but my body might let me fake it? Ambien lives in the top drawer. I swallowed one and felt the slick pills slide down my throat like a slug. 10 minutes later, my 10 minutes, not yours, I closed my eyes on purpose and practiced patience. In. Hours. Out. Hours. No sleep. 35 minutes after the pill, I gave up and decided to go back to the clinic for the antidote they had to have somewhere. Running is faster than the elevator, so I took the stairs. Halfway down the second flight, the floor fell away. The Ambien didn't make me drowsy. It bent time into a tighter knot. Whatever it did in a normal brain, it did differently in mine. The second dose of weirdness hit like a wall. Sound dropped off completely. Motion froze again, this time not slow, but stuck. Before, I'd been dealing with hundreds of times normal. After the Ambien, I was thousands. A blink became a winter. Moving my eyes from one step to the next was a scroll through a very long painting. My brain could decide to do a thing in a millisecond. My body needed ages to comply. I tried to place my foot. Hours forward. Hours back. A tweak to my ankle angle that took an afternoon. I rolled my ankle anyway. Pain didn't stretch or soften. It poured in undiluted, a raw surge that lasted for days. Falling is a story told in frames. I had time to narrate each one. My shoulder took the landing. Pressure arrived as a whisper, then grew to a shove, then to a pry bar. When my shoulder finally slipped from the socket, it was like being unscrewed for hours. That fall taught me math no one wants. If 1 second can be days, 1 minute is years. Even if this stuff burns off in 2 hours, I'm stuck inside those hours for centuries. I had a plan by the time I hit the floor. I would get to the platform and let a train erase me. Getting on all fours was a week-long project. Crawling under the turnstiles took months. The escalator ferried a glacier of commuters while I crept down on my knees like a pilgrim. The digital sign said, 20 minutes. That meant a year. I curled against the cold concrete base of the bench to wait for a train to end me cleanly. That's when the bottom dropped out again. The last shreds of sound vanished. My eyelids, when they closed, became iron curtains. I blinked, and for me, the blink lasted seasons. In that black, my mind did what minds do when you starve them of input. It made a world. Voices sang in languages that aren't real. I replayed my childhood from the inside and watched it in third person a dozen different ways. I forgot words and made new ones. I argued with God. Then I was God. I invented a universe out of boredom and populated it, then watched it die, then did it again. When my eyes opened, light returned in geological increments. First a glow, then a wedge, then a slit, then a view of ankles and a toothpaste head across the tracks. In that razor of vision I did the most modern thing I could think to do. I wrestled my phone out of my pocket. Wrestled here means decades of fingertip wrestling match with denim. Boredom is an object when time slows enough. It's a brick in your skull. It's heavy, sharp-edged, and you can't put it down. The pain in my shoulder is a bright animal chewing. The boredom is the cage. I did the math again. If I drag myself onto the tracks and the train isn't arriving, I'll drop 4 feet and add new pain to old pain. Some well-meaning stranger will haul me back to the platform while I'm mid-screen, and I'll still be here when the train finally comes and I can no longer move in time to meet it. The worst part would be knowing it. So I'm waiting. Waiting to throw myself beneath the first set of headlights I see. What do you even call the time between minutes when each of them is a year? I've lived longer than anyone alive under this bench. Most of those years have been spent staring at shoes and a poster for whitening strips. This post is the only lever I have left. I've typed and tapped and posted it over and over in every way I can manage, hoping someone on this very platform scrolls fast enough to see it in real time and believes me. If you're here, if you're near the bench, if you saw a man crawl down the escalator and fold himself into the corner, don't call a counselor, don't wait for the train with me. Please, make it quick. If you were in my head, you wouldn't let this keep going. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. The voice was close, and the words weren't what he expected. Gary jerked, his legs smacking the stools so that the top spun a quarter turn. He nearly lost his balance. He swallowed soda wrong and barked out a cough. What? Who? He managed, wiping his mouth. The Christ child, the man said. Wanna see him? Gary turned on the stool to get a look at the speaker. He knew from the first second that this wasn't a joke told by a bored high school kid looking for a reaction. The man in front of him had the unsettled air of someone who had lived outside too long and too hard. He wore an olive army surplus jacket dark with old stains that might have been motor oil or food or rainwater or something he didn't want to think about. His hair hung around his head in stringy patches, oily strands stuck to his temples. His beard was uneven and patchy. His eyes were open a little too wide, and he didn't blink. Up close, the smell of him was strong and sharp. Wet wool, old cigarettes, and something sour underneath. Gary had dealt with people like this in cities. He had a routine. He settled himself back on the stool, tried to sound calm, and tried to keep his voice from sounding pitying or impatient. Listen, man, I'm not an idiot. He's born on Christmas, not before it. If you want to run a scam, at least get the timing right. He glanced back at his giant drink and felt a flicker of humor rise and die. If you're looking for spare change, I don't have cash. I ordered waffles. If you want a waffle, you can have a waffle. Just let me eat in peace. The man's face didn't change at all. The other diners had gone carefully still in that way people do when they hope a scene will pass. A couple at the far end of the counter pretended to study their plates with intense interest. A teenage girl in a booth looked up from her phone, saw what was happening, and lowered her eyes again. The cook made a small movement with his eyebrows that said, "Sorry about this," and then stepped back as if this were something that happened now and then and usually went away. The stranger kept staring at Gary, not blinking. He had the patience of stone. or of a spider on a web waiting for a touch. The back of Gary's neck began to itch. Ignoring a stare like that felt like trying to ignore a hand on your shoulder. He could either keep his back to the man and wait for the finger taps to begin, or he could turn and deal with it. "All right," Gary sighed, setting the long straw gently on the counter. "I'll bite." "What is it? You selling special Christmas cards? You got a dog with a halo? A baby doll in a basket? What's the angle?" The man's smile came slowly, like it was climbing up through mud. His teeth were bad in the way that happens when you live rough and don't see a dentist for years. He shook his head. "No angle. You come out," he said, jerking his chin toward the door. "I show you the Christ child. If you don't believe 100% he is what I say, I pay for your dinner." There it was, the hook, free food. Gary felt a small thrill, the same tiny engine that made people scratch lottery tickets. He could eat for free, drive away with a story to tell his family about a weird night in a little town out west, and feel good about giving someone 5 minutes of attention. He had size on the guy, and the man looked thin and jittery, not dangerous. Gary knew better than to follow strangers into dark places. He also knew what he was. He'd always had this streak in him, this curiosity that pulled him towards small risks because small risks made boring nights more interesting. "Lead on," he said, getting off the stool. He turned to the cook and lifted his hand halfway. "I'll take a check when I get back. This gentleman has generously agreed to take care." "Not yet," the man cut in, still smiling without softness. "After." "Okie dokie," Gary said, and put his hands in his jacket pockets. He looked at the cook, who gave a light shrug that said, "Your call," and headed for the door. He felt the cold immediately. It hit the inside of his nose and made his eyes water. His shoes thumped on the frozen sidewalk. The stranger moved with little quick steps that barely made sound at all, like he'd learned to walk quietly when he didn't want to be noticed. The main street lay silent except for the whisper of wind. They passed the police cruiser. The cop inside was still, his face turned away now, a candy wrapper on his lap. The glass of the cruiser reflected the red neon from the diner sign and turned the face inside into a shape. They walked 2 blocks through the empty town. The Christmas lights over the street flickered just a little. A small shop with a painted vacuum in the window announced itself as a museum. Gary looked at the sign and made himself grin, but his smile didn't feel fully attached. The longer he was outside with this man, the thinner the line of good sense felt beneath his feet. "It's right down here," the man said, pointing toward a narrow alley between a laundromat and a shoe repair shop that looked like it hadn't repaired a shoe since the 1980s. Gary stopped at the mouth of the alley. The street light on the corner threw a weak glow down the passage. Trash bags slumped against the brick like sleeping dogs. A pizza box lay open and empty near a drain. The dead end was only 20-30 feet away, and the bricks there were damp and dark. This was a place where bad things happened sometimes, where people who wanted to be unseen did things other people didn't want to see. "You go ahead," Gary said, staying where he was. "I'll follow." "Sure," the man said, and for the first time his smile softened a fraction, as if he appreciated the caution. He turned sideways and moved into the alley without another word. Gary stepped in. The cold sharpened here. The brick walls squeezed the air. He walked close to the left wall and kept the man in his peripheral vision. His boots scuffed on grit. Something like a soda can rolled under his foot and rattled away. He wondered, without wanting to wonder, if this was the part where a second man would step out of a doorway with a tire iron. He wondered if he would be fast enough to get his hands up. He wondered where his phone was and whether he could get to it in his pocket. At the far end, almost against the dark back wall, was a small cardboard box with its top flaps folded in. The man stopped beside it and stepped back, like a hotel doorman presenting a surprise. "In there," he said. "Open it up and you'll see." Gary didn't step between the man and the exit. He moved sideways until his shoulders touched the bricks at the dead end, then slid along until he could crouch by the box while still facing the man. He had no plan, not really. He just wanted to keep the other person in his sight, Because he had a rule: don't let anyone get behind you unless you trust them. The box was damp from the ground, darkening the cardboard into a brown stain that smelled like wet dirt and something animal. He put his fingers under the top flaps and opened them like a book. The world went quiet in that instant. He had been ready for many things. He had not been ready for what he saw. There, inside the makeshift nest, wrapped in what looked like torn t-shirts and an old flannel, was a small shape. He reached down before he knew he was reaching and lifted the bundle. It had weight the way a warm loaf of bread has weight, solid and soft. He turned back a corner of cloth, carefully, gently, and a face looked up at him. It was a baby. It was a baby with a small mouth and the suggestion of a smile, and hair like the softest down, and a nose like the roundest pea, and eyes like ponds in summer. Only the ponds were green. Not hazel, not flecked brown, but bright, searching green, like polished stones or deep leaves after rain. There was something in those eyes, a light that caught and held his. Gary felt something in his chest loosen, like a knot that had been there a long time and had been pulled gently apart. The cold air in the alley grew warm. The ache in his shoulders left. He thought of the long drive and his tight budget, and his old resentment about not being further along in life, and felt them lift away like hats on a windy day. Tears rose without a reason he could explain. "I never really believed," he said, and his voice sounded small and honest. "It just didn't make sense to me. But this..." The baby made a small sound, something between a sigh and a coo. Its green eyes didn't blink. They held him like hands hold. Gary let out a breath and felt a small, wild joy flare alive inside, the kind you get when something good happens that you didn't know you wanted. "This makes sense," he said, surprised to hear the words coming out of his own mouth. He turned his head toward the man who had brought him, this stranger with the stringy hair and the straight stare. "We have to tell people. Everybody should see this. Everybody." He didn't finish. Something fast and heavy moved. For an instant his mind refused to put the shape together. Then pain hit him like a fist that didn't stop. A set of jaws clamped into his neck where the skin is soft and rich with blood. Teeth cut and tore, and his body reacted with an animal terror older than words. He yelped, or maybe he tried to shout. The bundle slipped out of his arms and fell. He grabbed for his neck. A rough edge of brick scraped his shoulder blade as he stumbled backward into the wall. Warm liquid poured down his chest, small sprays with each panicked heartbeat, then a long, slick flow. The world tilted, blurry at the edges, the way rooms look when you stand up too fast while sick. He slid down the gritty wall on the back of his coat and landed hard. The baby did not hit the ground. Arms reached out and caught it neatly, stronger than they looked. The man in the army jacket held the bundle to his chest and stroked the little head as if nothing sudden had happened at all. The baby's green eyes still watched Gary calmly, like a cat watching something outside a window. "That's not the Christ child," Gary said, or thought he did. His voice sounded like it was coming from another person down another hallway. He tried to press his palm against the open place in his neck, and the warm, slick feel of it made his fingers tremble. He tore the sleeve from his flannel jacket with clumsy one-handed tugs, uselessly trying to make a pad to stop the blood. Everything he had ever been told not to do when you got cut flashed up in his mind like a poster. "Oh, it's the Christ child, all right," the man said, and his voice took on a little sing-song rhythm. He turned his head and nodded toward the mouth of the alley. Gary's throat hurt. His lungs burned with effort as he tried to pull in air past whatever had been torn. He didn't want to look away from the baby's eyes. He was afraid if he looked away something would happen to him he couldn't take back. But the motion toward the street tugged at his attention, and he lifted his head and tried to focus. At first, all he saw were shapes. Then the shapes turned into people. They stood shoulder to shoulder, filling the alley entrance, blocking the little triangle of streetlight beyond like the plug of a bottle. The couples from the counter. The teen in the booth. A man in a trucker cap. The cook in his green paper hat, his apron a little dirtier now. The sleeping cop from the car with the Twix still in his hand. They stood there quiet and still like a choir in a church waiting to sing. and every one of them had eyes that shone the same deep green as the baby's. "It's just not your Christ child," the man said, his voice soft and kind, as if explaining a small thing to someone already mostly convinced. "It's ours." He smiled then. The smile looked real on his face for the first time. "And every Christ child needs gifts. Thank you for bringing the first." Gary's vision narrowed, not dramatically, not like a movie, just as if the alley had moved further away without him. His body felt too heavy to lift, as if someone had put a blanket full of sand over him. The cold seeped back in, climbing up from the concrete into his bones. The man knelt, lowering the bundle with a care that would have been tender in any new father. He tilted the child toward Gary so they were almost face to face. The baby made a small happy sound. Its cheeks moved in a way that, in a different life, might have made a family at a Christmas gathering lean in and laugh. The mouth opened like a flower opens to the sun. There were teeth within teeth. They were small and neat and very many. The gums were red and wet as if the teeth had just been polished. The little jaw kept opening. The baby's face parted along lines that were not quite where faces should part. Behind the baby's face there was more mouth. Rows and rows like the inside of a shell that has been cut all the way around and opened. It did not look like something that grew by accident. It looked like something made to do one thing very well. Gary would have screamed then, in any other life, with any other body. He tried. The sound that came was a wet rattle. He pressed the torn sleeve against his neck and felt it soak through and through and through. The people at the alley mouth didn't move, didn't make a noise. Maybe some of them smiled. Maybe some of them didn't. Their green eyes didn't blink. They looked like they were waiting for someone to begin a ceremony. They looked like people waiting to hand in gifts at the front of a church. If Gary's life had been different, he might have remembered a story from long ago about wise men bringing gifts across a desert, about incense and gold and myrrh. He might have thought about how traditions repeat, how people make new things out of old stories when the old stories do not fill them anymore. As it was, Gary only had room for a single belief, and it was this. He had been wrong to follow a stranger into a dark place. He had been wrong to look into a box that wasn't his. He had walked too far past the safe places people make for each other in towns, and on the other side of that line, the rules are different. He tried, out of some last reflex in him, to gather himself and lunge. He did not move. He thought of the diner stool, the red vinyl shiny under the lights, and his absurd giant drink, and the cook with the green paper hat. He thought of the sleeping cop and the string of lights that sagged between the lampposts, and the silly claim about the continent's largest vacuum. He thought of his mother's kitchen and the way the heat fogged up the windows when she boiled potatoes. He thought of the green moon he had imagined and how, for a second, his eyes had made the sky strange. He wanted to press himself backward into some earlier hour and choose differently. The world did not give him that. The baby's mouth lowered toward his throat. The cold air touched the exposed teeth and made them gleam like wet shells. Somewhere beyond him, maybe in a kitchen, a timer dinged, and someone removed waffles from a hot iron and set them on a plate. Somewhere else, a dog barked twice, and then stopped. Up above the town, the white moon looked down like the face of a clock without numbers. Time, for Gary, got very small. The baby's face filled it entirely. The soft cooing continued. The last thing that touched a tender part of his mind and stayed there was not horror, not surprise, but the deep, simple thought of hands. How many times his own hands had held something with care, had lifted and carried and set down, the right pressure, the soft words spoken to nobody in particular. He had never wanted the skill of careful hands more than he wanted it in that second. He wanted a pair of careful hands to pick him up and carry him out of this alley, and lay him down somewhere warm and safe and unremarkable, and not wait for anything at all. It didn't happen. It didn't even almost happen. The green eyes stayed open, clear and bright. The small body leaned in. The crowd at the mouth of the alley made a tiny motion as one, the way people do when they see something they've been waiting for and their bodies move before their minds. In the days that came after, what passed for days under the winter sky, the diner stayed open. The bells still jingled when the door swung. The cook still wore his green hat. The officer still parked his cruiser and dozed from time to time. People still ordered curly fries and slurped milkshakes and called for waffles at 2 in the morning. If somebody asked about the vacuum, they would be shown the plaque with its green and red lights and told the story with a smile. If somebody passed through and paid the high price for gas, they would grumble and then forget and drive on. If somebody stayed for a while and watched long enough and let his heart open, he might notice that, in this small town, people made room for a holiday in a way that was different from other places. They watched and waited in a new way. They did not blink as often when they looked at one another. They stood a little closer in doorways when strangers walked past. They were ready to give. On a clear night, if he had looked up from the alley at the right moment, Gary might have said again that the moon looked green. The truth is, it didn't. The truth is, it looked exactly the same as it looks in any other town, on any other winter night when the roads are empty and the song on the radio is cheerful and thin and you keep your eyes open for the exit ramp because you are tired and there is, somewhere, a place to sleep.